Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome in. It is the GBAG Nation here on a victorious Wednesday for your Texas Rangers. They get the win in Chicago, scored 6 runs again. There's a lot going on in baseball. There's a lot going on in sports. It is a historic afternoon as Luka Doncic returns. Let's talk about all this, okay? General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, Super Bowl champion. You have Lucious Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here, 75 and Pittsview, fixing to go about 2 hours, 45 minutes flawless with his Mavericks cap on. Okay, it's a big night to be watching who's wearing what. Saw a kid get out of the car this morning and drop off line in a Lakers jersey. I was like, oh, you troll. That is savage. Chief, he is here. Wolchuk's out, had a baby appointment today.
Yeah.
So congrats to him.
Yeah,
Carter Freeman, Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How the heck you doing, Brian?
Doing well. You mentioned I was at the Star doing the Cowboys break, which I do every Wednesday, and actually 3 gentlemen, all in Laker Luka jerseys, touring the facility. So maybe we have some out-of-town folks who come to see Luka play, but they all 3 had gold Laker jerseys on, standing on the practice field.
That's unbelievable, those guys. I can't believe it. I hope they have fun and enjoy their time. But let's talk about a great afternoon for your Texas Rangers as Jared Sandler joining us from wintry Chicago. Sands, how the heck are you, buddy? Do we not have Sands?
What? Hello?
Oh, there he is. At Jared Sandler on Twitter. Great job today, buddy, on the call. Enjoyed listening to you and watching the Rangers clean up here. How about that Corey Seager, huh?
Yeah, he's pretty good. Obviously guys go through stretches, where they're on fire or they're just not producing like they normally do. And maybe you worry about some guys like, oh, is this going to be a year? They just kind of have a down year, but you just don't worry about that with Corey, and only a matter of time. And the thing with Corey, guys, that to me, and there are a lot of things so impressive, I shouldn't say the thing. One of the things, there are certain guys who, and they get paid a lot of money to do this, but they feast on bad pitching. That's not really the case with Corey. It doesn't matter if it's a lefty or a righty, an all-star, or a guy who's a top prospect, a guy throwing 102, or a guy with the most wicked breaking ball. He can pretty much hit just about everyone, on a given game, a given night. You don't worry about him having his performance be neutralized just because the guy on the mound is really good at what he does. That's one of the things that makes Corey one of the best in the game, and facing one of the best pitchers in the game today, he got the Rangers going in the first inning.
Jared, I want to ask you about Mally's performance, but I'm not. I'm going to ask you, how hard is it to get Hicksy to answer a trivia question?
Broaddus, let me tell you something.
It took 2 innings. It took 2 innings. You're like, I'm like, okay, well, when we come back, Matt's going to answer that question for us next on the Ranger Radio Network. Yeah, just one guess. Just want to guess. It took you 2 innings. My man was, I don't know what he was trying to do.
He's no Dave Raymond, Sands.
Yeah, what was going on there?
God bless Matt, because he is so good.
He's a great guy. He is a great guy.
He is not, and he'll tell you this, he is not good at like that on-the-spot recon. When we have these trivia questions on air, a lot of times they're organic. It's not like, hey, Matt, in 2 innings, I'm going to ask you this question, so start thinking about it. And he knows so much about baseball, but for whatever reason, in these like on-the-spot moments when it comes to specific trivia, he's told me, he's like, I'm not good at it. And but yeah, he had a tough time spitting out a guess. And I'll also answer the other thing you had mentioned, Broaddus. I thought, Mally was constantly was just putting hitters in a position where, right when they stepped in the box, it was like they were down 0-2. I mean, he was attacking the zone with quality strikes, right? And it's not the same just to throw 2 pitches right down the middle over the plate. Like, he's going corner to corner, and I thought he had a couple of bats where it's clinical, going up with a fastball, down with a splitter, back up with a fastball, just moving the eye level. And, he just did a really good job. And, only 4 strikeouts, but a lot of really weak contact. And I thought it was impressive how efficient he was here today.
I mean, how good is Tyler Mahle? Last year he was trying to come back from injury, and it was tough to get a gauge for it, but this looks pretty good. I guess some guys are getting on right now, but an ERA at 1.35. How does he compare to like Eovaldi? How would you break that down and put that in context for us?
Yeah, that's a great question, Gavin. I think, first of all, one of the things that separates Eovaldi is just the resume in big games. And so I just want to put that out there. Now, Tyler Mahle's not really ever had the opportunity to pitch in big games. And a part of the reason why I think Tyler Mahle is somewhat of an unknown to Rangers fans and maybe AL fans is, he really kind of emerged as a really good starter in this league with a Cincinnati Reds team that wasn't competitive. So just not a team, and it's Cincinnati, right? So when the Dodgers aren't competitive, you still might get some run on the Dodgers, certainly the Yankees, these East Coast teams. But when Cincinnati's not competitive, you don't really hear much. And Tyler Mahle is a 200 strikeout guy, and you don't luck into that, at this level. And so, basically being away for 2 years, coming back from injury. Obviously, he came back last year briefly, kind of out of sight, out of mind. He's a guy when he's healthy. Had he not gotten hurt, I think the thought was, hey, this is one of the 30 to 40 best starters in baseball. And that might sound like a large list, but you think about every team's got a number one starter. If you're one of the 30 to 40 best, it stands to reason you're one of the top two starters on a given team. And this team is probably the third best. I do think that full strength Nathan Eovaldi, I'd still probably take a little bit over Tyler Mahle, but Tyler Mahle is a really good pitcher. It's just really a question of, what's the health like? Is he able to come back and be the same guy? And then, how does he hold up as the year progresses?
Hey, Jared, with Garcia, a little bit of some problems, not getting the hits against Tampa, but, swinging the bat better here. The outs in Tampa, I think you made a great point on the broadcast about, it's like when we see him make outs, it's bad swinging outs. But these are outs where he's actually making really good contact. So talk about that a little bit, though. I thought that was a great observation on your part about swinging the bat a little bit better, but also, getting outs in the Tampa series, but not let it affect how he played against the Cubs.
Yeah, so, what I was saying, I mentioned it, I think in the fifth inning, he had a little bloop single that drove in a run. And, what I shared was coming into the series, Adolis had an 0 for 17.
Right.
And then got a hit in his very first at bat in this series. But it was 0 for 17 with 4 strikeouts. And, it seems like in the past, and this is one of the things I'm going to research when we get on the bus and on the plane, but I'm curious, in any stretch in Adolis' career where he's gone 0 for 15 or worse than that, has he struck out as few as 4 times? Because, Adolis is streaky, and sometimes when he is streaking in a bad way, I mean, we're racking up the strikeouts, right? And my point was simply, hey, he was 0 for 7 last 17, and it's not like all 17 batted balls were great contact, but he did enter yesterday's game with the third highest exit velocity in baseball through 2 weeks, which some people might roll their eyes, but simply just suggesting that Adolis is hitting the ball hard frequently. But even today in the fifth inning, when he didn't hit the ball hard, just putting the ball in play in that situation gives you a chance. And,
yeah.
Hey, nobody out, nobody on. Yes, put the ball in play. You've got a chance. There could be an error. You could find some real estate. But, a strikeout's no different in that situation than a fly ball or a fly out. But, that's judging it based on the end outcome. You don't know if you put the ball in play if it's going to be a fly out or it's going to, drop in or be dropped, whatever the case is. I just think in general, even though Adolis was riding that 0 for 17 coming into this series, it didn't have that feel because he was having more competitive at that.
There you go. Yeah.
Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. Okay, so with the Langford injury, the way the outfield looked today, you had Garcia in right, you had Leote in center, and then Pilar in left. Is that something that we should get accustomed to here while Langford's out?
Well, I think against a lefty, yes. I think against a righty, we'll see on Friday with Bryce Miller on the mound. They brought Dustin Harris up. I don't know if it's to, be in there against righties. You obviously have Josh Smith you can do a lot with, whether it's putting him in the infield or maybe having him play in the outfield to fill a void. Jock Peterson's not going to play in the outfield, but, he'll be there against righties as a DH. So you probably don't have that DH spot to your disposal. I don't know, what the thought is with Ezekiel Duran, and maybe they did bring Dustin Harris up because they wanted to see what it looked like. But, the beauty of having a guy like Josh Smith is you've got options, right? Josh Young at third, Seager at short, Simeon at second, Berger at first. Well, where does Josh Smith fit in? Well, right now that Josh Young is healthy, it might be in the outfield. It might be playing left field. And so against a righty, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the look with Smith in left. You've got Leote in center and then Adolis in right.
How's Osuna doing down there? Why isn't it time for him?
Yeah, so he's got off to a slow start, just statistically speaking. I obviously haven't watched, but he was 2 for 17 to start the year when I checked yesterday. But I mean, that's seven. That doesn't mean a whole lot. The thing, Gavin, I think, when I was just considering the options last night, he's not on the 40-man roster, and you have options on the 40-man. Yeah. And if it's not going to be an extended absence for White Langford, which I think they're optimistic it won't be, there's no reason to make a 40-man move unnecessarily. And so I think because they had some options on the 40-man, they probably just figured it would be easier to do that. Now, if Osuna was tearing the cover off the ball, or if Evan Carter was off to a great start, then maybe it's a different conversation. But Osuna, it's not to say he's not going to have a great year or be up at some point, but he's not riding a wave right now, and so I think they figured it would be easier. And the other thing, too, guys, is if they don't feel like there's going to be regular playing time, it might not make sense. Dustin Harris might be up to fill a spot on the bench, and you don't worry as much about him not playing every day like you would probably prefer to avoid that scenario with Alejandro Osuna.
Where are we at in the Marcus Semien progression when it comes to him at the plate, getting the hit and a walk today? But where would you say things stands with Marcus right now?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it could be better. It could be better for a lot of these guys. I'll tell you this. I think the priority right now is getting Jock Peterson going, right? That's going to be the big one, especially if Wyatt's going to miss even, just 10 days. Getting Jock Peterson going, I think, is more of a priority. Now, Marcus definitely had a nice day today, a little bit of a better series. Would obviously love to see an uptick there, but the bats in general just, finally back-to-back double-digit hit performances after, none of those the first 11 games. So, maybe as the bats, start to get going as a group, we'll start to see an uptick from Marcus.
Jared Sandler brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Anything else that we failed to bring up that's massively important about this baseball team before we let you go, Jared?
No, fellas, I think, big series coming up this weekend with the Mariners. That should be fun, and, hopefully the Rangers can take 2 or 3 and hit home with their first series win against a divisional opponent.
All right, have a great flight up there, and we'll chat with you on Friday.
Sounds good, fellas. Take care.
Salute. Again, Blue Nail Roofing bringing you that Jared Sandler game day update here in the GBAG Nation, home of the 2023 World Series champion Texas Rangers. Welcome in. It's a big day, and we only have 2.5 hours to talk about all this stuff with you. But, the top story is the Mavs trying to roll out the red carpet for Luka Doncic. Gentlemen, let's talk about this. Okay.
Why?
T-shirts that say "Thank you for everything" in Slovenian. Yeah. I think they're trying to generate the love and the warm vibes to drown out the potential protests that are going on.
The organization traded him.
Yeah, it is weird.
They traded him. It's not like he left on his own accord as a free agent.
Yeah.
They said, "Listen,
we don't want you.
Yeah, you're not good enough."
Yeah.
And I don't get this. This is really, really odd to me. I'm a fan of Luka. I'm not trying to be a hard ass or anything about that, but it just seems very odd to me that your front office, ownership, all determined that this player wasn't good enough and you needed to do something about it.
Yeah.
And now you're going to have T-shirts and let people wear them and say thank you and all whatever.
It's weird.
It is very weird. It's very strange.
There might be 2 different factions inside where the GM traded him, but the marketing department's like, we still love Luka and we want to give the fans something to appreciate this day and for their moment to say goodbye to Luka in their own way. I think there could be, reasonable arguments for it, but in light of the context of everything that happens, it seems tone deaf, Chief.
Yeah, that's exactly how it feels. And it is the whole thing's been a masterclass in PR disaster, the what not to do thing. And so now it's that sort of Hail Mary trying to have some level of kiss and make up factor after all the things that were said and done over the course of the last 2 months.
They raked this man over the coals.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
And you're going to say, thank you for everything you've done?
Yeah.
Thank you for being out of shape but scoring 41 points tonight? What are we doing?
It's a masterclass in gaslighting.
Yes, it is. Mixed signals, to say the least, and kind of weird But, I mean, if you get the T-shirt, it's pretty cool. I would want one of those T-shirts.
I saw you retweeted.
I would too.
I saw you retweeted. You want one of those Fire Nico Lakers shirts.
I would like one of those Fire Nico Lakers shirts as well. That's a purple and gold thing I could put on.
Yeah.
Right there.
What's Fire Nico in Slovenian? Because that's the shirt I want.
That would be awesome, dude. If we could get those cranked out. I'm sure a lot of people have ideas for signs and different kinds of expressions that they could make with their apparel.
Yeah.
I'm just fascinated to see what kind of a game Luka's going to put on tonight. I imagine he's going to try to have 40 at half.
He is.
If the ball is falling, I expect logo threes. I expect step back threes. The full arsenal. Plus, he was thrown out last night.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He got himself thrown out so he could rest up.
There you go.
For the game.
NBA has rescinded that technical, by the way, because it was pointed at a fan and not at the referee, so it was kind of a joke. But and he pulled up to the AAC just a few minutes ago, and he, of course, is wearing the all-black attire because it's a funeral.
Get him a body bag. How will tonight's game make this story move forward? The Franklin injury attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053. Hell of a line from Luka at shoot-around. I didn't end up here by mistake. I worked my ass off to be here. A shot at the narrative that he didn't work hard enough. I think that's a critique that a lot of athletes suffer through, and you really start to see after you've spent a lot of time in this game how great a lot of the players are that don't even make it. Like, these guys are the best of the best of the best, and nobody is born to do this. It takes a maniacal amount of focus and years of hard work to get to this level. And, I think Luka is kind of cursed in a way that all human bodies aren't created equally when it comes to cardio. Some people's lungs and hearts just don't produce enough oxygen to give you the energy. Some people, carry a little bit extra weight in their torso, and that is going to make changing direction in your lower half more difficult. And, that hurts Luka on defense. That hurts Luka trying to play a 40-minute game, Like Dennis Rodman's on one far end of the spectrum where he could party his balls off for a week in Las Vegas and come back and lap Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen in conditioning drills. Yeah. That was that dude. On the other end of the spectrum, you have Luka Doncic, probably in the bottom 1% of natural cardiovascular ability. I think because you combine that with his lifestyle, they thought, this guy is, doing nowhere near the amount of work that it takes to go ahead and win us a championship. And it's, the biggest error that a front office in DFW sport has ever made. So here we are picking up the pieces going into tonight's game and, trying to decide for ourselves what to expect and what happens next. Gatorade released a new ad. It's Luka dribbling on the bench by himself in an empty arena. It says, "No love lost, just sweat." And then he gets up and walks away.
One of the interesting things about it, too, that the internet has observed is the Gatorade towel that's draped over his neck. It reads sort of as traitor.
Really?
If you look at it, and it's, you're not making it up either. When you see it, it's like, oh yeah, you can see that it's lined up perfectly. One side of the towel on his right side has like the RAI, and then the other side has the TOR.
Wow.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
So there's a sort of an Easter egg situation in there.
Because loyalty's so big.
You folks that notice that are super smart. I just saw the picture and I thought, oh, here's a Gatorade ad.
Yeah.
But Gatorade, give them credit, man.
The internet sees all.
They see all.
Check this out from Tim McMahon's piece today. Team sources tell ESPN the Mavs also lined up lucrative sponsorship deals for Wednesday's game with multiple companies that Doncic endorses, but those deals fell apart after Doncic's camp declined to give its blessing.
Yeah.
Pointedly noting that he now plays for the Lakers.
Ouch. Maybe you guys forgot or whatever, but he's not on your team anymore. Yeah, that shows the type of retaliation, and it makes perfect sense. Like if Luka has any sort of say in the matter, there's no way I'm going to allow you to make a single dollar more in your pocket on behalf of me than what has already been done.
Yeah, I know, and I was just thinking about the salespeople. That's Luka's perspective. I think from the Mavs' perspective, how hard does that hit over there in those sales offices? Like, what the crap? Do I need to go find a new job? I put together this deal to celebrate Luka coming back, and my guy screwed it up so bad, I don't know what Nico's going to do next to hurt my ability to sell this product.
I wonder how many of those PowerPoint presentations and things and stuff that they hand out, those sheets and stuff have Luka Doncic's image on it that they had to go and scrap and redo and reshoot and all that stuff, the time that it takes. But that's what you do. You're in professional sports. You got to adapt, you know.
You do, and they're in a place right now where there's no right answers.
No.
No matter what they do, it's going to be met with
I just can't believe they're putting up T-shirts. Just, if you want to honor them, 10 years from now or something like that, and bring them back and have one of these, thank you for everything you did moments. I think we're too quick to thank people for, you traded him. You said it. He's not good enough to be here.
Yeah.
Now you're thanking him for everything he did.
I think they're trying to give something to the fans. I don't think this is about Luka. I think this is about them trying to rebuild the relationship with the fans.
I think you need to just shut your damn mouth is what you need to do and try and find your way to play basketball. You're going to be in the play-in. You're going to be in the play-in series. The Suns have got to win games. It's impossible for them to win games. You just need to figure out how to get your team right and go do the best you can, and just try and move on the best you can from this. But I know people are, we keep it's on and on and on. Guys leave teams all the time. This was a special, rare player. I get it. It was hard for me to watch Emmitt Smith play in a Arizona Cardinals uniform, Tony Dorsett in a Denver Bronco one.
At least you didn't trade him in their prime.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying, though. It just you gotta just kind of move on. You move on and I think you're onto something. This organization might not be the same for another five years or so. I agree with you on that.
10.
But man, it's to me it just find a way to move on and you are who you are and you made a deal and history will say that it's probably one of the worst deals. So go down as one of the worst deals. And the guy that made the trade might not even be here.
I'm moving on with the NBA League Pass myself. I just think the game is still great. There's a lot of awesome players, and I enjoy it. I for a lot of people though, I think this breaks their relationship with the Mavs forever until they find a transcendent star.
For sure. And when you start talking about the impact of it all,
they might not ever find a guy like that again.
No, there's a good chance
they might find some great players. They might find, let me tell you this, the fact that they were able to do what they did with Kyrie Irving, with all the questions that they had about him, that nobody wanted to touch him. He was the epitome of like, not us. We're not going to do that. Look what he's come in and done. But he's not Luka. But you know what? He would have given you some hope if he wouldn't have gotten hurt. With all the guys coming back, he would have made your team better. So I don't know. That's got to be your hope now. But you'll never find a player like that Luka. You'll never find one like that.
Maybe they didn't want to pay him the $70 million contract, and that's fine. Just get a buttload of draft picks. Don't get a super injured guy to go along with your other super injured guy who are both over 32 years old.
I think you're onto something.
Unbelievable.
I think you're onto something.
Let's come back and talk about what unfortunately transpired at the end of that Stars game. It had never happened in the history of hockey. Does it mean anything other than just being the biggest embarrassment of the season? I don't know, but we'll discuss that. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock, and we're back in the nation.
But first, I'm happy to welcome Greystone Roofing and Construction into the fan family, and no one will benefit more from this than you, the Tolos, because the roofing business in the DFW, talk about the wild, wild west. Absolutely unpredictable, very chaotic, and it can be super risky at times, and that's why you need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you use Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can visit greystone-roofing.com. That's gray with an E, stone-roofing.com, and see why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining, two high school sweethearts who have been in business for almost 30 years right here in the DFW. And they're certified in every possible way. They bring you the honesty, the integrity, and the highest level of quality in every single project that they tackle, because that's what you deserve. They're never going to be...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucious. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt's in the bullpen right now. I don't know exactly what he's doing, but you can feel the tension in the air with this diss track that he released against the Nosebleed Boys a couple of days ago. It's palpable.
I think he's getting ready to go downtown and interview Mavs fans before they go into the arena.
Okay.
I think that's his plan, because I retweeted his tweet to say, hey, I'll be down there at 5:30. Come and find me, and you can give me your opinion. And I'm sure he's going to solicit a few of those, and there'll be some he has to probably bleep out.
Well, if you see a guy with what appears to be a Superman hat on with a glorious neck beard and a hoodie in 85-degree weather, that's your guy, Bobby Belt.
That's Bobby Belt. Go say hello to Bobby. Yep.
Dallas Stars were up 5-2 with a minute to go.
Oh, my God.
They end up losing in overtime. I would love to be able to look into Wolchuk's eyes right now and ask him if he's worried at all. Okay?
You should be.
At 877-881-1053, Captain Jamie Benn described the loss as unacceptable, emphasizing the teams need to close out games effectively.
Yeah.
I guess they just won 7 in a row, but now this marks their third consecutive loss where they relinquished a third period lead.
They've had leads, and they're starting to give up goals at alarming rates. Seriously.
Well, I mean,
and I know Smith was in, but you know what? Defensively, they were a wreck. They score the empty netters. They go up. You're feeling great. The crowd at the AAC. Shippy spinning the tunes. Everybody's feeling good. You feel like you got the points secured. And then all of a sudden, it's like it's just a comedy of errors and allowing guys right in front of the net to Smith a couple of different times. Guys, and, they even get, Vancouver even ties the game. I'll say this for Vancouver. If they lose that game in just regular fashion, regular time, they're eliminated from the playoffs.
Yeah, their season's over.
So they're playing with and you've got to think when you're up 3 goals but man, they did not quit. They just did not quit. And Dallas played some of the worst hockey in the last few minutes of that game. They took a penalty in overtime. Luckily, that didn't end in overtime, with what's going on there. When Dawson, you brought it up the other day, far too many penalties. The hockey hawk.
Penalties and turnovers. Penalties and turnovers.
Far too many penalties.
Just a carelessness.
Just a bad carelessness of hockey. And, unfortunately, though, that's you got Winnipeg coming in, but
at this point,
there's a side of me that's like, guys, is this a turn on and turn off situation? I mean, hockey, I don't know.
Right now.
Well, do you have that ability to, turn it on and turn it off when you get to the playoffs? I'm worried, honestly, going to play, if you had to play Colorado,
especially without
like
Miro.
this.
Yeah,
it's rough without him.
I mean,
it clearly is.
That's an all-time collapse, dude. I mean, bouncing back
historic.
from that, maybe it becomes a bit of a wake-up call situation, and you can spin the tail on the positive moving forward. But that was all-time disaster. I can't tell you how many times that screenshot of the final minute of the third period keeps popping up on my timeline, where Dallas is up 5-2.
Sitting there watching
with a minute left to go in the third period.
Yeah, Michelle and I were sitting there watching it, and she doesn't know much about hockey. And she goes, "What just happened?" And I go, "They just lost." And she goes, "Wait a minute, they were winning 5-2. How does that?" And she go, and I go,
I can't explain what's never been seen before.
That's exactly right. And I don't think even the broadcaster, with Razor and Josh, I don't think they could even explain. And you could just feel this. This whole thing of trying to catch Winnipeg has just been awful.
Third best defense in the league. Now, they don't have Miro, so I don't know how good they really are on defense right now, but it's at least top 10 still.
Yeah.
They
give up a lot of goals, though.
It's unbelievable. So right now you have to wonder, do they lack the quality? Like some of these mistakes that are happening on defense to lead to some of these losses. But what about their 7-game winning streak? Is this just a lack of focus as they're waiting for the playoffs? Maybe... but now you have to also include, Brian, sorry to interrupt.
No, I was interrupting.
Is it in their head? How are you going to feel now with 5 minutes to go on the ice?
Right.
And if that affects their confidence in any way, they're not going to be able to get through it. A single series.
Let's be honest. Trying to win the division, that's a big thing. That means, maybe a little bit easier path.
That's pretty much out of the cards now.
Yeah, but that's what was on the line.
Yeah.
Right,
you were playing for something too, just as much as they were.
Yeah, you weren't just playing to heck, it was a flyer opportunity. No, man, you've lost some games at home.
They were looking ahead to Winnipeg already. They thought this game was in the books, and they knew they had the big one coming up tomorrow. And but the whole thing feels like a lack of focus, a carelessness. When you're talking about that many penalties and turnovers over the course of the next period of time, that's a lack of focus.
With what would you think there's a lot on the line to try and win the division?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so
that's what makes it more frustrating.
But that's what makes it like, okay, if we start the playoffs,
this is the playoffs.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
you're trying
games.
Like hell not to play Colorado. Yeah. And now
the pressure looks like maybe it got to you.
Yeah, and so how is that going to turn into when the playoffs actually start?
We'll see.
Yeah.
Cannot wait. Let's see what the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line has to say about this. 972 says, "My fault. I turned it off after the empty netters. I take full responsibility." Chris and Terrell. Stars are shook because Luka is coming back.
That's good.
214. Y'all need to get the hockey hawk on more so we can get some real hockey insight.
Okay, whatever.
I thought we were doing a pretty good job this segment.
I
thought we were killing it, but you can't beat the Hawk.
Maybe I shouldn't watch the games if they're going to give up that many goals at the end.
The Hawks elite. I think it's the top Stars podcast.
Yeah.
It is.
And that's why during the playoffs, like every show tries to book our program director, right? Gavin Spittle, Hockey Hawk. That's who we're talking about here.
His voice is heard all throughout Canada.
It is. Yeah, it resonates as well. 3 of 4 on their own power plays, but the lapse is huge on the penalty kill, which has been a strength, but struggled by allowing 2 power play goals in the third. And then the inability to manage that 6-on-5 in the final minute. You're just sitting there thinking, holy crap. Okay, Wolchuk's hero, the great Emmitt Smith, says he's sick of hearing about the Cowboys' title drought. He was on 1310, said that part bugs me. It bugs me because in my heart, I believe our organization should be contending for an NFC championship game and even a Super Bowl at least once or twice every decade because every team recycles every decade. For us not to be
That
there
long?
over the last 30 years is a crying shame. When I saw the headline, I thought he was going to homer it up and say, we should contend every year. We're the Cowboys. He doesn't even have the loftiest of expectations. He's just saying, get us there once or twice a decade, please. For the love of God, what are we doing? But that's
Boy,
realistic.
that bar's low now, huh?
But
Every 10 years, go to an NFC
Yeah.
championship game?
Hey,
Jeez.
beggars can't be choosers at this point. I mean, that's just asking for the bare minimum from an ownership group. There's 16 teams in the conference. You should get there every 8 years just by math. But I love that quote because it shows Emmett has a great understanding of how the cap works and that you got to ride the roller coaster a little bit, and it recycles for every team. And the thing that sucks, even though the Cowboys try to avoid it, they still have horrible years and go through stretches where they're mediocre for 3 straight years.
Yeah, and now it's clear even Emmitt Smith is the blueprint is laid out there.
Yeah.
For how to do it correctly.
Yes.
And so now that it is so apparent, what we've been talking about for years is now just so in your face you can't deny it.
Yeah.
This is what it is. And
Yep.
so if you prioritize winning and winning a championship, then you will conduct yourself in a different way. And it'll look a little bit more like teams like what Philadelphia is doing right now instead of what you've been doing for the last 30 plus.
You cannot try to win it every year. And that's essentially what they're trying to do by building a team good enough to make the playoffs every year. We just need to get in and make something happen.
Which the proof is in the pudding that you can't actually you can't even get to the conference title game, let alone win a Super Bowl.
There was a brief period of time when the Ravens, the Giants, the Packers maybe were winning it as low seeds, but that has evaporated over the last 10 years at least, maybe even longer than that. But 10, 11, 12, 13, they were bad. 17, 19, 24. That's 7 of the last 15 years you have either been bad or average while trying to manage the salary cap conservatively. And in your best years, you're more of a pretender than a contender. So, maybe these years will be so bad that on the other side, the Jones family will decide, damn it, next time we're close, let's trade for all pros. Let's go get Charles Haley and Deion Sanders and the Rams with Jalen Ramsey and the Buccaneers with Tom Brady and Ndamukong Suh and all those guys they added. Let's go do this the right way, because when it's bad, you got to be patient and wait. And when it's good, you got to strike while the iron's hot. So we have 2 hours of sports coming up for you here in the GBAG Nation. And up next, an edition of football's finest. Eric, what's going on there?
The Giants are up for a pretty prestigious award. We have a bald lion that might be on the horizon, plus some draft stuff next year in the nation. Speaking of the draft, it is draft season, ladies and gentlemen. That means it's Pluckers party season. Everyone knows that Pluckers is not only the best place for chicken wings in DFW, but also the best place to watch your favorite team with over 60...
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 4, GBAG Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Rangers won earlier, 6-2. Mavs hosting the Lakers tonight. And we'll talk more about that coming up in the Expressway in 20 minutes. It's time for an edition of Football's Finest, though. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Thank you very mumuch. 877-881-1053. We have some Instagramming from TJ Watt, who's got 1 year left on his contract, and he's just given up the peace sign in his in his Steelers uniform. So he's doing the social media negotiations. Steelers fans are crumbling right now out of fear that they might lose their guy, TJ Watt, due to a contractual disagreement. But let that deal get done before Micah and watch the money keep going up and up and up for our number 11.
Yeah, what's that going to be? He's going to get 41?
I mean, most people are thinking TJ Watt would get roughly what Myles Garrett just got.
Sure.
The market's been reset. He's a legend, not necessarily in his prime anymore. So it'll be interesting to see how the Steelers play it. But yeah, the assumption is that TJ Watt will end up sort of resetting the market once again.
At 30 years old. Wow, that seems risky. If I'm Pittsburgh, I might call his bluff.
Isn't Myles Garrett 30? No, I think Myles Garrett is a better player, and you feel more confident in giving him the dollar figure. But yeah,
he's 29.
29,
just a year younger. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot there for the Steelers. We'll see how they go about approaching that because, yeah, I think just all biases aside, resetting what is already a fat market at the edge rusher spot with a guy that age who's probably closer to the end than the beginning. I don't know if that's what you want to do, but like I said, he's one of their now most historical players in that franchise's history.
What if you shot for like $36 million instead of 40? Think you could?
Why
get
would you
it
want to
there?
do that?
If you're TJ Watt or if you're the Steelers?
If you're the Steelers.
Yeah, if you're the Steelers, I think that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Like, hey, the Browns kind of overshot this thing quite a bit.
Yeah.
We'll still make you the second highest paid, but it doesn't have to be quite to 40.
I'm going to ask a really unfair question here because I don't think we all watch Raider football a bunch or watch Steeler football a bunch, but who's better between him and Crosby?
That's a good question.
I mean, I'm sorry. It's an unfair question because we're so locked in on our team we cover here. I know.
I think Crosby's still a little bit more of an ascending player, and he's been an Iron Man. I think that would be maybe the difference there.
He doesn't come off the field at all.
He doesn't even miss snaps, dude.
Yeah.
Like, it's ridiculous.
So if you probably feel like then with that being the case that Crosby's a better player.
I would say so, yes.
Then I try and shoot between $35 and $36 million. I would try and make him the same as Crosby if I could. I would not try and get to Myles Garrett if that helps you any.
Yeah, no, that does. I don't know. I think TJ Watt will probably take this to the end here and try and
better
squeeze
than Nick
every
Bosa?
dollar.
Again, I'm asking San Francisco 49er, do you watch every game kind of a thing?
I would think that Bosa is better. And again, you're just talking about a guy who's more in his prime.
There's $34 million. You still want to go down?
Not if I'm TJ.
No, but
yes.
In reality, if I wonder if Pittsburgh could get this deal done if they put him just under Myles Garrett's under 40. If you put it at 36,
it's probably what they're trying to do. They have a lot of time till training camp.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll get it figured out one way or another. I can't imagine him playing somewhere else.
You guys just named two players that's better than him.
Yeah, but that's not always how it goes.
I understand that, but in my mind, that's what I'm trying to.
I mean, we know the Cowboys would ultimately end up caving to him and letting him reset the market, but I don't know how the Steelers are going to handle this.
Well, do the same thing with Micah then. Better than Max Crosby? Okay.
I will say yes.
Put you on the spot there. Micah is better than him?
I will say Micah is better.
Okay, then I can't play the game anymore. Because I was going to, if you said he's better than Max, if he wasn't better than Max Crosby, then I would ask you, is he better than Nick Bosa?
Yeah, I do think he is more of a disruptor than both of those guys.
Okay, then he needs to fall closer to that $40 million range than he does the 35 or 34 that we're talking about with those guys.
And he's getting paid in the prime of his career, like those guys both just did. TJ Watt is now more towards the end.
Yeah,
over 30. So Micah's going to get all the juice out of this. And he actually tweeted out last night. He says, I think I'm going to play this year bald-headed, y'all.
Yeah, I saw that. I wonder if he's getting some male pattern baldness and just decided to rip it like Baskey did at 24 years old.
And brought us, right?
I was a sophomore in college. We did that stupid thing.
It's painful.
20 years old.
It's painful.
I was literally 20 years old. Yeah.
I mean, I had guys in high school it was pretty alarming. The
receding hairline.
Yes, it was. I mean, even in high school, dude. So
I mean, they say
college-
it's a sign of high testosterone. So go
That's
get
what
them.
they say.
that's to help you sleep at night, right?
The first guy
Doc?
who
I
had
tell
it,
you what, God, I feel
the
a lot
first guy who
better.
had it said that.
Thanks.
This is really a
Dawson.
sign of
Feel
high
great.
testosterone, really, if you look it up. That's what it
You know
really
what they
is.
say about bald guys.
Yeah, I would like to know the
you
origins.
guys are idiots.
What's the origins of that particular statement there? I'm
Yeah.
sure Lucious has that
I'll
right.
take the hair, please.
That's incredible. Okay, so now we have the Jalen Milroe. I'm sure you guys when I was out on Monday, Jalen Milroe committing to attending the draft in Green Bay.
Yeah.
And you've had some people question whether or not like he's actually going to get selected in the first round. You would think if he's committing to go to the draft and be subject to all the scrutiny involved with the Aaron Rodgers, the Will Levis, there's been a handful of guys over the years that sit around and have to wait either a long time or just into round number 2. You don't get drafted at all on night 1. That's always a bummer. So when he commits to doing that, you're thinking like, okay, then this guy's probably getting a pretty good feel from teams around the league that you're going to be picked in the first round, which tells me that's probably going to be 4 quarterbacks in the first round in a class that is not that respected.
Jalen Milroe, first-round quarterback, that would be awesome. I think either he got that or, he wants to go do the experience, and they said, we can't be sure. But he's like, fine, I'll take the deal. I would just want the people to be transparent with me.
Nobody wants to sit through that green room thing if you don't get picked, and they keep putting the camera on you and stuff, and then you have to leave the draft, and then you have to hang around in Green Bay, or do you just
remember
go
when they
home?
had the fake beer in Johnny's hand when he was sitting there? Did you remember that draft? We got butt cracked. There was a Johnny Manziel draft night. Somebody photoshopped a beer into his hand while he was sitting in the green room. It was pretty epic.
Oh, that is epic. I did not know about that particular. I mean, I've been watching the draft for forever, but I don't remember that meme. That's pretty funny.
What if the Eagles were to take Milroe at 32?
Wow. And do the same thing basically that they did with the Carson Wentz, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, but
how would you compare Hurts and other guy, Milroe coming out of college?
See, Milroe's got a rocket arm. He's more athletic. He's faster. I mean, there's, like I say, you're getting down to that, and you're kind of thinking about what do you really want to do with Hurts.
But how similar is it? What was your grade on Hurts? What's your grade on Milroe?
I have Milroe in the 4th.
Okay.
I had Hurts in the 2nd.
Okay.
But I wonder if you're talking about a place for him to go.
Mm-hmm.
Philadelphia would make a lot of sense there, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, if you're thinking about maybe
just trying to be like this guy.
Yeah, 2 more years of Hurts. You kind of got to get Milroe. You get him up to speed, and then you make the switch. But your offense doesn't lose anything because now your guy's kind of worked on his technique. You maybe got him some plays that he can run. You worked on his accuracy. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't put it past Howie.
That would be.
They seem pretty locked in with Hurts. Like maybe they got a formula.
Oh yeah,
they picked
him in the 2nd round.
I mean, they did it to Wentz. So
Yeah.
I mean, you got the point right there.
Yeah.
This is a team that's not going to stop looking for its best chance to get a generational talent back there.
Yeah.
It's what they said when they drafted Hurts, and it wouldn't surprise me if they went back to that well this year.
Apparently, NFL scouts believe Jalen Milroe's pro comp is Justin Fields.
Ouch.
That's what Jeremy Fowler said. That's the frequent comp he gets from scouts around the league about Milroe.
Man, they're
Pick him
both
top 5.
They're both similar when it comes to. You could watch that tape of him running around with the ball.
The running, he will step in day one and be one of the best running.
There's no question.
Quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, can you get him to control the passing? He against Georgia, the first half of that game, you would pick him in the top 5. And then you watch the Michigan game, you watch that Wink Martindale confuses him and stuff like that, and it's looks like a 4th round guy.
So Mike Vrabel gave his first speech to Patriots players. It's gone viral today. It was like 3.5 minutes or so that went viral. But leave phones in your bag. Be on time. Don't be late. Hoods down during meetings. No maids and valet at the team facility. Talking about treating all the employees there for the Patriots with the utmost respect.
No, what's in the valet?
no maids and valet at the team facility. Like basically like the people that work here that are here to help us and all that stuff, the chefs, the trainers, all these things. He's like laying the groundwork for like this is how it's supposed to go. But I thought it was interesting because I heard Dane Brugler talking about just like draft hypotheticals. And he's like, well, what's stopping the Patriots from taking a guy like Ashton Genty at 4?
Yeah.
We keep talking about Ashton Genty probably going as early, like it seems like the earliest we've seen in mocks is him at 6 to the Raiders. And it seems very likely between 6 and 10, like this dude's getting picked. But in a draft where you don't necessarily love the linemen and you don't need a quarterback,
I believe this all along.
Ashton Genty at 4 to the Patriots, that would be a fun draft night wrench that has not really been mocked or discussed very much.
Yeah.
If Genty flies off the board, and then all of a sudden it pushes linemen down too, like a Will Campbell, because everybody thinks it's probably going to be Will Campbell or Membu for Missouri, because the Patriots need offensive line, and that still makes the most sense. They've got some vets, Morgan Moses, to come and play some tackles, so like they could technically get by. I think the best team building strategy, if there was a surefire lineman that was just a no-brainer, I think that would just be a lock. But because there's not, there's a chance that Genty, he's probably going to be the best player on their board when they're on the clock at 4, if they're being honest with themselves.
Yeah.
If they're not doing the positional value type of thing.
If him or Hunter were there, I'd be interested to see.
And this started because the Hunter stuff, who felt like maybe he could be there at 4, now feels like he's going number 2 to the Browns. Sure. So all of a sudden, maybe the Giants go Abdul Carter at 3, the pass rusher, and then at 4, you're going, well, man, the best player on our board might go ahead and be Genty. There you go. Drake May, Genty, Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I didn't hear. And by the way, Dane's Beast is out today. So happy.
Oh, today's Beast Day?
Happy Beast Day to everybody there.
Doesn't that seem like a Mike Vrabel thing to do, though? Take a runner at 4?
Sure.
Absolutely, I could see that.
Just go old school.
Well, but that's what we've kind of said all along. This might be the best player in the draft. But what did Brugler say at 2 about Cleveland? I didn't get to hear the podcast. Did you remember what he said about Cleveland? Who I think was it Hunter? Did he have Hunter there?
Yeah, and he wasn't mocking, but he was just hypothetical stuff. Now with what
he knows what the Browns are doing.
Right,
he knows what they're thinking,
and all signs at this point seem to be. Yeah, it's Travis Hunter going 2.
There you go.
Now
he knows.
Patriots are sitting there at 4 going, okay.
Yeah.
What are we going to do here? Do we want to take a lineman we kind of like, or do we want to go ahead and just
Campbell,
take our best player?
Membu, yeah. That's what they're thinking.
That'll be interesting. Draft night's always amazing. Can't wait to be at Pluckers, man. April 24th, Thursday night. It's going to be phenomenal. Cowboys, by the way, are signing former Commanders and Titans offensive lineman Sadiq Charles out of retirement. Former 4th-round pick out of LSU.
Got to go back and look at that one.
National champions. So just getting some more depth there. Apparently, according to Joseph Hoyt of All City Dallas, Charles was on pace to win a starting guard spot last season with the Titans before he just up and retired.
Hated football,
I guess. Yeah. And then he reinstates, Titans release him, and now the Cowboys got a chance at him. So taking a flyer there. So
who knows? Maybe he got in better shape. Maybe he got stronger in the offseason, Out of the NFL's purview, you're able to do all sorts of things.
I'd love to see it.
What
had a good 6 weeks to rest up and everything and get back in the game.
Fresh legs.
I got you. I feel you.
What do most NFL linemen do that are retired?
Fish.
Well, they actually lose like 100 pounds.
They get real skinny. They get the big heads.
They lose 100 pounds and then they go on TV and tell you they're like the analysis guy.
Yeah,
like they're the Jeff Saturdays and. Yeah, all those guys, they get real tiny.
Jeff Saturday on TV looking like a Siberian husky. You ever understand?
Yeah.
The blue ass eyes. I get lost in his eyes. I'm like, what is he saying? I don't know what he's saying, but I'm just staring at this dude.
Especially the white in his beard now, the salt and pepper look.
Yeah.
See, the linemen always shrink. Isn't it the running backs for the most part that start to balloon a little bit?
The running backs get thick. They get real big. Yeah. Them linemen, they get small with the head, big lollipop heads.
And the receivers just stay the same.
Crazy big heads, bro.
The receivers just stay the same.
They do.
It's like there's Randy Moss years later looking like he can still play today. You just look at his face.
Yeah. They walk around like old little basketball players, though. Walk like it hurt a little bit.
Oh, for sure.
Ouch, got
that Kenny Smith walk going a little bit. All right, here. Let's play some sound here because it looks like we have a very exciting nomination, Sports Emmy, in the Outstanding Documentary Series category for the New York Giants, the gift that keeps on giving, their Hard Knocks off-season appearance where
they're going to win an award for this?
The GM and the owner are discussing how they're about to likely lose Saquon Barkley. This 30 seconds of Hard Knocks is up for a Sports Emmy.
Yeah.
And the running back, I think What's the latest? Just on the Saquon thing.
I just got a text that Chicago's driving the price up and Philly's out. I don't know if that's true or not.
Good job.
Which I don't know. I'll make a couple calls. I don't even know if that's gonna happen, but
I have a tough time sleeping if Saquon goes to Philadelphia. I'll tell you that. As I've told you, just being out. I've been around enough players, so but he's the most popular player we have by far.
Yeah.
Ouch. So that particular scene right there, where the owner John Mara is warning his front office about losing Saquon Barkley to the Eagles.
Yeah.
Truly the gift that keeps on giving there. It's phenomenal. And that's why that particular 30 seconds that's about to be awarded with an Emmy is the reason why no team in the sport wants to do the off-season Hard Knocks
There you
thing.
go.
Because this is the aftermath.
Yeah.
I can't believe he didn't fire everybody after that. I mean, Mara has been a legendary owner.
They've been turning and burning quite a bit, though, over the last decade, I guess.
Yeah.
That's tough. As big of a screw up as that
John
was.
Mara walking down the hall.
That was behind the scenes with John Mara.
Punching a Bill Parcells picture on the wall.
An iconic mess up for the New York Giants, no doubt. I think compared to what the Mavs did, it's maybe a 2 on a scale of 1 to 10.
By the way, Joe.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Gosh, I wish we had some surveillance of those conversations.
Yeah.
Dumont and Nico just talking out of their rear ends.
Mark Cuban calling in on the other line. Don't do it, guys. I should still be the governor. Go away, Mark. It's our show now.
You wouldn't have been able to afford him anyways, Mark. And we all know it.
So you're trying to make the trade? Is that what you say you want to do? I'll meet you at the coffee shop, whatever you're going to be at.
Yeah.
He says he wants to do it. You say, you sure?
Yeah.
Is that verbal?
We don't need Austin Reeves. No, it's fine. No,
Don't
you
move.
can keep one of those first round picks as well.
Do not call anybody. Okay. We'll be right there.
Don't move, brother.
Okay, it is the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Our Draft 101 is next Thursday night.
Yes, sir.
And we're
No, a couple
excited about
Thursdays.
that.
Oh, Draft 101.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Draft 101. The
yeah.
draft a couple Thursdays away, but Draft 101 next week with Broadus and Wolchuk and Bobby Belt and DallasCowboys.com. And Whataburger's going to be there. Giveaways completely free. And we want you all to show up here at 4131 North Central Expressway and join us next Thursday night after the show. It'll be an amazing time to learn about all these draft prospects and talk Cowboys and Broadus.
Yeah, real quick, if we can encourage you to, if you're even not a fan of the Dallas Cowboys and you're a fan of another team, but you're a fan of the draft, please show up.
There you go.
You know, I mean, hey, we'd love to. I know last year at this time, a guy from the Lions said, hey, listen, I didn't want to upset people. Nah, man, come and, if you're a guy, gal, want to get your question answered, we if you say, hey, the Buccaneers are looking at, we can help you there.
Yeah.
We can tell you the players that they probably picked. So we encourage you. If you're a Cowboy fan, not a Cowboy fan, a fan of the draft, we'd love to have you around.
Yeah.
All football fans invited.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, Broadus is sitting up there on the stage like Rob Lowe with just the NFL Shield hat on. He's going for all 32 here.
We'll hit the expressway. What do you think of the Mavs' plans here to welcome Luka back to the AAC tonight? We'll get you caught up on everything developing. Big news out of Lubbock. Look at what Tech got back, and we're back in the nation.
But first, Tolos, it's time to take control of your financial future. And good news for all of us, we can look no further than Trajan Wealth. That's our trusted partner for all of our financial needs. They have offices conveniently located in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, and McKinney. Trajan Wealth is really just around the corner or a click away. You can check them out at
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Yeah, if you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. Okay, let's hit this. All right, let's get you caught up on everything, developing in the world of sports today. There's a lot of attention being paid to the AAC right now, and the Mavs hosting the Lakers tonight. Let's swing out to Lubbock real quick, though, as JT Toppin, Big 12 Player of the Year, announced he is coming back for his junior season. That's a huge get. The NIL money must be flowing out there in West Texas. Maybe he tapped into some oil rigs.
They do. They have a billionaire alum, young guy that just sold his company, I think, for $4.6 billion.
There you go.
So they've got a NIL collective group that's doing well out there at Texas Tech for those kids. So look for the basketball and football to keep it rolling out there.
Yeah, I mean, their transfer portal stuff has been pretty impressive.
Their football transfer has been unreal.
And I think their basketball
Joey McGuire and them have done a great job, I
always felt like if I'd grown up in Texas and I went to a Big 12 school, it would have been Tech.
It's fun.
I was out there for a couple of games a long time ago, but it was an amazing time. It seemed like a place where I'd fit in well.
Yeah, you'd like it because one day it's 85 degrees and then the next day it's 26.
I would not like that.
I've seen baseball out there before. Gone to a day game and then the next day it was snowing at the game.
Toppin's turn puts Tech in the top 10 nationally, puts him in the preseason All-American team, one of the best players in the country, won the Big 12 awards. He posted double-doubles in all 4 NCAA tournament games, averaging 20 and 11. Yeah. He had games with 41 and 15, 32 and 12, 30 and 14 against Colorado towards the end of the season. So definitely a superstar college player coming back for his junior year. That's huge. Okay, the top story, though, is the Mavs trying to, I don't know, make this a memorable and positive night as best they can. I don't know if I'm Nico Harrison if I like this. But on every seat right now at the AAC, as fans get in there for the 7:30 tip tonight, you're getting a T-shirt that says "Thank you for everything" in Slovenian. Kind of celebrating the Luka return. Apparently, Tim McMahon reported they tried to get a bunch of sponsorship deals together to make a bunch of money out of this. So maybe this was part of the plan to roll out this massive Luka return red carpet and make money off of it and give something to the fans and try to create a little bit of closure or something. I just think, to me, it speaks to how tone-deaf everybody in the organization is, and anybody over there that does know what time it is isn't able to speak their mind. And that's kind of consistent with the culture that Nico has created, where if you were speaking out against his agenda, it was a very clear message that your thoughts weren't welcome, and it was time to get on board with, his plans. So, I don't know. Because of that, I kind of assumed this couldn't happen without Nico's blessing. But just So many interesting things going into tonight. I can't wait to take it all in. What are you guys looking forward to?
Oh, dude, I'm looking forward to a lot here. I mean, this is the first time around watching him when it was in L.A., the first matchup versus the Mavs. That was the strangest sports watching experience of my entire life. I would expect tonight to be very, very similar. I would expect tonight to have the most gold jerseys in a road arena that we've ever seen before. And I'm trying to figure out what would be a funnier situation in terms of how this all plays out. Because I think most people, and the Tolo should text in, like, what is your objective tonight? In a perfect world, how does this all play out? Do the Mavs get crushed? Does Luka go on one of these all-time 60-plus point nights? Does Luka struggle tonight? Like, I'm curious to take the temperature, but I think for the most part, everybody wants to see Luka go crazy. And then whether the Lakers win or not, kind of who cares? But I think everybody wants to see Luka go crazy. But I'm wondering what type of preparations the in-arena staff has, called down from Nico and Dumont. If at any point Luka gets banged up in this game, I'm expecting an "I told you so" banner to drop from the rafters. I'm expecting confetti to start raining down on the fan base.
Balloons.
Let Luka limp off with a calf strain tonight.
Nico will fire up a cigar.
Oh, absolutely. Him and Dumont will be shirtless at center court, just double barreling the entire arena.
Shotgun and beers.
John Gruden's like, what are they doing? I don't know, but I do know, but I'm not sure.
Never seen this before.
And there's going to be a banner, an "I told you so" bleep you banner the moment Luka stubs his toe, rolls his ankle, calf strain, whatever it is. Second night of it back-to-back.
Yeah.
That's on the table. It's also on the table for Anthony Davis. I think it's most poetic for both of them to go down for the season tonight.
Wow. That would be a story for the ages. But I don't think it would be unexpected. I mean, the strained calf is what took KD out. So maybe Nico feels like the strained calf is going to be a torn Achilles for Luka anytime now. And if that happens,
they're not wishing for injury.
Oh,
by the way, you'd never do that.
No. I mean, I was never the biggest Luka fan. I always think that the team's more important than the individual player. But no, I mean the torn Achilles is just like the worst thing to possibly root to happen. The worst I would root for.
That kidney stone, I'd never worked on that anybody.
But a strained calf tonight, something that he could eventually overcome from, but maybe it would knock them out in the first round. I wouldn't mind that.
I'm expecting confetti, injury confetti, if Luka gets banged up tonight. Now it seems like the text is pretty on fire with wanting Luka to have just a historic night of epic proportions. 40 plus, 50 plus, 60 plus, 70 plus, triple doubles, making it rain, and then doing when he's in assassin mode, he's just going to be eyeballing Nico. I can't wait to see where Nico's sitting tonight.
Yes.
Is he just right there up front and personal? Is Dumont sitting courtside?
Yeah.
We know Dirk's going to be in the building.
For sure.
And Luka's out for blood.
Yeah.
Luka's wearing all black to the arena tonight. He's about to go scorched. I think and the thing about Luka was always the case.
Fueled on the road.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And
focus.
And the first quarters, he's usually the come out with the bang kind of dude. And he's had epic moments late in games, big shots. But remember, it was Kyrie in the fourth quarter that was doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, it's Luka for three, and then in the fourth, Luka plays defense because he doesn't shoot anymore.
That's what ticks me off about tonight is we're sitting in here. Why are we doing 6:30? Why are we doing 6:30 tip-offs?
We got a late game. ESPN have an
early game.
Yeah, does ESPN have another late game?
Yeah, they do the doubleheader stuff, but this should have been the headliner.
Who's the second game?
I couldn't even tell you, dude. I really don't even care. It's all about this particular game for me tonight. But when I woke up this morning to check the time, I'm like, why is this a 6:30? And I'm sure it'll tip off at more like 6:45 or whatever. But yeah, that's disappointing for me because I think if Luka is going to be otherworldly tonight, it's going to be hard and fast in those first 15 minutes of the game. His first quarters, it's where there was a 20-point quarter for Luka, and he's the king of going 20 points in the first quarter and finishing the game with 31.
I do expect a 20-point first quarter. I think he needs to just shoot 40, 50 times tonight. Try to do something historic.
Steph Curry kind of a game.
Yes, absolutely. Go for 75 points. Go for 80 points. I think in a lot of games, any great player could go target Wilt Chamberlain's 100 points. Guys, I'm taking all the shots tonight. It's my night, but it's not in the best interest of winning. right? Now, in this situation, the Lakers need a win after losing last night. They're still battling for the 3rd seed, but that would be amazing. What kind of Luka predictions do you have here at 877-881-1053?
You know, I think one of the more interesting things from the McMahon article today, too, was just the amount of big picture money that the organization has lost, or what they're expecting to lose.
Yeah.
He says
hundreds of millions.
Probably cost the franchise 9 figures over the next several years. The Mavs are projected to lose dozens of millions in revenue this season due to dwindling crowds, plummeting merchandise sales, and sponsors severing ties with the franchise in the wake of the trade. So many fans canceled season tickets in the days after the trade. They've attempted to generate some goodwill by offering limited refunds, but not only is the basketball side of this just so maddening, but this is affecting the pockets as well in a huge way. Like, you didn't want to pay the big money extension to them. Well, how much money are you going to lose now for punting on it?
And I love it.
What a play by me.
We need everybody to pull their advertising. We need everybody to stop going. Stop buying tickets. Stop buying merchandise. Force the Adelsons to sell. That's where this needs to progress tomorrow. After we've, gotten a little bit of closure, going and saying goodbye to Luka, watching him play in the Lakers, the next thing has to be, we need to make this unviable for them. Okay? Either take the team to Vegas so we can get an expansion team, or sell the team to somebody else, please. That's what I'm hoping for. I hope for a quick resolution on that, because Dumont is so bad and Nico is, screwed up so much. You don't really have a chance to compete other than next year, probably for the next 5 to 6 years with the draft picks that they've lost. An aging, injury-prone roster.
Are we expecting more pro-Luka MVP chants tonight as you sit from your couch and consume, or are you expecting to hear more fire Nico, bleep Nico, those type of chants? What are you expecting more of? Is the hate towards Nico more on fire tonight, or just the love for Luka?
I think it's going to be love for Luka. I think that's what the Mavs are banking on here with this rolling out of the red carpet that they're doing, because so many of those people there tonight left when Luka left. They want to come back tonight and rub it in the Mavs' faces by cheering for Luka. That's my read on what to expect.
This is my hope. Anthony Davis, when he was with the Lakers, he played the Pelicans and scored 41 points against his old team. That's what I'm hoping tonight. Anthony Davis. 41 against the Lakers tonight. That's what I
honor
want.
Dirk that way with an AD 41.
I'm cheering for Mavs. And I'm cheering for Anthony Davis to outscore Luka tonight and his team win.
I love that, dude. I love that, because nobody's talking about the idea that this is actually going to be the Anthony Davis night.
40 and 29.
He scored 41 points in a game when he played against the Pels.
I'm here, part 2.
Yeah,
that would be awesome too.
Let's
play some damn defense, though. We were told that we had to make these trades because you couldn't play any defense, and that's what I hope to see tonight as well. Is maybe some of these Mavs stepping up, accepting the challenge, and putting on a positive show for the Mavs.
I just want to see the Mavs.
Did read an article today on Paige Beckers, soon to be first overall pick of the Dallas Wings, and they're making the case in this story that while she didn't have the great career that Caitlin Clark did when it comes to the stats, that might be because she was surrounded by so many other great players at UConn. The freshman that was there, Azzi Fudd that was there. I mean, these two girls scored 24 points each in the national championship game. She only needed to put in 17.
Yeah.
But when they needed her, she'd go for like 35.
Yeah.
Her efficiency numbers from college line up with some of the greatest players to ever do it. The Maya Moores and all these... her shooting efficiency is there, and her defense is really good. 3.5 steals per 100 opponent plays, and blocked 3% of opponent 2-point attempts. So she goes up there with some of the great WNBA guards of all time on the defensive side as well. Okay, so I just say that to say we lost Luka, but we're getting Paige Beckers. Okay, woo! And I don't know. That at least is a small consolation.
that's Eric, I did see the video of our gal playing against the guys and knocking down their shots.
Wasn't that ridiculous?
That's crazy.
Cleaned them up.
It's
cartoonish.
It's like they would pass her the ball 3 dribbles and the ball was going up and in. Like it was crazy.
It was the most epic
it was like fake generated basketball.
You feel like it's doctored.
Yeah, I felt like I'm like, this video's doctored.
So impressive, dude.
He was knocking him down, man.
Guys have just been informed we got to take a break.
Oh.
Okay, got to clean up some spots here from having that afternoon Rangers game, so we'll step aside for just a few. We're coming back with LA Live, though. Lucious, where are you taking us today?
Yeah, I got a question for the Tolos about this Luka shirt. I got a question for you.
I love it.
Right.
LA Live is next here in the nation.
Buy skills?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, cell phone squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, y'all. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucious. Tip-off in 45 minutes or maybe an hour. You know how those ESPN game goes, but it's scheduled for 6:30. Got an update on Twitter. Nico is courtside. And Jason Kidd said some people are comparing it to the Babe Ruth trade, which is kind of cool. Does he realize we're the Red Sox in this equation? I don't know. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucious.
This is crazy. I can't believe this is even happening, bro. This is ridiculous.
Jeez.
Wow. All right, let's get into a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live right after Great Rick James.
But I like you, Squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a touch.
Hey, look at all this attention we're getting, though, you know?
Hey, dance for some of
It's got to count for something.
Yeah.
Everybody get high.
Well, tell us a little bit about what you're going to be doing on this tour.
What'd you say?
What are you going to be doing on this tour?
I'm going to be doing Papa's Got a Brand New Bag, Living in America, Sex Machine, get up off of that thing.
Yeah.
I feel good.
Jam.
Now, I understand that you have already... James, I have to ask you one serious question here. I understand you already have started divorce proceedings. Does that mean that you're now eligible?
Yes, I'm singing. I want to mingle.
You want to mingle?
Yeah.
Now, the women love you when you get out there. Why do you think that is?
What'd you say?
The women love you when you get out there.
Why is that, ladies?
Well, I'm asking you.
Huh? Because I look good.
That is? You
I
look
smell good. I feel good.
And you sing good.
And make love good.
Oh. Well, there we are. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got that from the source. There you are.
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
Dude, what's on?
A good anchor.
Bro, yeah, fantastic. James Brown was on one, bro.
Yeah, he was.
Looking like a Thundercat in that interview. his hair was standing straight up, brother.
People used to go on TV hammered a lot
Just
more.
Hammered.
Yeah.
Like Sly and the Family Stone. My man used to be hammered on television, just loose.
Yeah.
And the lady, okay, matter of fact, let me just give you some more context to this. This happened April 4th, 1988.
Okay.
April 4th, like, that was not too long ago. Of his anniversary of James Brown drunken CNN interview or hot, whatever the hell. Anyway, that interviewer, bro, she had an ill-placed question right after he did all of that. Yeah!
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I loved it. It was a mean next question. Listen to this, bro.
You
I
look
smell good. I feel good.
And you sing good.
And make love good.
Oh. Well, there we are. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got that from the source. There you are. Now, you're involved in publishing a gospel magazine. Tell us a little bit about that.
Second Coming. It's out of Augusta, Georgia. It's Ankle. Joseph P. Young is the editor, and James Brown is one of the advisors. And we're doing a fantastic job. The Second Coming. It features, on this week, I think we have the Pope and...
wow.
I believe the Williams brothers.
Absolutely, yep.
Sonia Live.
Great family.
Who could forget those brothers?
And make love. Yeah, what's some fools' names again? The Williams.
I believe the Williams brothers.
W brothers, you know.
Oh, yeah, I'm very familiar, James.
Yes, of course.
I'm very familiar, James. Yeah! LA Live for Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. Luka's back in town. I've seen him running around here looking like the Terminator. I seen it on Dallas, Texas TV with that big old Jeep boy. I seen you. It's a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Welcome, people. Welcome, Tolos. Welcome, first-time listeners. Welcome, last-time listeners. Whoa!
We're in trouble.
Shout out to everybody on the interstates right now. I-20, I-30, I-45, I-35, 635. You scare me. Shout out to 822 Fort Worth. What up? Highway 75, 121, 183. Yeah! Shout out to Miss Badu, too. All praises due. I, too, was born underwater with $3, 6 dimes. Peace to the gods and earths. Hey, did y'all see Erykah Badu at that awards show with the big old booty hips and everything going on?
She had the whole BBL suit.
The whole BBL suit. Trolling Butt Naked Wednesday. I put y'all on.
Yes, you did.
I put y'all on.
I was in the loop. Thanks to Lou. Appreciate it.
I put y'all on, baby. If you were Tolo, you knew what she was doing right there. Hold on.
What's hot is the butt implant. If you really want to rock somebody's world and make it in this business, you better get you an ass implant.
That's 2006. I put y'all on.
Oh, God, that is hilarious. Must be frustrating for those super talented artists, you know?
Gotta have some cheeks.
Yeah.
Gotta have some cheeks
Gotta
back
sell
there.
sex.
Yeah. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I couldn't find any inspiration for a question for the Tolos today because I usually ask it on a Wednesday, but damn, then the Mavs did me a favor. They dropped that Luka shirt. I said, that's not it. That's not it, fam. So I said, what should the Mavs shirt for Luka actually say? I asked this to the Tolos to follow me on Facebook, Twitter, everywhere else. What should the Mavs shirt for Luka actually say?
Give him hell, we'll be pulling for you.
Yeah, I'm mad at that one.
Shoot you, boy.
We effed you.
Sorry.
Yeah. There's something like that here. There's a variation of that in here.
Yeah.
One Tolo said the short should say, Michael Finley, this bud's for you.
That's good.
Yeah, it's good. Here's that one brought us. We effed up.
Yeah, we effed up.
I like that one. How about this one? Damn on there.
Yeah.
Florida Evans was she was the bad guy on Good Times too, by the way, if you know anything. She was the bad guy. She wanted that family down and out in the ghetto because she wanted to keep her family together. She was scared of growth. Where's JJ getting all this money? They had the black Jesus hanging up in the house, and the family just kept getting good luck. But that black Jesus was wearing it out. She said, no! Anyway, what should the Mavs shirt for Luka actually say? This one right here says, flop and wine.
Ooh.
I feel like that's
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a Nico defender.
Is that Dumont?
Found his burner.
Found it.
Nico, downtown.
This one right here, I like this one. Be traded.
Oh.
Be traded.
That's a good headline.
That's a good one. Shout out to Colby Sapp.
Colby, good job.
Sapp.
Traded.
That's smart.
Yeah, I like that one.
He's pretty sharp still for all those head wounds that he's taken over the years.
Hey, it's amazing.
Yeah, all the trauma.
Amazing. I was doing a leg day to this one. Oh my God.
You PR'd, didn't you?
I went crazy, bro. And I got here and I felt just like an old man in front of these young boys. Every time I sat down, it was. Every time I get up.
Hold up, give me a second.
Yeah, hold on, buddy. What should the Mavs shirt for Luka actually say? We lost a generational talent and all we got is this lousy t-shirt.
Yeah, there you go.
I like this one, but I don't know what it means. Viva Luka Cabrons. Cabron. Now I've heard cabron. That's like cousin, friend, buddy. It can mean other nefarious things like street guys or whatnot, but you know, it's one of those words that you can flip-flop. I'm very familiar with that. Terms of endearment, you know what I mean?
All right, cabron.
I'm seeing like Mother Bleeper.
Oh!
I'm seeing Bastard.
God dog it, crap! Got me again.
Also seeing Dumbass.
What should the Mavs shirt for Luka actually say? Being a hero isn't always popular. Nico. Wow, there's two Nico defenders right here. How about this one? Sorry, bro. Pop's tripping again. Want me to ask for my bike back? What should the Mavs shirt for Luka actually say? Fire Nico was the number one answer on the board, by the way, y'all. Fire Nico. We love you, 77. My auntie said that Luka should have a shirt that says, I'm back, bitches!
Yeah. What about we MFFF'd ourselves?
I like that one. I'm not mad at that one. What should the Mavs shirt for Luka actually say? I can't see the fan text. I haven't been able to see it all week. I don't know what's going on there.
Oh, dude, they switched up the
got me.
Like the email. You have the email login is now all that extra security stuff.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's kind of a pain.
I don't know what's going on out there. All right, last one before I get out of here. What should the Mavs shirt for Luka actually say? Trade Nico. Trade Nico. Is Shippy doing the DJing tonight?
Yes, I believe so.
He ain't got no balls on him. That boy ain't got no balls on him. Lucious will get fired tonight. Yeah. Lucious will get fired tonight. They put Nico on the screen, and I'm going to hit him with that, suck! You suck! You suck! You suck!
Bro, you would be a fan favorite forever, though. You'd have a GoFundMe that would pay the salary for the rest of life with Mavs
Spotlight
fans.
into the DJ booth.
Yeah.
Just
take my hat off like I just played a baseball game. That's it, y'all. I'm out of here.
I'll see you when they fire Nico.
Exactly. I'll be back. All right, speaking of being back, I'll be black tomorrow, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. That's my time on a Thirsty Thursday. Shout out to the ladies. Got some stories for you. Got some stories for you. You can run, but you can't hide. My name is Lucious Alexander, and I'll holla. Peace.
Thank you, sir. We got 1 hour to go. LA Live with Lucious every night, 5:40 here in the GBAG Nation. He usually does it for about 15, 20 minutes straight, but had some day baseball today, so we're going to clear out some inventory. Rangers score again. Did they get the win against Chicago, and who's the new injured guy? We got to talk about all these things, go around the bases coming up next in the GBAG Nation.
that Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour 5 of the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it is a Mavs game night, of course, with Luka in town. Tip-off coming up in about 45 minutes or so on ESPN. We're talking quite a bit of sports for the next hour. Fan After Dark's coming up at 7 o'clock there with at least Fred. I see Fred in there. I'm sure Blake's on his way if he's not sleeping currently.
I think Blake is going to be at the AAC, right?
Yeah, cool.
Carter's going to be doing the show with Fred.
Carter Freeman, congrats.
Yeah.
Right on.
Going to be 4 hours of college football tonight.
Let's go. Well, I'm sure it'll be amazing, and I can't wait to hear what Bobby Belt, who's down there already, has to say, and what Blake has to say, tomorrow in his return.
I'm just crossing my fingers that we can get one Carter Freeman G-Bag of the Day nominee out of these next 4 hours.
Yeah.
We got to get one.
Yeah.
Turn it loose, buddy. Okay, let's go around the bases, though. Proper round tripper. Rangers have scored 6 runs in back-to-back games. To what extent are you starting to relax? You know I'm a knee-jerk guy when it comes to baseball, especially in light of last year. I decided this year I'm not going to pretend like everything's going to be okay. When there's signs for concern, I'm going to talk about it. I'm not going to run from it. I'll leave that up to the Rangers. If you want to pretend like negative results over a sustained period of time are a nothing burger, go ahead. Okay, but I'm not doing that. Anyway, they've scored 6 runs back-to-back games in frigid temperatures, beat the Cubbies soundly this afternoon, avoided the rain as well in the 6-2 triumph. Malley was awesome. Seager hit 2 solo shots, one, the second at bat of the game off Imanaga, that could have been 3 consecutive home runs to open up the game, because Josh Young hit one to the track, Marcus Semien hit one to the track. Like, they came out dialed and ready to rock and ultimately break it loose in the middle innings as Heim went yard. Our guy Jonah on the show Monday has been crushing it this week. So congrats to the guys for figuring out a way to get one in Chicago. Cubs a very good team. There's no shame in losing 2 of 3 in Chicago in those conditions. But I think maybe the best thing today was Seager's 2 home runs, but shortly after that it's Malley's performance, because now DeGrom, Eovaldi, Malley has come back from the Tommy John and appears to be everything that he was pre-injury.
Yeah, and let's not forget our young Vanderbilt guy. He gets back from the blister.
Yeah.
Jack attack.
Leiter. And he was throwing some bullpen sessions and stuff like that. So hopefully he'll be back sooner than later. But yeah, that's it's nice to see the Rangers score some runs. Unfortunate though that the inning last night, we didn't get a chance to talk about it today very much, but that they've been playing some really good defense, and then they had the 2 errors, and really in that one inning that kind of threw the game.
That was brutal.
It was brutal. You're kind of sitting there, and Martin's throwing the
Tavares had another one today, by the way.
I
Brian.
know, and that's where I'm kind of like, I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, man, you're playing well in defense, but that it just shows you what sometimes the margin of error for these teams, when what happens. When a guy when they don't make plays, and then all of a sudden, you mentioned Tavares, you mentioned what happened, with Young at third, they could have had a double play ball there, could have been out of the inning, but instead the Cubs, so Rangers just can't have those types of things happen. They're going to have errors, yes, in baseball, but man, some of the times that they've had them, it's just been very unfortunate, and that was last night. That was the case.
I'm so anxious to move on from Tavares. I tweeted about it today when he was 0 for 2 and had the error. He followed it up with 2 hits. I mean, the guy has made some great plays over the years. Maybe I should show more appreciation and respect for Tavares. But, with Carter out and Carter struggling to hit left-handed pitching still, they depend on him. And they're going to have to depend on him more with Langford being out. Mm-hmm. On pace to be a 40-bomb guy, picked up right where he left off last September, 10-day IL. Didn't Sands say earlier they think it's not going to be too bad?
Well, for Wyatt? Yeah. I mean, those obliques can get a little weird on you.
Yeah,
didn't he have one in spring training too? That him and Adolis Garcia both had a little something with the oblique stuff that kept him out for a little bit. So you can see, obviously, Adolis has come back. He's been fine. Langford's been great up until that moment, but you could see it last night when he was swinging that bat so gosh dang hard. You could tell something on one of those didn't quite feel right for him. But you've seen it go to where there's Nathaniel Lowe, and it's like 6 weeks with an oblique issue.
Yeah.
So you just hope that this isn't the initial 10-day, and then all of a sudden we're extending this thing.
I always worry about Rangers and injuries.
Yeah, because you're never getting the whole truth up front.
I always feel like everything's going to be okay, and then the next thing you know, the guy's on the 60-day. And you're like, wait, what just happened?
Right.
Wait a minute, you told me that everything's going to be all right, something we don't need to worry about, and here we are.
Do you think he's wound too tight when you look at his body? I know you pay attention to the male physique.
I do, yes, and I'm curious because you've seen.
Who did I say that about? Did I say that about him? Didn't I say that wound too tight? I tell you that one time.
You've said that about players before, but I don't know if it was specifically about Wyatt. But he definitely has. I mean, he got more muscled, jacked up this off season. Even more so than last year.
Yeah.
He looks incredible, but you do wonder if at some point you've almost overdone it with the muscle that's packed up in there.
I know they're always doing those twisting stretches for like 30 minutes before games, so I feel like they're getting enough flexibility in there. But sometimes you get too strong for your own good in a lot of sports, But if you could pack on muscle like that and you just had that, I could see where it would be very addicting to try to make it even greater.
Yeah, for sure. Especially because it's like his speed is still so lethal. It's not like he sacrificed any of that. When you watch him turn the bases, it's like, oh my gosh, this dude is absolutely flying. So you don't want to take that away from him. But I do wonder where's the balance in being too muscular.
Yeah. Okay, I got a couple of more Rangers notes in here for you. And then do you have some other baseball stuff or you want to pick up and talk Luka? Okay.
Yeah, I'm rocking.
Congrats to the Rangers fans getting a chance to watch them on TV more. Their ratings were 51% higher for opening day on the Rangers sports network. And they're up 44% over their season average. And I guess they're coming to a couple of more cable networks, Vive Broadband and GS Broadband, out there in Greenville, Texas. So this is awesome. It was really disappointing to see what had happened with our local sports, cable TV packages, but we're back to a good place.
Yeah, but we also encourage you to listen to them on the radio.
Absolutely.
Too. Yeah. We encourage you, especially day games. We love those day games when you can listen to those day games.
The X-rays were okay on Evan Carter, so he was hit by a pitch during yesterday's show. He has avoided serious injury. Right. And then the sad note, Nelly Cruz's sister among those killed in the roof collapse at the concert in the Dominican Republic, along with Octavio Dotel and Tony Blanco. And now Hall of Fame pitcher Pedro Martinez is saying on social media several of his family members were inside the nightclub. Was this like a highfalutin inner circle baseball Dominican Republic people having like a party concert type of deal? It seems like there were a lot of important or successful people there.
From what I understand, it's definitely one of the most popular places to find yourself if you're trying to go out there from that standpoint and have a fun night like that. So it's no surprise, I think, just the level of this particular club and the value that it brings. I think that
and the concert, right? It was a big concert too.
Yeah, it was a huge event there, and
that artist lost their life.
A lot of big events there at that place.
Is it one of those situations where people were on the roof and then the roof collapsed?
Yeah, no,
I don't know, but I don't believe so. I don't believe it was a people on the roof thing.
Okay, I'm always terrified by these things. We've had a couple of different things. Didn't we have a sorority house the other day? I mean,
at the University of Pitt.
Yeah, collapsed on some kids
for St. Patty's.
Yeah, and you just wonder about, like, they put too many people maybe on a roof or don't really monitor that, and this all caves in. So unfortunate, really.
Yeah, I guess there's like dozens of people that are still missing because it's so much rubble. It must have been a pretty hefty roof.
Yeah, the death count kept climbing. They were like throwing one number out, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's actually been a lot more than that. I mean, just a heartbreaking, devastating situation.
I'll see if I can, get an answer on what the cause was for that structure collapse, Brian. But are you saying you heard that?
What's that?
That people were on the roof and it was beyond capacity?
I'm terrified of some of these buildings when you have these parties and then they allow just so many people and the structure's not built to handle that, or it's an older structure and then all of a sudden it just collapses.
From the videos, it didn't look like there was anybody up there.
Okay,
but who knows, bro?
I mean, the concert was going on. I'd be inside probably.
Yeah. Sad stuff, though. Scary as hell, bro.
Very scary. Okay. Here 1 minute or 1 second, gone the next type of sad stories. Here's Chief with some more around the bases.
Yeah, we'll start with the good news. One individual has some great news today. Another individual, perhaps not the best. We'll start with the good, and it comes courtesy of Ken Rosenthal. Vladdy Jr.
$500 million man.
Yes, and he will be receiving a historic $325 million signing bonus as part of that $500 million extension from the Blue Jays. So and he's a Florida resident, so Vlad Jr. will avoid paying state tax on this bonus, according to Spotrac. So $325 million is now also guaranteed against any future work stoppages as well. Because remember, the MLB, the CBA agreement expires in 19 months. So baseball could be heading for another strike situation, but he's guaranteed against any future work stoppages. So congratulations to Vladdy Jr. and his agent for putting together quite the contract there for the stud beast.
Insured against work stoppages? That's amazing.
Yes, dude.
You guys aren't playing, but you're going to have to kick down this $40 million this year.
And I didn't realize, Spotrac alleges that because he's a Florida resident, he won't have to pay the state taxes on it. I guess I don't know how all that works. I thought that depending on where you played and where the work was being done is how that all went. But maybe since it's a signing bonus, it's different because you're not talking about the necessarily like game checks per se.
Okay.
So, but that's just a beautiful situation for him right there.
I mean, you're living in a time where, as a great athlete, you can legitimately sign one contract for $500 million. It's just incredible.
Yeah,
the kind of wealth that's being created for him.
For sure. And now you're seeing in a lot of sports, like the contracts are ballooning in a way that some of these owners, I don't know if they're going to be capable with the cash flow to pull off some of this stuff.
Yeah,
the deferred stuff we saw from the Dodgers, right?
Right.
Someone's going to have to worry about that down the line. But
it's getting tough to hold together a championship team because of luxury tax concerns.
Yeah, like in the NBA in particular.
Yeah.
You have to be willing to lose money, and a lot of teams lose money. Like I heard Mark Cuban lost money 23 of the 25 years he owned the Mavs, right? So this was kind of a love thing. And obviously you're earning as the value of your franchise goes up, but in order to contend now, like the Golden State Warriors have to pay all this luxury tax. You want to keep your championship team together, Denver? It's going to be so much money that you are now operating at a loss. And I think they want that for competitive balance. But I don't know, man. I think the dynasties are what drive like growth of the sport, because it makes one team so popular that kids around the country, if they don't have a local team to pull for, they're going to pull for Michael Jordan. They're going to pull for Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, and every other team hates them with a passion. Right?
That's good.
And that hate is good for the fan interest.
Speaking of making money, a tip of the cap to Chief for our guy Overshone. Agent Zero now, right?
Back.
You called that? You nailed it?
Yeah, we did it. We ended up nailing
Cowboys
that.
making jerseys now? rollout.
Yeah.
In a depressed economy.
Looks like he took the first one off the press.
Yeah.
I do want to know the backstory on how he was trying to set it up for a last week announcement, and then it clearly got pushed to this week. And
maybe
was like,
somebody asked
there's
him
no way that was an intentional overshown ball sacking.
I think that was his first attempt at a rollout. Maybe he decided he's not going to be a rollout guy.
Maybe the Cowboys kind of came to him and said, "Listen, let's do this with some production and some value and things like that."
Oh, I could see that.
And then so here they have these, the producing jerseys and stuff. But Jerry Jones family continued to make money even in the off season.
There is a new hated ump going on in MLB right now because obviously Angel Hernandez left a giant void in terms of umpire hatred throughout all of Major League Baseball. And apparently Bruce Dreckman is the gentleman's name that everybody is hating on right now from an umpiring standpoint. So much so that there's...
Dude, Dreckman's out there, bro.
Oh, damn it,
I seen Dreckman warming up, bro.
Well, it's really unfair what they're doing to Bruce Dreckman because now... To be fair, he's missed apparently 37 calls in the 3 games behind the plate this season.
Holy cow.
37 missed calls in 3 games behind the plate. So the dude is struggling in a big way. But the ball sacks that were flying around in his name today were pretty unfair.
Okay.
Because it was the breaking news. It reads like when you see it the first time, you're going, oh my gosh, is this true? This would be all over ESPN right now if it were true.
I got one. MLB umpire Bruce Dreckman spotted taking swigs from a bottle of whiskey outside MGM Grand Detroit at 10 a.m. this morning. Prior to the Tigers and Yankees game, sources tell NBC Sports. We sat there and watched so many games in spring training, and on the challenges, I would say the umps were 8 out of 10, right?
The umps were pretty impressive.
I saw nothing to resemble an umpire that would go out there and basically blow a call per inning is what this dude's doing.
Exactly. Yeah. So this dude is struggling, but there is nothing nefarious about it. It seems like he truly is just that incompetent. So salute to him. There's no foul play involved. The guy's just poor at his job. But the ball sacks, there was a lot of them floating around similar to that one where this dude was like seen boozing before the game or whatever, which is patently false. But not a great day to be Bruce Dreckman. Now, it is a great day for MLB eaters across the sport. How about here locally? Hurtado Barbecue, cranking out a Jake Burger.
There we go.
To throw on the menu. This is a double patty burger. It's got a mesquite smoked jalapeno ranch kind of thing on there. It looks delightful. And yeah, Brandon Hurtado announced the video. I think they're calling it the Burgertron.
Yeah.
And yes,
that's his Twitter handle, I think.
Yes. And so Brandon in the video announcement did say that they're working to get this as a menu item at Globe Life Field.
So maybe when we get out there, not this Friday, but next for the Dodgers game, we can have one?
Next Friday. Hopefully. I don't know how tough it is to turn these things around and actually get it at the ballpark, but I would expect at some point this season, probably in the relatively near future, the Burgertron will be available for everyone.
Help me out with the calendar here. Would that Friday be a particular Good Friday, which for some people is the end of Lent?
End of Lent. You can have your burger.
Mm-hmm.
So is it that day that you can do it? It's not like you have to wait through.
No.
Okay.
Some people do Easter. Some people do Good Friday. I'm a Good Friday guy myself.
Yeah, you are. Play through the Good Friday whistle.
I'm a good one. Allows me ever to eat quicker. Yeah.
I love it, dude. Yeah. And by the way, shout out to the Braves who have a nice little receptacle in terms of consuming your booze. They have a full-on Atlanta Braves cleat that is in a mug. So it's like a mug cleat that you get to take home after consuming your coldies at a Braves game.
Yes, please, Rangers. Rangers?
Yeah, come on. That's a valuable item right there.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I got to get on here on Twitter and check that bad boy out. Sounds like a legendary Stein.
That just sounds like you just that's just spilling stuff all over your place. The more you drink the clean, it just
there might be some balance issues in there.
It's just not working.
I'll DM it to you, but it looks pretty awesome. Shout out to Darren Ravel.
We got good balance on this thing?
Looks like it's got pretty good balance.
Okay.
All right. It is the GBAG Nation here on 105 through the Fan. That is a proper round tripper here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. The Mavs and Lakers are tipping off here in about 20, 30 minutes. It's hard to tell with the ESPN national games, but I know it's not starting at 6:30. That's all I know.
Yeah, no, I saw the countdown, 25 minutes.
Okay.
So roughly 6:45, I would say, is about when this thing will get tipped off.
We want you to join us next Thursday here in our fan showroom right downstairs, 4131 North Central Expressway. And it's our staple draft event, Draft 101, with Broadus and Wolchuk and the DallasCowboys.com crew. And they'll have burgers from Whataburger, lots of giveaways. It's going to be an awesome evening of football scouting with Broadus. You're going to learn a lot. That's the next Thursday, and it's free of charge here. Okay, when we come back, time for a sports hodgepodge. Chief, what do you have in store for us?
Well, let's prep our bodies for the Luka return. We'll take a look at Prize Picks. What are the over-unders for Luka tonight? What are we going to be taking there? And we have boots on the ground, Bobby Belt, with a couple of interesting nuggets from the AAC. That's next right here on The Fan.
Welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on The Fan. It is time for a sports hodgepodge with the Chief as we're about 20 minutes from tip-off at the AAC Lakers Mavs. A lot of history going down in DFW sport here. Of course, the Stars collapsed last night. Unforgettable. That might have been the most unbelievable thing we've seen in DFW sport the last 2 months. That says a lot.
Been around sports a long time. Never seen a team fold like that in the last minute of a game.
Yeah.
Of any. I mean, I've seen some bad collapses in basketball and stuff.
Sure.
We've seen, with Reggie
Duke.
Miller. I mean, we've seen, the Knicks. We've seen like some collapses, but in hockey, never.
Shouldn't be able to happen. I'm not sure
like
how
that,
it did.
no.
I guess the good news is wouldn't have happened if Otter was in there, and Otter will be in for the playoff games. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's the Chief with the hodgepodge.
Okay, I guess we're now under 20 minutes to tip off at the AAC, the return of Luka Doncic. Bobby Belt is out there right now in the plaza. I believe he will be bringing some Mavs fans sound to tomorrow's program starting at 6 a.m. with RJ Choppy. Sean Sharif back next week, but he says he's got some videos on his Twitter account. One, the Fire Nico chants out in the plaza at the AAC are loud and proud and consistent. So that's the first thing. Probably something to expect. Also in the video he showed plenty of Lakers gold floating around there. Then the other thing, a fan ordered hundreds of clown noses and is handing them out for free to fans outside the arena. So you could expect to see a lot of red clown noses.
I want to see you juggle, clown.
Yeah, so that's going to be a part of the festivities tonight. Luka arriving to the AAC a couple of hours ago wearing all black. It will be a Mavericks funeral tonight.
And then he came out in all black sweats.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I saw that too.
He went double all black.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if don't the Lakers have an all black alternate uniform? I wonder if I don't know if you can just decide on a whim that you want to do that, but
that'd be the move.
That would be a nice touch.
I'd pay the fine for it.
I wonder what type of conversations LeBron is having. It's a totally different type of feel when LeBron went back to Cleveland for the first time because all the hate was towards LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder what the pregame conversations are like between LeBron and Luka tonight. The Lakers at BetMGM -4.5 as a favorite tonight. And that's the most bet team to cover tonight at BetMGM.
Yeah, I don't imagine there's any way. Although Anthony Davis could go do something special, but I think this is that eye of the tiger Luka that we saw in OKC in Minnesota. He is going to come in here and put on an absolute show, and I do fully expect a Lakers blowout.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be a pretty close game relatively, but I do expect Luka to come out on a different planet. And that first quarter, I would imagine double digits minimum in the first quarter for Luka.
The Lakers do have a black Mamba uniform.
Yeah, they do have one. I wonder if they rep it tonight.
The last time they wore it was 2020.
Oh, geez.
And that was in a Game 2 victory over the Nuggets in the Western Conference Finals.
Wow, okay. They repped it in the playoffs.
Andy Davis hit the game-winning three-pointer while donning the black Mamba attire.
Might be a good night to dust that off a little bit.
Yeah. I think Luka does have the eye of the tiger like Balboa, but the lifestyle of his uncle Paulie. Remember that? You didn't watch Did you watch Rocky?
Oh, absolutely. He's got a flask in his sweatpants.
Just got the update last hour. Nico is sitting courtside.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does he make it the whole game? Maybe.
Sure he does.
Maybe if it's a blowout,
he's gonna have a clown nose on. He's gonna have the Thanks Luka T-shirt with a clown nose on.
That's a great visual.
I think the most unbelievable thing we've seen so far in the lead up to this is Jason Kidd at the press conference saying somebody compared it to Babe Ruth trade, which is kind of cool. Maybe he's not a baseball guy.
Yeah.
Does he not know?
That's weird.
It's one of the.
It's kind of like Babe Ruth trade. Yeah,
Like I thought that was a ball sack.
Nobody
quote.
died.
Nobody died.
There's no way that could be a real quote.
Ate a lot of hot
What are you
dogs,
talking
drank a lot
about?
of beer.
I mean,
lived a long time.
The tone deafness really knows no bounds with these guys, and now Jason Kidd getting in on the mix here is just, I mean, it's truly embarrassing at every turn. And just to add to the poetic nature of all this dark comedy, 6 years ago today, Dirk Nowitzki played his final game in Dallas, and the Mavs had that 2-hour thank you Dirk ceremony post game. And now today, Luka returns for the first time wearing a Lakers jersey.
Yep, that is poetic.
And Dirk will be there, obviously, in attendance tonight. He's attended 2 NBA games live in person over the last few months. It was Luka's debut versus the Mavs, and then of course it'll be tonight as well. So I wonder, that'd be kind of funny if he was wearing a Laker 77 tonight.
I don't think he's want to do that.
I don't think he wants to do that either, but he is rooting for Luka to go ham nasty.
We need him to head up an ownership group that could buy the Mavs back. I think that's honestly the best chance, other than just waiting a decade for this whole thing to cleanse the palate.
Yeah, it's going to take at least that long. Okay, I'm looking at Prize Picks right now. Tolos, you have an opportunity to capitalize on Luka's return at the AAC tonight, and I would like for you boys to guess what you believe the points over-under for Luka on Prize Picks. You have just over 9 minutes to go ahead and punch your ticket on Prize Picks for Luka before tip-off.
I would say the over-under sitting at 26.5 right now. Chief.
I was going to go over. Yeah, I was going to say 28 is what I was going to say.
You guys should feel pretty good. Well, 30.5.
Okay.
30.5. Yeah, and I expect him to score 40+, maybe by halftime.
Yeah, I would be going more there on the Luka points with Prize Picks. 30.5. You go under?
Yeah, I think he's going to. There's going to be a lot of energy
expended in that first quarter,
and he's going to kind of get wore down. And by that, maybe the Lakers are blowing him out, and he doesn't need to play. They sit him down.
There is a dimension to Luka's personality where he will defer, though. When Kyrie got here and the whole who's taking the last shot thing, when he got to Los Angeles, he didn't want to impose his game on LeBron. And I just wonder where he is mentally coming into this game. Does he want to make it about him? Does he want to show up the Mavs? I would think so, yes. But there's also a part of him that in some social situations he can kind of, not be the star, have the spotlight on him.
Well, it's funny. I was talking with Bon Temps, is that the guy? And him and Windhorst at Tim's book signing thing, or the book drop. And it's funny, but both those guys were saying that once Luka came to the Lakers, LeBron was happy because he didn't have to do any of the media stuff anymore. It's like, listen, hey, you're now the face of the franchise. You get to go talk after games. You get to do all the media. Yeah. I'm out of here.
That's why he ran off that court the first night.
He absolutely.
Gotta go.
That's what those Windhorst was saying. Yeah, LeBron told Luka, okay, you're face of the franchise now. You go get it.
And he didn't talk to the Mavs media that often.
No.
He must hate that.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. He can't stand it.
Yeah.
He can't stand it. That's not one of his favorite things either. But you also have an opportunity, 7 minutes right now, 7 minutes remain for your opportunity to capitalize on Luka on Prize Picks. What do you think the assist line is set at for Luka tonight? Speaking of the facilitator.
8.5.
10.
Sitting at 8. Both of you guys are hitting the more on that, it sounds like.
Okay.
Yeah, he's averaging with the Lakers just under 8 assists per game. So, yeah, I don't know. I do think that you're right. There are times where he leans more into the facilitating version of himself. But I would have to imagine that this is one of those where Redick, Reeves, LeBron pulling him aside hey, this is your show tonight. You're the star.
Yeah.
And you go get yours.
Yeah, and this is probably the situation on the road that brings out the dog in him, but I can't rule out that some sort of I'm going to be the nice guy to the fans that love me doesn't come out in Luka. I can't quite bear the idea of putting my dagger in them like they did to me. And I'm sure he wants to crush Nico, and I'm sure he wants to crush Jason Kidd. But when he shows up at these press conferences, like when he was traded, and he's all quiet and hi, I'm nice Slovenian kid Luka. That's not you. That is not you, bro. Okay, you are power drinking, MFing, son of a gun, trying to fight everybody, calling everybody a P word. Mm-hmm. You're an F and P. You're an F and P. That's Luka, right? And then he gets into a new environment and suddenly he's deferring to everybody. So I wonder how that plays tonight.
Yeah. I can't wait for this. I hate that it's tipping off in like 10 minutes because I want to be parked right now. I'll be
watching it on the TV, on my ride wherever I'm going. I'm going to try to get that posted up on the dash somewhere.
Yeah, I got to get the mobile thing going.
Is that where y'all pull the TV in? You open up on your phone and put it right there in the dash while you drive?
Yeah, or I got a nice spot for it in my steering wheel where I can kind of hold the wheel and the phone at the same time and stay in the slow lane.
I hate y'all, bro. I hate y'all.
Sorry. Oh, just in traffic watching the Luka game,
Yeah.
Be home soon, honey.
I'll keep it to speed limit.
Yeah, my dash doesn't have the setup really, where it's just easy.
You almost need one of those Uber driver drop downs.
Yeah,
where you can have that thing
flip that thing horizontal
off the windshield.
Did you guys see John Morant's new celebration?
That's what Luka's going to drop on Nico tonight.
Nico threw the grenade at him. Yes, I love this.
What a great pivot, dude. He's like, okay, I can't do the finger gun thing anymore. Let me go ahead and act like I'm launching a grenade into the stands.
It's just rebellious and trolly enough for me to love it because he hasn't actually hurt anybody.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
He's fine. He's funny too.
Dude, you know who's not fine? Somebody's got to pull Zion aside and just tell him, like, dude, you gotta clean it up with, have a little bit more wisdom about you with the women that you choose.
You might have cataracts or something, bro. You need to get your eyes checked.
Yeah,
he's got permanent beer goggles on at all times. Like, this is a scraggly group of women. If you put them all together, look like Bone Thugs and Harmony, bro.
Yeah. This is a mugshot of this lady that I'm looking at here that is an alleged Zion Williamson stalker. Akeem Love is her name. Reportedly assaulted a romantic rival of Zion's inside his home. Hit her with keys, tore off the nails, threatened her, quote, count your days, it's going to be your head next when I drop this baby. I don't even know what she's talking about.
When I drop this baby. It means when I get this baby out of me, I'm going to kick your ass again.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. She also allegedly egged Zion's house for what it's worth. She faces 3 counts.
She got the neighborhood kids together.
That's expensive too, by the way.
Yeah, that was not a cheap run.
She might have a really good arm then. Do you think he's got a pretty big home that he can? How did she get past
From
the
the
gate?
street.
Girl's got a hose, man. She really
does.
There's some great AI Zions right now with him explaining himself.
Are there really? Crap, I wish I would have seen that. I would have played that.
I just love crazy B words. What can I say?
Yeah, he's definitely got a type, but she faces 3 counts of home invasion, aggravated burglary, and stalking.
That's love.
Somebody said something funny. They said Nico thinks
love.
Nico thinks Luka is Zion. That put the picture in the frame for me.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, at least Luka knows how to pick a stand-up woman to be the wife and mother of his child. Zion all over the place with the love life stuff. Okay, we're looking right now. It looks like the tribute's going on right now on ESPN, the AAC. We're seeing the Luka pregame video tribute. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on, pull it up.
Enjoy my games and enjoy how I play, and I hope to see you soon.
They're in the corner, Luka!
2019 Rookie of the Year is
Luka Doncic.
2 seconds. Doncic for the win.
I traded him.
Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
I traded him. You're playing this.
Luka Doncic with a little spice. How did he get that through all those defenders and hands and arms? Win is a win.
Showing all his trick shots.
Hey, my baby. How'd you like your coffee? Is it a little Kareem?
Doncic pulls up 3-pointer. Bang! Bang! It's good.
He's crying. His lip is shivering.
Yeah, he's got the watered up eyes.
Yeah, he's got shiver lip.
Unless he was smoking on the patio before he got out here.
I wonder what this is going to do to his game, dude.
They're trying to wreck him. Maybe this is going to work.
Great job, Nico.
Yeah.
Now full tears are flowing.
Look what you did, bro.
No Sean Marino
Look
style.
what you did to our city. Oh, he's crying.
Yeah, he really is,
I
bro.
hate y'all. I hate you, Nico.
He's having to bite his quivering lip right now.
He got to be at his house today for a while, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He's feeling the love from the fans, man. He's hiding his face in a towel.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now he's getting up.
In his 7th season from Slovenia, number 77, Luka Doncic.
Can't tell how loud the cheer is. LeBron's got his game face on 1,000.
Yeah, it might be LeBron in assassin mode tonight, ladies and gentlemen, but there he was, Luka, watching on, very, very emotional, quivering lip and watery eyes there, soaking it all in at the AAC. That was cool. Thank you for pulling that up, Lucious. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was amazing. All righty. It is the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A historic night of hoop. The Fan After Dark is coming up next tonight, featuring Carter Freeman in for Blake Elliott, who is at the AAC taking in the history. Carter and Fred join us next in the Nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Luka Mavs reaction. We've got the payload at 6:40. We had the neighborhood watch during the expressway, and we play How Young is Peyton?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucious. It's Mavs Lakers tonight. Fan After Dark will be talking about that and more. Luka just made his first bucket as a Laker against the Mavs. It's 4-2 Los Angeles first quarter. It is his first possession, his first usage. He drove and decided to throw behind the back pass to Najee Marshall. So his first play was a turnover against the Mavs, but now he's got a bucket. Cried in the pregame. That wasn't fake tears.
No,
that was significant.
For real. It wasn't fake about that.
As Fred and Carter Freeman join us now here in the GBAG Nation, getting ready for this Fan After Dark 7 to 11. How we doing, boys?
Man, fantastic. Wasn't on last night. Got the Rangers back in the mix. Good to see the Rangers get a dub today. And, of course, Blake is at the AAC. He said that the intros were obviously very pro-Luka. Mavs did not get a lot of love in their intros. And then, of course, mentioned that, yes, there was crying. And then where I was kind of disappointed with Blake, though, was he was walking in the bowels of AAC next to Nico.
Wow.
And I said, did you say anything?
Did you sweep the leg?
Anything, like maybe try to get him on the show. Didn't say anything. Didn't say anything to him. So,
well, it would have been worth a shot. I'm sure Nico's looking for any friendly face in the building right now. Does he like me? Man, let's sit down.
Worst he can say is no. All right, hey, let's talk about it. We'll give you a platform to discuss it.
So how's the discussion changed tonight with young Carter Freeman on board instead of Blake? What do you think? How are you going to handle this, Fred?
Oof, I mean, look, we actually I want to say Carter made his co-hosting debut with me.
I did.
6 months ago?
Couple months ago, we had about an hour-and-a-half show ahead of a Rangers late season game. It was Jacob deGrom's first game back from Tommy John, actually.
Exactly.
Was that show. So we've done an hour-and-a-half, but yeah, 4 hours will be. This is my maiden voyage doing 4 hours. But we were talking during the break, Fred is the more Fred will bring the chaos. I'll be a lot more the calm. I think it'll be a different element than how he and Blake interact, because that's two chaotic minds.
A lot of chaos right there.
So I'll try and rein it in just a tad.
Okay. All right. Looking forward to it. What do you guys have planned for the show? A lot of college football talk with Carter. You can take advantage of this.
About 3.5 hours
encyclopedia.
Of that, and just, why not more spring games?
Yeah.
We'll probably do a whole hour in that. Look, we're going to get into obviously, we'll talk a little bit of Rangers. Obviously, a big win today. Glad to see that, 9-4. And then, of course, obviously, we'll get to this Mavericks game. We're going to have Blake. He's going to be getting in touch with us, calling us from the AAC at halftime. We'll get into a little bit of what Adam Schefter had to say, which really wasn't much. I don't know that we gleaned a whole lot from him today, but we'll kind of go into that a little bit. And then, of course,
Adam Schefter, I like he believes the tush-push ban is coming. He does not believe the Eagles are going to be tush-pushing in 25.
That. Makes sense, though, right? Because I heard that's the whole reason why they tabled the vote, was because they wanted to get everybody on board with it. But
okay.
That's what
they didn't have enough.
They didn't have enough votes, and so I guess there was still a segment of folks that are like, and I'll tell you what, I don't know if you guys have heard what Sean McVay said. I thought he's had the best explanation for the tush push, where he said, "Look, I don't like taking a play that works, but at the same time, it doesn't look like football. Like it's a rugby. I think if you took the push part away,
yeah.
Because I guess my question to you guys would be, and Broadus, you help me if I'm wrong about this. When did we make it okay to push people? Like I thought that was the whole thing.
Yeah, it's changed a lot. We talk about what happened in that USC Notre Dame game. The Bush push, and then so to me, I always thought it was a safety factor that they didn't want guys pushing piles.
That's why you can't push linebackers.
Yeah. But
you can't pull either.
You'll see a running back, break through 4 or 5 yards, and there'll be a scrum, and then all of a sudden a lineman will come and hit the dude, and 4 or 5 yards goes forward. So I would like to see that taken out, but no, we'll see. But we got that going on. It is a haiku hump day Wednesday, so we got Luka as one of the topics, and then of course tariffs being the other one. Yes.
Wow, another big development on that today. That was an exciting. Unforeseen event for some.
So I got 90 days to figure out my haiku, right? Because we got a lot of these.
You got about 90 minutes.
I think the S&P made its greatest recovery ever. Like
that, and
up 10% or something. It was glorious.
Are you watching what stocks are moving and grooving? Because there's no way that they're not. My allegations, looking at some stocks, some companies.
Yeah.
Saying, man, those tariffs are really hit right here, 30%. We might do that one day. And then everybody panics. You buy those things up. And they say, you know what? Looks pretty good now. It shoots back up.
They're playing with the leverage.
They're doing it, dog.
3 hours before the announcement, he said on that other social media spot, it's a good time to buy.
Come on.
Did say that.
I'm trying to pay attention. I ain't going to be a hater, man. I'm trying to pay attention. The streets got to eat.
Bro's literally telling you when to buy and sell right now.
I see it.
When to buy the dip.
He said that bond market sure does look good, boys.
He sure did.
Rangers 9-4. They won today. They've scored 6 in back-to-back games,
which is nice.
How buoyed are you by that? I think it's at least taken me off the panic button. It's taken me off the knee-jerk for now.
The only thing I'm a little nervous about, and I know actually, and I heard you guys. I think it was you guys. Maybe it might have been the morning show because I have been, like I was telling Chief, I've actually been getting up early today, the last few days because I've been up. Well, maybe that too. But no. Look, between Marcus Simeon's my biggest concern right now.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, that would be, look, Seager hitting 2 bombs
Jock
today.
Peterson.
Obviously. Jock Pete, I'm not mad at you on that one either.
But he's younger. He's like 3 years younger.
Yeah, but he didn't hit him.
I was going to say, hell, the one thing you brought him in here was to hit, and he ain't doing that. You're starting to see it a little bit. Let's see what happens over the next few nights in Seattle. Tell you what, though, pitching-wise, feeling real good about that.
It's amazing, and with what happened today with Malley, I feel like, wow, you get this team in a postseason series, and they can throw a lot of great starting pitching at you. Toppin going back to Tech, how big is that a deal in the Big 12 basketball scene?
Almost as big as Flory Badunga coming back to KU. So, we got, and oh, by the way,
is he the guy who got in the transfer portal and changed his mind?
Jumped in the transfer portal a week later, said,
how do you feel about
I'm coming back to KU.
He's heating up.
It's college basketball, man.
Luka's got 7 of the Lakers' 14, so he cried, he shook it off. I mean, the game had actually started, and he still had the sniffles.
Yeah, he did.
But he's hooping now. And
I just think he played at a 3.
Oh, you got a little
First
prize
quarter.
pick action?
Yeah, a little something.
I think Clay did hit a three. He did.
Oh, he did?
He did.
Okay, so I need Luka to go triple-double.
Well, now we're playing some offense. It's like an all-star game going on right now.
Hey, let's do it.
Thanks to Lucious Alexander in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh just went about 2.5 flawless there after the Rangers game. They won. Thanks to Eric Chiafalo. We'll chuck back tomorrow. For Brian Broaddus, I'm Gavin Dawson. Fan After Dark is next. You're going home with the Nation, Eddie.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in, DFW. Glad to have you on board on a Haiku Hump Day Wednesday. And, of course, more importantly, the return of everybody's favorite Slovenian, the one, the only, Luka Doncic. Look, it'd be great if he was sticking around, but he's in town just to drop, I don't know, maybe a triple-double on the Lakers' heads and then bounce back out to L.A. Welcome in. It is the Fan After Dark. I'm Fred Davis. To my right, and literally to my right, Blake Elliott on assignment at the AAC. You'll hear from him. So holding it down in his stead is none other than the one, the only, Mr. Carter Freeman.
Thank you for having me. Excited to be here. This is my first time hosting a 4-hour show of any sort. So
how long is y'all's? I thought you guys do a 4-hour show on BetMGM.
I'm producing. So
you don't actually talk on the show?
I do talk, but Wolchuk and Chiafalo are the ones that hold that down for the most part.
Okay.
And I add, the flavor. This is me adding flavor the whole time. This is a lot more on my shoulders here.
I mean, this is it. This is it. You're not Spinderella tonight. You are straight up, I'm salt, you're Peppa. So
here we are.
Tonight's the night. Tonight's the night. That's Carter Freeman behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. The khackiest of the khaki, the one, the only, Mr. Khaki Kevin Walker.
How's it going, guys?
What's going on, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to be here for Carter's 4-hour debut.
That's it.
And I hear you got your own segment that you started up recently?
Yes. We're this is the second rendition that we're doing. We're doing Kevin's Kicks later today.
Technically the third.
Technically the third.
If we're being honest about it.
Technically the third.
We did kind of a soft launch a few weeks ago, right?
True.
Because, 9:20, we like to let the, when we're on at 9:20, we've got a rotating list of just
things could happen.
PTPers, aka producers, and so 9:20 we usually and before the Ranger season started, it was usually let's talk a little Rangers, let's talk a little Stars. But now that we do a Rangers segment because Rangers are back in business, we'll let Khaki Kev talk a little bit about the Stars and that choke job from last night, and then of course we'll talk some sneakers. Which understand you have 2 pairs to your name?
Ooh,
you're not a big sneaker guy.
No, I have at least 6 out in my living room area on the little shoe rack, but I think I wear about 3 of them on a regular basis, and one of those pairs is running.
I was going to say you're a big runner.
Well, you know what? Kevin's Kicks is meant for everybody. Whether if you wear flip flops every day or you're the biggest sneakerhead of them all. Tune in, 9:20.
That's it, 9:20. It's going down. So what you're telling me is that our boy Carter Freeman's going to learn something new tonight.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Everyone's going to learn something new every time you tune in.
But especially me.
Especially you.
I love information, Kevin. Feed it to me.
Especially.
Information's great.
Your music, I'm shoes. I got you.
There we go. And college football. 8 o'clock. Talking Arch.
We are going to talk some college football. A little Carter's Corner. That's going to go down at 8 o'clock. Now that's tentative.
It's true.
That's tentative, right? And the reason why I say that, ladies and gentlemen, is because we do have Blake Elliott live at the AAC. He's holding it down for us, letting us know what's going on. And if you follow Blake on Twitter, and I hope a lot of you do, at BlakeLive__, be sure to give him a follow. And then I want you to accost him on social media because he really let us down, and that's not something that our boy Blake does. But he was in the bowels of the ACC walking next to everybody's favorite GM, Nico Harrison, and said nothing to him. And I was quite disappointed. I thought, well, you know what? You couldn't ask him to come on the show?
He's too busy watching Daniel Gaffer get back-to-back blocks.
And he said, well, there's probably a chance he didn't want to talk to anybody. I said, look, you don't know until you ask. So why not? The worst he could say is no.
Most people who go up to Nico tonight, especially, are probably not going to say nice things to him.
That's what I was trying to.
Maybe Blake would have fallen into that, and he was just helping him out. He's like, I don't want that to come out on accident.
Mean bone in his body.
Yeah, but
I've worked with Blake long enough. There's not, especially when it comes to, yes, he did discredit him or kind of insult him by trading away Luka. So I know he does feel some type of way about that. But sometimes you got to rise to the level of we got to put that aside and be a professional.
But I've heard Blake say some pretty out of pocket stuff, not meaning to. So there's still that risk.
There is that.
There is a risk.
There is that. I mean, look, you're always rolling the dice when it comes to spontaneity and one Blake Elliott. But he's out at the game right now, so obviously the first quarter is coming to an end here pretty quick. Not a lot of defense being played, although, like you said, Daniel Gaffer did just get a couple blocks. We've got a couple parlays that your boys working on. We'll talk about that as well. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel injury training text line. Let us know how you're doing. Of course, like I said, we haven't been on since over the weekend. We got plenty to get to tonight. Obviously, we're going to talk some Rangers. They're back on the winning side of things. We're able to salvage the series today in a big way. And more importantly, I think the biggest takeaway for me was Corey Seager. We'll talk about that here in just a little bit. Plus, we want to read some of y'all's tweets, some of y'all's text messages as well. Obviously, we're going to get some Cowboys talk. Adam Schefter, like I said, he stopped by this morning. Again, I don't know that there was any like OMG moments, but he did say a couple things. I mean, he is Adam Schefter after all. We will get into a little bit of some NBA news as well at 7:40. Plus, we'll give you a Mavs update. We do have Carter's Corner going down at 8 o'clock. Give the folks at home, for all our college football nerds out there, and we know there's plenty of you out there that may be jonesing for a little college football information. Give them a little taste, because the first taste is always free. Give them a little taste of what they're going to get in hour number 2.
Well, I have a couple intros I want to run by everybody. We'll see what the best one. I have 2 that we'll play both of them. See what the people like. I have a personal favorite, but I want to get Kevin's opinion. I want to get your opinion.
Yeah.
So we'll run by those.
Did you make these yourself?
One of them, yes.
Okay.
The other one is actually the one we use on BetMGM. So I want to see if you guys like that and if I should bring that to these airwaves as well as using it on the BetMGM airwaves.
So if there's any crossover from the BetMGM, they may have already heard this intro.
So any of our diehard Bet Nation listeners, 3 to 7 Central
out there.
Sundays on the BetMGM network, they will have heard this before.
Okay.
The other one is one that has been played on these airwaves before. It's been a couple years though. We did an old segment with the GBAG Nation, or when I was on with GBAG, and I made this for that. We used it a couple times, and then they decided I wasn't good enough, and I wasn't on that much last year. So we'll run it back.
That is pretty. It's so funny you say that because look, I was still new to the station, so I mean, hell, it took Chiafalo 9 months before he give me a little taste of the raw milk, right? Because look, new guy, you don't know me, again, a little chaotic
initiation, right? We got to kind of.
I get it. I got to vet you. Hey, Chiafalo, salt of the earth human being, and by the way, the raw milk. No joke. Okay, like I said, it didn't affect me. All right, I don't know. You don't strike me as a big milk drinker.
Well, you came up and called something raw and told me to try it, and I was like, you know what? I'll take one of the Cookie Crisps or what were the
we were eating Chips Ahoy.
Chips Ahoy. You brought some Chips Ahoy by. I was like, I will take one of those. I'll leave the raw milk to you. That seems more like a Fred thing than a Carter thing.
So you're not an ODB fan. Ooh, baby, I like it raw.
Old Dirty Bastard.
That's it.
Say, I do know that. He has a great feature on a Rhymefest song that samples that, why do you build me up, Buttercup? It's a great song. That's about the extent of my ODB knowledge. But I do know that song.
Fair enough. That's
on the board.
Fair enough. A.K.A. Dirt McGirt. All right, so we're going to get to that. We got 2 potential, and so basically what's going to happen is you're going to play these intros, and then we're all going to decide which one we like.
Yeah, so we'll go with that. Then I have a question for the Tolos. What was the last moment that made you feel really old? Because I had one this last weekend. And then don't
forget the fatties.
Don't forget the fatties. And I do want to say, because I've been thinking about this.
Yeah.
The fatties, we wouldn't be here without you.
No.
And I am a diehard Fan After Dark listener. If I'm in the car after 7,
you are definitely a lot more of a fatty than I ever anticipated.
If I am up and you guys are on the YouTube, I will absolutely turn you guys on and see what nonsense is going on in the 10 o'clock hour, which I'm happy to be a part of tonight. One of the names that you guys originally suggested was Fanpire.
It was.
And that is genius. You're up late at night, sucking blood, I guess. I don't know, but that Fanpire, that's too good of a nickname to not use. So I've always considered myself a Fanpire amongst the fatties.
I love the Farkers. I'm just saying.
Farker was a name.
Isn't that a game?
What's that?
Farkle. There's a game called Farkle.
Good one.
I'm not familiar with
First of many.
Don't sleep on Farkle.
I'm not familiar with Farkle.
I think I own Farkle. I've never played it. That thing might still be in the plastic.
Farkle is a dice game that you play. It's kind of like Yahtzee, I guess.
Okay.
You know Yahtzee, I'm assuming?
Come on, bro.
Okay, so yeah, it's kind of like Yahtzee in a sense.
Do I know Yahtzee?
It's kind of like Yahtzee in a sense. It's a dice game. You collect points and different things like that.
Farkle. All right. I learned something new today. Never heard of it.
So I consider myself a Fanpire, but the main crux of Carter's Corner, I want to talk about Arch Manning.
Okay.
And I want to talk about where he ranks among SEC quarterbacks going into his first season as a starter.
No, and I think it's going to get a lot of people excited because I'm after hearing, and I will just tease it. Like I said, after hearing kind of where you've got him slotted, I'll be curious to hear what the folks here listening in, especially the UT fans, what they have to say about that. Obviously, we'll do a fair or foul Lego edition. Plus, we might even discuss a little bit of class rings as well. Also, too, Haikus topics tonight are as follows: Luka's return and tariffs.
Tarif.
Everybody wants to, look, it's been the talk of the world for the last, week and a half, or whatever it's been. So obviously, and look, got a little tariff relief, at least for the next 90 days. So we'll discuss that, at least in haiku form, later on tonight. And then, of course, you guys know how we do the last hour of the program, as we do each and every Fan After Dark. We had a little show reset. We'll do a top 5 list. Top 5 walk-up songs. And, of course, that was inspired by one young Mr. Khaki Kevin Walker, who was at a high school baseball game last night, threw this idea out. Because my suggestion was, and again, I just had this idea, but I ran it by Khaki Kev, and I'll throw it to Carter. And I'll be honest with you, after we decided, it was like, I don't know if there are top 5 things that the Dumonts could do to get people back, get back to being get back to being Maverick fans again.
Trade for Luka Doncic.
I don't know that there's 5 things they can do. Right? And that's it. Outside of getting Luka back, I don't know there's anything you can do.
Sell the team.
Getting Jokic would be somewhere on there, I guess. Again, I don't know if you can make a top 5, and I don't know if you can make a top 5 that's actually feasible.
That's it. That's it. I mean,
that's the whole point of the top 5 is we have to be ridiculous because the team decided to be ridiculous and trading him. Did. And so we have to, match their energy.
They sure did. 28-26 right now. Dallas up with 29 seconds left to go. Again, this thing is breezing right along so far. And we'll give you some stats here in just a second as far as that game goes. And, of course, the little-known stat that you dropped during the pre-show that I had absolutely zero idea about. That look, for as much has been made, and rightfully so, about Luka coming back, if the Mavericks win tonight, what happens?
We clinch a play-in spot, baby.
Come on, bro.
That should be the lead story.
Go.
Play in. We would be the 9 or the 10, I think, because I think that's what we're locked into.
Doesn't matter.
But
because you ain't gonna be 8. No, 2 through 8 or 3 through 8. That's already
that's a nightmare.
That's well, it's fun for us as fans. I mean, if I was unless you're a Denver Nugget fan, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on the show. Or a Grizzlies fan. But no, so we'll get in a little bit of that as well here throughout the course of the show. And like I said, 30-26, your Dallas Mavericks are beating the Los Angeles Lakers as we're 1 quarter in, 30-26. All right, so we'll talk about that later in just a little bit. But before we get to all that, let's talk a little bit about your Texas Rangers. Got off to kind of a rough start these last 2 games. Pitching not great. And, of course, hitting looks like it's finally starting to come back around. 2 games where you've had A, double-digit hits, and B, which, that's huge in and of itself, and then B, you've actually been able to put some runs on the board.
Multiple runs in the same inning, too. That's what I loved today was you had the Jonah Heim 2-run home run, and then follow that up.
He's balling right now.
With a couple 2-out hits, a 2-out rally. That was the biggest takeaway for me is you're doing all this with 2 outs, a bigger pressure situation when you know that you've struggled at the plate lately, and you're finding those moments to get those hits and build that lead.
Absolutely.
And they did that right after giving up the lead. So Tyler Malley gives up the run in the bottom of the 4th. Top of the 5th, instantly 4 runs. They come back with it. And last night you had multiple run innings. Monday, obviously not so much. That was a struggle. But it's just nice to see them do the complimentary baseball because it's not all 3-run home runs too. It's RBI singles, RBI doubles, RBI triples. I love the Josh Young triple that he had last night. Probably should have been a catch, but it wasn't. It was an RBI triple.
You'll take that all day, every day. Corey Seager with the 2 home runs today, his first multi-home run game of the year. Which was much needed for Corey Seager. He lifts that batting average to 220 on a 2-for-5 day today with 2 RBIs. Of course, both of them being solo home runs, but that's okay. You'll live with that all day, every day. But like you said, 11 hits today, 6 runs. But more importantly, or just as importantly, especially from a pitching standpoint, and look, after that opening game, Saturday performance, 3rd game of the season where he got blitzed by the Red Sox.
I was there. That was ugly.
That was an ugly game, right? Didn't even get out of the 2nd inning. But since then, he puts together 5 great innings last week, puts another 7 innings today, 94 pitches, 4 Ks, only gives up 2 hits and 1 earned run today for Tyler Malley.
Lots of full counts, especially in the 1st inning, because I was wondering. I have a friend, Jamie, who's a Reds fan who dealt with Malley for a long time.
The Redlegs.
Like, you will just he will get out of these situations, but he'll have 80 pitches through 4 innings. And we've kind of seen that to some extent. So for him to walk someone in the 1st inning, get to full counts in the next 2 batters, get out of it. He was at around 20 pitches, and then end up going 6 more innings and keeping the pitch count down. I love it. And it's just with the 1 run too. I mean, that's That's what you need out of your third starter. And right now, that's who he is with Jack Leiter injured, and you don't know exactly what you're going to get from Patrick Corbin. He was acceptable last night in my mind. He only went 4 innings, gave up a couple runs, but on short notice, I'll take that.
Patrick Corbin, hey, look, I think all things considered, getting him where you got him, right? As far as, late
late
March,
the season started.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Basically get him off the couch. Hey, look, go ahead. Hey, go ahead and have this baby. Let's throw you let's send you to Round Rock, Frisco. Go ahead and get that arm going, get that left that southpaw rocking and rolling. Boom, we're gonna go ahead and throw you in the mix. For you to have a veteran guy like that to just give you some stopgap. And by the way, I gotta love up my guy, especially after he looked awful the first 2 games. Kamar Rocker gave you a little something on Sunday.
That's what I was going to say is you love seeing Maui improve start to start so early in the year, but Rocker as well, because that was our 105 Through the Fan at the ballpark day was on Sunday.
Yeah.
And so we got to see him firsthand. I mean, it was so good to see him have that bounce back performance because it was listening to it on the radio and then going back and watching his first start. I mean, that was meatballs. That was just everything. That was everything that Kumar Rocker's not. Like the stuff just didn't seem like it clearly wasn't working for him that night. No. So to bounce back in his 5th career start after such a terrible one and go like that, I mean, you love to see it.
No, you certainly do. And look, I go back to what Mike Bassick said after his after his debut of 2025, where he gets rocked. He gives up 7-8 runs or whatever it was. Again, hasn't had a lot of professional pitching experience. Look, we know what this guy's capable of. We know he was a top 10 pick, 2 different times. I think what you're starting to see, and I think it was Jared Sandler talked about this, and I think Nadell and Hixie have talked about it as well, is that if there's anybody on this roster when it comes to being a younger guy, and that being Kamar Rocker, is there, yes, on the surface, we as fans, we see that didn't look great in spring training, got rocked twice in spring training, gets rocked to start the season, but they said, look, he's got the kind of chutzpah, he's got the kind of resiliency to where, all right, he just needs to figure it out. He just needs to go out there, kind of work his stuff a little bit, tweak what he needs to tweak, just kind of get his sea legs under him, and you're starting to see that. And more importantly, you're starting to see the belief that this front office and that this coaching staff has in him. Like, hey, look, and I go back to what happened in his first game where he gave up the 7 runs against the Reds, right, in the first 2 innings, goes out and then pitches a 1-2-3 inning in the 3rd, right? And they asked Bochy about that, and he said, look, the fact that he went out there and ended on a positive note, because he still had, by their calculation, he still had 15, 20 pitches left. They said, look, go out there and we're going to give him 15, 20 pitches and see what he can give us in that 3rd inning. Boom, gives you a 1-2-3 inning. And I understand in the grand scheme of things, okay, you give it 7. But sometimes it's the little stuff in a 162-game season that you can go back and look at and say, okay, maybe that was the turning point.
And I love, too, that, like you're saying, they let him go out there, get that extra inning,
Absolutely.
Get that little confidence.
I mean, you're down 7-0 at that point.
Bochy and CY, ever since they've been here, have pretty much said, yeah, like our prospects, they're going to come up and they're going to play. Like
That's
Josh Young came up, and immediately on his first opening day, he was hitting 5th or 6th. I mean, he was up there. Same thing with, Evan Carter coming up in the middle of the pennant race. They were considering, bringing up Wyatt Langford to hit him close to cleanup in the playoffs because they were so injured at that point. So I love that they have the faith in these guys, and the guys are constantly rewarding them for having that faith in them with these performances.
100%. Wyatt Langford, he is on the 10-day DL. A little tightness in his back, his leg, somewhere in there. So either way,
somewhere in the side, maybe.
Somewhere in the side. Look, either way, he's going to be on the 10-day DL. All right. So, but nonetheless, and I want to say, and I think I heard this during KNC, that they brought up Ezekiel Duran.
They brought Duran back up. They sent Ornelas down.
Okay.
They put Langford on the IL, and they brought up Bosley.
Okay.
Arm. And I don't remember if they sent another arm down, but they brought up a pitcher and brought Duran back up, I think 2 days after sending him down when they brought Young back from the injured list.
So, look, hey, call it what you want. 9-4, your Texas Rangers sitting atop the AL West.
Love to see it.
Okay, good. It's got you feeling.
I'm here for it.
Hey, you know what? And again, as we like to say, and there's still a lot of baseball left. What did Adam Schefter say about who might be the leading story for the NFL draft? What does he see the Cowboys doing as far as the draft is concerned? And for all you Jersey heads out there, guess what? You got a new Cowboy jersey to go out and buy. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. He's Carter. I almost called him Blake. He's Carter.
Look a little
I'm Fred.
different.
That's Khaki Kev. This is The Fan After Dark.
Inside Informative
Inside info about the Cowboys and the upcoming NFL Draft.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, book your free testosterone test now at GameDayDallas.com.
Back to Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Appreciate that, Khaki Kev. Welcome back in. It is the Fan After Dark. I'm Fred Davis. We got our boy Carter Freeman in the house. Blake Elliott is at the AAC tonight, taking in the Mavericks and the Lakers. As Luka Doncic makes his much ballyhooed return. There were tears. There were tears in Luka's eyes tonight. Cried during the intro and during the Luka tribute. Which
he's an emotional creature. He always has been.
He is. And look, I mean, and as Gavin pointed out, those were real tears. There was nothing phony baloney about those tears. Speaking of phony baloney, nothing phony baloney about his stat line. 3 of 5 from downtown, 7-11 from the field, already has 18 points, 3 rebounds and 1 assist. Sure would be nice if he added 9 more of those and 7 more rebounds, because your boy from the 972 just finished my shift at Prize Picks, ready to see what Fred has tonight. Glad you asked, Texter. I've got I got a 3-leg parlay. I've got Luka going with the triple-double. I know that's a risky play right there, but hey. But if he does score a lot of points early, it just means he might be more facilitator in the second half, so I like where he's at there. I've got our guy AD, who I think is probably the most disrespected 10-time All-Star in the history of the NBA right now. I've got him going above 26.5, so I need him scoring 27. Right now he's at 2.
That's got a ways to go.
Gonna need him to pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah.
Gonna need him to pick up the pace a little bit. And then the third part of my parlay hit, I just needed our guy
Klay Thompson,
Klay
right?
at 3 in the first quarter, which he did.
I mean, that seems like a gimme. I know Klay hasn't been all that, but in a game like this, Klay's always been a big game guy.
He's
right?
a big game guy.
That's why the Mavs brought him in to begin with, is not for the regular season, but for the playoffs. So, and this is definitely, I'm sure it is a playoff atmosphere in there. One thing I've been curious about, I don't see a lot of people wearing these T-shirts that they were giving out.
No, they're not.
You know? And I don't think a lot of fans in general will do the T-shirt, and especially at NBA games. If I spent a couple $100 on a jersey, I don't want to wear the free, $10 T-shirt that they're handing out, right? So that's one thing about basketball in the playoffs. By the way. It's just like this. There's no unity among the crowd. Like I feel like there used to be. Like the 2011 finals, everyone was wearing that. The time is now white giveaway shirt. Now it's but it's also very charged environment. So I assume people don't want to wear Luka related things. Not now, at least.
They could put something else on the shirt, and they would definitely wear it.
Well, no, they definitely would. You're right about that. When it comes to Nico, there was somebody handing out what you're alluding to, the Bleep Nico shirts. There was a guy handing out shirts before the game.
Lakers colors, too.
In Laker colors. There was another guy, and then one dude was handing them out in white as well, and it just had it was a picture.
So we had dueling Fire Nico shirts.
We had dueling Fire Nico shirts.
Shirt vendors.
Absolutely. Well, one guy was just handing them out, just giving them away. Right, and then you had another guy who was handing out clown noses.
Oh yeah, they had a whole box.
A whole box. I think he said 200. He was handing out as well.
Don't forget the one couple that showed up supporting Maxey.
Good for them. Somebody did show up, and no Markieff Morris love.
Unbelievable.
Which I'm.
We couldn't get Marcus to come out for this game.
Talk about the disrespect to my boy Markieff, Rock Chalk Jayhawk. You guys know what time it is. And then, although real quick, quick fair foul. So we did. I was with Reetma on Saturday. We were out at Globe Life Field, and it was not warm on Saturday, right? It was legit airish.
It was like lottery ticket temperatures for the whole of last week. It was totally random.
So, and I don't. What lot? Well, you've been in the media lot.
Mm-hmm.
What is that next to? What lot is that next to as far as Globe Life? Is that the blue lot or silver or something like that?
Q and M are the ones I've parked in as media. I think M is the one that's closer to the park.
Okay.
And then Q is a little bit further towards Division.
Okay. So here's the deal. Here's where I'm going with this. So Reetma, myself, and everybody's favorite engineer, Ruben Portillo.
It's our guy.
We're walking back after the game. Well, after the broadcast. Lady was wearing high heels.
Walking
to the game. Globe Life. in high heels.
From that far away on concrete.
That far away on concrete, bare feet. Like, it was cold. I'm like, dang, fashion, next level for her. And so we got to conversing about, like, man, that's a ballsy choice to rock open-toe high heels to a baseball game. Now, I get it, you're inside, whatever, but again, that's a long walk. But bringing it back to this basketball game, back to nobody wants to wear those shirts. See, the one thing about NBA games, it is a fashion contest at those games.
You get to be seen.
Boy, I'll tell you what, you will see some folks dressed to the nines and again, I haven't been to the AAC yet, but I know just from going to Toyota Center games in Houston, boy, I'll tell you what, it is, like I said, if you're going to bring a date to an NBA game, don't be dressed like Fred, okay? Maybe you?
Maybe me.
Would you wear that outfit?
Well, if I'm going to a game, I'm probably going to wear a team-related thing, generally.
Okay.
Just generally when I go by myself, right? I can get away with that. Don't have a nice lady next to me, but yeah, I've gone to the AAC before, and Pat Mahomes is sitting, front court, wearing some, I'm sure fancy.
Is he at the
XYZ.
game?
I don't know.
Is Patty Mahomes? Have we seen Patty Mahomes?
Has he been to a game since they traded Luka?
Ooh,
I don't think he has.
Hell no.
This would be the game for him to show up.
I was going to say, if anybody from last year that was worth their salt was going to be at this game, it'd be now. Would be at this game. So anyway, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Adam Schefter joined RJ, Sean, and Bobby Belt this morning, talking all things National Football League. Great interview, of course. Those guys do an absolutely fantastic job, as always. But so a lot was made about kind of, what are... Talked a little bit about Shoddy, talked a little bit about, what are they going to do draft time. And, of course, obviously, if you're Adam Schefter, you got to get into a little bit about the whole Micah Parsons stuff. But let's get this thing kicked off right away. This was him talking about Schottenheimer and him being suited to being a head coach.
Well, he's been around so long, and he grew up the son of a head coach. He knows how this works. And I know it's a different day and age, and I know we're talking about media presence being as large as it's ever been, and social media playing a larger role, and certainly Marty Schottenheimer didn't have to deal with social media, but coaching football is coaching football. And Brian grew up at the lap of his father. He's watched all of this for years. He's watched this longer than most head coaches have been around the sport. So I can't imagine that doesn't serve him well over time.
We're starting to hear a little bit more about Schottenheimer, how he goes about handling himself, and look, again, I get it. We're 2 weeks into baseball season. We're ready to throw dirt on the Mavericks season. I know we're a few months away from this thing. We're still 2 weeks away from the draft, for crying out loud.
1 week away from draft 101.
Which,
here,
by the way,
building.
we're going to be where?
Right here in this building, 4131 North Central Expressway.
What time's that going down?
That is, I believe, at 7 p.m. next Thursday.
7 p.m. next Thursday, and dinner's on us.
Whataburger, baby.
I'll tell you what,
Love
that doesn't
to
get you
see that.
excited. Look, if talking Cowboys football and eating Whataburger on a Thursday night doesn't get your juices flowing, I don't know what to tell you.
I had Whataburger last night.
Did you?
I did.
And you can have it again next Thursday.
Oh, yeah, you can.
I don't know if you can, though. I don't know if you can.
I can eat it at any time.
Conflict of interest. Well, you just can't have it from here at 4131.
It's for the fans.
We got to give it to the fatties and the Tolos.
And that's fine.
First.
I'm just saying that I had it yesterday.
What's your go-to?
Sweet and spicy bacon burger.
Interesting.
Not bad. Those all-time favorites. It's hard to go wrong with any of those.
Mm-hmm.
I always do the honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich.
That was my go-to for a long time. Had to switch it up.
Then Kevin heard that I started to get it all the time and decided, you know what? I'm better than him, so I need something else.
Enough is enough. I am a Dr. Pepper Shake guy, though.
Dr. Pepper Shake
Those
is
are good.
wonderful.
Those are elite, if I do say so myself. All right, and of course, look, Schefter's a insider. Does he have any insight onto or as to when Micah Parsons will ink a new deal?
No, I would say that eventually both sides will figure that deal out and get it done. That would be my guess. There's so much money involved, and Dallas is going to want to keep him. He's going to want to stay. I'm sure, like, when you're talking about $40+ million a year or whatever the number is, why are you ever stepping foot on a football field until that deal is done? So to me, they'll figure out a way to get that done because the stakes are just too great not to.
That does make a lot of sense. By the way, shout out to the fatties texted in. We'll get to y'all's text message here in a little bit. You guys are just starting to fire up, so I do appreciate all y'all. We'll read y'all's in the next segment. But from the 817, Mahomes is there. They showed him. And then from the 972, Anthony Davis has 2 points. LOL. And I'm glad somebody's laughing about it because you know what? My parlay's not. So our boy Patty Mahomes is there. All right, we'll stay tuned. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before we see him. And then last, but
hey, he's up to 4. I think AD just got a bucket, so we got 4 points.
He is okay. He did get a bucket.
He's passed his jersey number in points.
Well, that's a start. I mean, I need 23 more.
He is just 22 behind Luka. Luka's up to 26.
Yeah, Luka's over there going ham, if we do say so ourselves. And then last, but certainly not least, on this, dadgummit.
Uh-oh. Second segment. Already flailing around.
What positions do you see the Cowboys drafting in this year's draft?
Well, I think when you're the Dallas Cowboys, you got to find a way to somehow come up with a cornerback, another cornerback, because there are some questions there. I think that they certainly could use another running back, as everybody knows, and it's a deep running back draft. So this is the right draft to need a running back. And I still think they'll add a wide receiver by the time draft weekend comes and goes. So those to me are 3 positions that stand out. They're far from the only ones. Certainly they could use another offensive lineman. Certainly they could use more defensive line. Like, you could use help everywhere, let's be honest. But if I'm looking at 3 positions that stand out to me, corner, running back, wide receiver.
I feel like you could just go down every position in football and say, yeah, the Cowboys need something there. I mean, this draft, they need to have their 2016 draft again where everyone they took was a starter. Because they are so thin at so many positions. They have to have that. Because the last 2 drafts have been abject failures for the most part. That those guys aren't starting and they're not contributing in meaningful ways. You need rookies to step in and be impact players day one. And they don't have a 4th-round pick, mind you. We have Jonathan Mingo, though, so that's great. But you need 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-round pick to all hit and be great players day one. That's a tall task.
No, it absolutely is. I mean, look. I'm cautiously optimistic about Jonathan Mingo only because, all right, look, he wanted to be. They want you here. You got I mean, look, I gotta believe, for as dysfunctional as the Dallas Cowboys might be, they can't be as dysfunctional as the Carolina Panthers.
Maybe not. They don't have the lows that the Panthers have. Maybe on other levels they are, sure. And it seemed like McCarthy just didn't want to use Mingo last season.
And that was the other thing. And we heard that, and I think Bobby talked about that as well. And we're starting to find out more and more that there were things that McCarthy did that kind of, bucked the trend of what the team wanted to do. And it makes sense because I could never understand. It made 0 sense to me why you would spend a 4th-round pick on a guy who, again, and you got universally clowned after you did it. And I get it. Oh, my God, DeAndre Hopkins went for a 5th. Yeah, well, yeah. Did you catch the last 3 weeks of the NFL season? You saw why. I mean, hell, D-Hop could have gone for a 6th or 7th, the rate he played last year. But that all being said, you got to think that with Shoddy, knowing what he knows about Mingo, and we talked to Mingo right at the end of the year, and I asked him point blank, what's kind of your confidence level going into next season? And kind of, he said, look, I didn't get to show what I was able to do. It was kind of a mess. But he goes, look, the playbooks are the playbooks. There's not a lot of difference from one team to another. It's just really about verbiage and what they call one play to the other. So he talked about getting with Dak. He said he was looking forward to it. Dak's lost what? I mean, hell, I guess he's almost as heavy as you now.
Yeah, 50 pounds.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, apparently he's, $170 soaking wet. So
welcome to the club.
Does that mean he's going to be your number 2 receiver? No. All right. But now, does this mean he might come out of nowhere? Who knows? But that's your 4th-round pick this year is Jonathan Mingo.
You'll at least get more value out of Mingo than you will out of trading a 4th for Trey Lance, at the very least.
I mean, he should play, right?
He should play. And
hell of a blocker.
This is about
we know that much.
This is about as good of a situation for him, I guess, right? Like the whole last staff is pretty much gone, so you have a new group of guys coming in who are going to plan things in a different way, and they'll instantly have ideas for you because you're already here.
Exactly.
One would like to think. So
Shoddy knows you.
Is he going to be like what we thought Brandon Cooks could have been when we traded for him? No. But can he be a contributor? I think so. They just have to use him and use him right.
He's a big dude. He's a big dude, and again, from watching him last year, the dude got open. you had Cooper Rush and Trey Lance throwing to you.
I still want to take Ted McMillan, 12th overall.
Bro, okay, we'll talk about that because I want no part of Ted McMillan. I want no part of Ted. There's something about him.
Fair foul topic.
We'll get into that because I want no part of Ted McMillan. Give me a cornerback over Ted McMillan. There's just something about him. He's not lighting my world on fire.
He's Drake London. That's who he is. You watched Drake London with Michael Penix last year. You saw. That's what I want, and that's Ted McMillan.
Well, look, I'll take your word for it. We'll talk about that here in just a second. All right, coming up next, I think we're going to get a little Blake Elliott coming up next. Don't go anywhere. This is the Fan After Dark.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Luka Mavs reaction. We've got the payload.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
What a read. What a read by Khaki Kevin. My God, I want to go out and buy whatever the hell it is you just talked about. Welcome back in. It is a Fan After Dark. I'm Fred. That's Kevin. That is the one, the only Carter Freeman. Let's jump out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. And welcome to the program, the guy that's usually here, but he had to be in the mix. Hell, we may even see him suit up in the fourth quarter. The one, the only, might have gotten inked to a 10-day contract. The one,
I don't know.
Only,
He wouldn't talk to Nico.
He wouldn't talk to Nico. Look, I've been putting you on blast for not living up on Nico, the one, the only Blake Elliott. Blake, what the hell's going on, man?
Yeah, I think Nico's got enough heat on him today. I didn't want to add to the pressure of today, so I let him.
Pressure's
be.
a privilege, Blake.
Pressure is a privilege. There's a lot of pressure, boiling point pressure. I think that's the thing that's happening right now here in the arena. You can hear a pin drop anytime they try to ask for the Mavs fans to stand up, but Luka scores. You would think a championship was just abound here in Dallas.
Well, Blake, thank you for letting me take your spot for the evening. It's been fun filling in for 47 minutes. We still got about 3 hours left, so we'll see how that goes. But you've been to finals games. You've been to playoff games. What does this atmosphere in there sound like compared to those other games that you've been to? Just because we can't hear it on TV, but we can see it, and we see pretty much every seat is filled.
Yeah, every seat's filled to the brim. I will say a lot less Lakers jerseys than I thought there would be. I didn't say less Lakers fans, just less Laker jerseys. I think a lot of new Laker fans have on the 77 Mavs jerseys, but it definitely feels like a playoff game. I think that's safe to say. I don't know if I'd go as far as like a finals game, but I would say kind of that Western Conference Timberwolves game feeling, especially pregame tribute video going on. It's just such an awkward place because you see everyone in Mavs gear, but nobody at all cheering for anything related to Mavs. I mean, they try to get them to say defense. Nobody says a word. The only time they cheer is when Luka touches the ball.
So I guess I got to ask because, like I said, we've been able to watch a little bit of it, but as you know, you can only watch so much. Two things. Mm-hmm. One, how much different is it watching the game now versus a year ago? Because obviously, look, you and I have been on air the entire NBA season, right? So you and I only are able to watch like parts of the game while we do a show. So how much different has it been able to actually watch a game in its entirety? And then two, how do the Mavericks actually look tonight?
Okay, so great question. On that first part, it is nice to kind of watch an NBA up close. It's been a little while since I've been here to hang out with all of the people that I used to see all the time up here. I was chopping it up with your bestie, Nick Angstadt, and he said he'd love to come on the show, him and Isaac.
Beautiful. Time to come in studio.
And then also, chatting it up with Kevin Gray. That's who I was standing for next to for most of pregame, and he just kept reiterating to me, it is so weird. 1 year ago, even less than a year ago, we were standing here covering these guys in the NBA Finals, so much buzz around this team, and now all that air is out of this arena. And the only reason there is a buzz is because, Luka being back. And then on that second part of how do the Mavs look, it's interesting because it is a collective effort. They definitely look discombobulated. They're still keeping it close. It is kind of the Najee Marshall show. They can't get the ball to Anthony Davis. I texted you this here a second ago. It is the Lakers are doing a great job at denying AD the ball in the low post, or whoever's guarding them is just fronting them, which a lot of times has been Finney Smith, even a little bit of Luka, and then they have a help guy on the backside. They're not going to let AD beat them. They're going to make the guards, the Max Christies, the PJs, and the Najees knock down shots, and they've knocked down a couple to keep the game close. But I don't see the Mavs winning this game. It feels like the Lakers on the offensive side are getting whatever they want, whether they be Reeves, whether they be Luka driving and kicking, or LeBron. So it's an interesting game, very awkward for sure.
Yeah, the only two players that have double-digit points are Luka and Najee Marshall, like we were just talking about. Also, a good reminder to me that Dorian Finney-Smith is on the Lakers. I totally forgot about that. I always loved him when he was with the Mavericks.
Dude, and he's knocking down threes. He's confident, and he's also playing really good defense. So it's an interesting dichotomy of kind of seeing how they are figuring out this new Lakers team. Like I just said, all the Lakers buckets just feel easy, or they're just Luka buckets where he makes hard things look easy.
What's the fit check?
Fit check, we got the tan suit on.
Okay.
We got the blue AF1s. I've already got a couple. I like those shoes from some older gentlemen.
Okay.
That always bumps the ego up there. I will say, lots of celebrities here tonight. Most of them I don't know. I think Rob Pelinka's brother or some relative is here because he looked just like Rob Pelinka, slick back hair.
Was he high-fiving Nico in the tunnel or no?
No, I didn't see any of that. Luka's mom is here with her new bouquet.
So her and Luka's dad aren't together anymore?
Sasha, no. So Sasha is here, white shirt, looking great. Everyone had great things to say about him when I spoke about him. And then Luka's mom and her new boo thing were here in Luka 77 Lakers jersey. So they are repping those proud. Derrick Henry's here. Trying to see if Anthony Edwards is here because he said he would be here.
Word is Pat Mahomes is there. Have you seen Patty Mahomes?
I haven't seen Patrick Mahomes, but after I get off this phone call, I'm going to go do a deep dive on courtside and see who's all there and who's hiding because, on the big screen, they're not exactly trying to illuminate all the people here for Luka.
That's true. So I guess just real quick then, just kind of, initial feeling is it looks like the Lakers may have won this trade.
Oh, yeah. I think that's safe to say.
That hurts.
Just the way that Luka is playing. I mean, it's you. I don't know if you guys were able to see it on TV, but Luka was tearing up during that tribute video. He definitely
showed that a ton,
crying, and that was hard. I didn't know or think if he would be, but seeing that very visibly, I don't think it takes a scientist to realize he was crying, and then seeing him drop 14 in the first. I think he's up to 30 in the first half.
31,
making it look very easy on the opposite side of the ball, and I'm sure the Mavs will keep this one close, but I don't see the Mavs winning this in the short or the long term.
All right, get you out of here with this, Blake Elliott from the 214. It's amazing new Blake doesn't sound as short and fat as OG Blake.
Well,
congratulations.
Is new Blake Carter or is new Blake me on the phone? Because maybe it's the microphone. I'll just pull a Kevin, blame the microphone.
I'm thinking it's just you on the telephone, but maybe it's the suit. So I told people to follow you and tweet at you.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've talked on the fan, so people may have forgot what I sounded like. But
they did.
I've been working out, so I'm not short and fat anymore. I actually grew a couple inches, shed a few pounds, so just trying to represent.
That's funny because I didn't see you at the gym today, so TBD.
Because he was at AAC.
I was there at 3 a.m.
He's at the Mavs gym.
I don't believe you. I do not believe you. Blake Elliott, it is always a pleasure. It just doesn't feel right. Carter's doing his damnedest to hold it down for you.
Is that Mark Cuban?
What's that? Tell you what.
Okay.
Enjoy the second half. Call us after the game. Let us know how it went down.
All right, I will.
It's the least you could do. All right, there you have it. The one, the only Blake Elliott. He is live at the AAC,
and he found the quietest place in the arena to make that phone call.
If anybody,
he's talking about a playoff environment, and there it sounded like there was crickets.
Well, it turned into a library there at the halftime because everybody's not excited anymore. Well, and I mean, let's call it what, like you said. I mean, like he said, we've been able to watch. I mean, AD has been a non-factor.
4 points.
Okay, the one. I mean, let's call it what it is. And I look like I've got egg on my face right now because I said, hey, AD's coming out like a man possessed tonight.
Well, and he did it against the Pelicans when he got traded to the Lakers. So you were thinking, oh, maybe we can get a repeat 6 years later. And no, his plus minus is minus his jersey number, -3.
Nico told us he was the best two-way player in the NBA, but
can we at least get another one of the episodes of that prank show he does? I mean, come on, we need something from Anthony Davis.
You are a big fan of that. I know.
No, I haven't even seen it.
Davis has a prank show.
Yeah.
I'm not committing to it until I get an episode 2.
A lot of people said it was pretty good, though.
Okay, that's fine and dandy. Give me episode 2.
I'm not here for it. I mean, look, how bad does Nico feel right now? And not to belabor the point, but let's do it because why not? Luka's going off, and the guy you traded for and then sold everybody a bill of goods on got 4 points and is clearly getting outplayed. And if you're a Lakers fan, you're saying to yourself, wow, we made okay in that trade.
But the Mavs are only down 3. So I'm sure Nico can twist this and the Dumots can twist it and say, well, look, this is what we wanted. This is more of the style of basketball we played, and we're in it. We're in it with the team that's third in the West right now.
By the way, we don't have Kyrie.
Tolos are saying Nico is a sociopath.
Yeah, we got one guy who's really gone in on the description of kind of his psyche a little bit. So we'll do that. Hour number 2 coming up. We got Carter's Corner. All right.
Coming up next.
We got Carter's Corner coming up next. We got to read a couple of y'all's text messages. All right. We got a lot to get to. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. And, of course, we'll keep up the updates with what's going on at the AAC. Lakers 60, Mavs 57. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is The Fan After Dark.
You may not think what we say is smart, duh, but it's coming over a smart speaker, so that counts. Just tell that genius speaker, play 105.3 The Fan, presented by
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Crowd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Late here, the beginning of Carter's Corner, but yes, it is indeed the Fan After Dark. I'm Carter Freeman. Fred Davis has just walked back into the studio with some coffee, and here he is.
That's right, with some coffee. Hour number 2 of
That's
the
what you
program.
needed. 1 hour with me, he's already just sleepy.
Well, I mean,
ready to go to bed.
no, this is no. If again, Kevin can attest
Fred's
to
a
this.
coffee guy.
This is what I do.
Oh, that is strong. See, I don't even need to drink that. I just get the scent come over my way and just power me up.
And let me be honest with you. This is actually not even as strong as I would normally make it at Casa de Fred.
Is that the Gavin Spittle special? Because I know Gavin makes the strong stuff.
No, Gavin doesn't. And here's the thing, and I don't think I've ever had Gavin's coffee. I've heard stories about Gavin's coffee. Haven't actually haven't been able to drink it, because let's call it what it is. Gavin's not making coffee before he leaves.
And if he is, it's already going to get, sapped up by Eric Chiafalo or maybe Zach Wolchuk. That thing ain't sticking around.
Well, and see, I've heard stories about how good Gavin's coffee is, but like I said, I think it's always, obviously he makes it in the morning, and, your boy don't roll up here till about 5:30, 6 o'clock.
I've never had it, but he's put the grounds in my hand.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that I can feel how different it is from other grounds.
Teased you with it.
Yeah.
You can feel it, but you can't
sprinkle it in your hair. Or,
you know what? We gotta. You have to be here for a couple more years before you can have the special coffee.
Yeah, you don't get to drink it. You just get sprinkled with it. I want to say, was it E40 that had the song "Sprinkle Me"? 877. I know neither one of you two are going to know, but 877.
I know Washington's head coach in basketball's his last name is Sprinkle.
There you go. Look at that.
College segue.
Who knew? All right. I'll tell you what. We've got plenty of text messages, but I want to get to this. I'll tell you what. We're going to get to the text messages at 8:20. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's clear a few things up, and then we're gonna. I'm hats off. I'm giving it to Carter. We've been very hit or miss on the text message machine so far, but a lot going on in this first hour of the program, okay? Plus, I've been somewhat negligent with the text message machine here as of late. Blake has been our go-to texter reader, whereas I have not, so shame on me, ladies and gentlemen. So Carter's going to do his Carter's Corner thing. We want y'all to chime in as well. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. And then we will get knee-deep in y'all's text messages at 8:20. And then, of course, we'll do Carter's Corner, and we'll sprinkle in some of the Dallas and Laker game.
Well, yeah, let's hop right into it. And to start it, I have two intros that I have used before for a Carter segment.
Which we need fan participation in that
I
as well.
would like the text line, 877-881-1053. There's just some Ritz crackers that I brought with my pasta that I ate for dinner, and then I forgot to eat them. And I also, thanks to Lucious, I do have a lovely Otis Spunkenmeyer chocolate chip muffin that will probably be consumed before the show's over.
By the way, real quick, just side note, if I was ever going to be a rapper, you know what my rapper name was going to be?
Otis Spunkenmeyer?
No, close.
Ritz-Carlton. The Ritz. The Ritz-Carlton. I like that.
Well, Ritz is a cracker, so. Take it away.
That is
from one to another.
Technically correct, which as Reggie Atatula, who used to sit in the seat, would say, that's the best kind of correct. And with that, let's get into some Carter's Corner. Kevin, will you please play the Carter's Corner intro? So I do want to set this up. 877-881-1053. Please text in, Twitch and YouTube as well. Let us know which one of these intros you like better. Who knows if we'll ever get to use them again, but I do want to get some participation here. Let's play the Carter's Corner intro. This is the one I use on the weekends.
Time to step inside the ropes, where only the strong survive. Strap on the gloves, boys. Ring the bell. This is Carter's Corner.
So that is how I am welcomed in to Carter's Corner, usually at 4:40 Central on Sundays. Thoughts?
Let's hear the second one.
All right, Kevin, take it. And this was a segment that I did with GBAG a couple years ago.
Okay.
Harder with Carter. Carter goes harder. We never really settled on a name.
I'm a fan already.
But this is one I cooked up myself, and I do like this one quite a bit. So, Kevin, please play it.
Carter, anything? Oh, that's right. You don't come on the radio.
Carter?
Carter Freeman is available.
He's Carter Freeman.
Carter Freeman?
I mean, you got insults lobbied at me. You've got the CBS college football theme. I thought I did a pretty good job with that one. The problem was I'm definitely the guy you bounce the topics off of, not the guy that leads it, or I was at that point. So they tried to have me lead the segment, and with that, it was like it started great, and then unfortunately I had to talk afterwards, and that's where things went south.
Give me the second one all day.
All right.
Second one is, because the first one I get it, it's radio guy, doing voices, strap on the gloves.
Ring the bell.
Second one, I want, like, I'm ready to party with you after the second one. The first one could be any Tom, Dick, or Hank. The second one, I get the true essence.
And I feel like it
Carter Freeman.
It fits the vibe that we try and go for at nights, because night radio is a special place.
Oh,
you know,
it's where dreams go to die.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, I mean, let's call it what it is.
Dreams go to die.
I say that in jest, people. We're all fatties and tolos, and we're all doing the Lord's work here from 7 to 11
with one fanpire in
and a fanpire in the midst, and we won't hate him for that.
T from the 203 on the YouTube. Thank you for picking the second one. I'm glad that I'm not the only one that thinks that. So if I am to ever have another segment, we will run with that second intro.
We may just may make that intro part of the show, even when Carter's not here. Just for bleeps and grins.
Well, I'll tell you what. During college football season, I need a weekly with you guys.
Well,
I'm requesting that right now, so we can use that.
That's a done deal. Okay, you already know how nighttime radio works, so you just tell us, hey, I'm going to be on at such and such time,
this day, and we'll talk all things college football. You will be so sick of college football by the time I'm done with you that you will never want to have me on again until the next season.
Look, I just figured that us being low men on the totem pole at night. Big time Carter doing GBAG, doing the morning show. Like, I didn't know if we, maybe we would get in like a little side something or something.
No, we'll set up a weekly. So I have a weekly with KNC, usually every Tuesday at 1:20.
Yeah.
I'm on with GBAG every once in a while.
Yeah.
And then the only time that I think I've had a full segment with the morning show.
That's the first time I heard you was on with GBAG.
Was on GBAG?
Yeah.
Okay. So must have been a while ago. The only time I've been on with the morning show was to talk about the Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef. Sean was out that week. Yeah, the whitest guy you know. If you're looking at me on the fan text,
literally,
that's what I am. I'm like Fred's rapper name, the Ritz.
You
thing.
are the Ritz Carlton of 105.3.
105.3 the fan. That's like,
have we seen Dylon yet, though? Do we know what Dylon looks like? Who's whiter, Dylon or Carter?
Well, Dylan, whatever. And I'm surprised you haven't given me a nickname yet. He's not a ginger. I think the gingerness.
That's what it is.
That's what sets me apart.
Me, 100%.
Alec Medford. We can't help it.
Right, you guys are both gingers.
Yep.
I mean, no shame. My mom's a ginger. My sister's a ginger. My cousin, who may or may not be listening right now, who is a member of the Dallas Police Department, is a ginger. So I got him a love for you.
Is the cousin that played at Mizzou, is he listening, you think?
He's not. He's not.
Show me a great highlight of him during the break, during the pre-show meetings, that is. But, so the only time I remember having a full segment was talking about that Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef. So got to work on them, but we'll definitely this fall we'll have
I can't wait. I'm excited.
And this is going to be a fun season. I mean, I say that every year because I am a college football sicko. I've already been looking at week 1, week 0.
K-State, baby, let's
K-State,
go.
Some Farmageddon.
Emaw.
K-State and Iowa State in Ireland. That makes sense.
Why not?
Because, we love to see that. But
Brett Yomark, that never stops. Can't stop, won't stop.
That would be a really fun game to go to at some point. But I've already been looking at week 1, games to go to. I have OU. I am an OU grad. They play Michigan in week 2. So I'm already planning on being in Norman. So this year it's in Norman. The following year it's in Michigan.
I'll
be at both
jelly
of
of you guys, though, just because you're a Jordan school.
Jumpman.
Dude,
I mean,
gear,
we don't even. Yeah, it's
gear is so
it's good
sick.
stuff. I do like
really is.
my OU Pegasus.
Obviously, I'm
Zooms
not
or
a fan of
whatever.
OU, but I can't hate on the cream jerseys.
You
that y'all
can't. Have you seen those? I think they're on Twitter or something. What's the red that you guys wear? What's that
Crimson?
called? The crimson.
Yeah.
The crimson suede Jordans.
Is it not crimson and cream?
It's crimson and cream. Yeah, those are our colors.
I saw some crimson 4s. Oh my God,
They got them good,
dude. I'm telling you right now. Like I said, I don't know what I would wear them with, but like my God,
an OU shirt that I get for you, obviously.
Well, yeah, I can't do that.
I mean,
look, if I'm not wearing a U of H shirt, I'm not wearing an OU shirt. So
and you wouldn't wear a U of H shirt?
And my daughter goes there.
You lived there for how long?
I lived there for 12 years.
And I appreciate that because
I figured you would.
I do appreciate that. I am a stickler for I don't like to wear other school stuff unless it's something like I do have a shirt for and tell me if you know where the school is.
Yeah,
Austin P.
Is that in Indiana?
It's in Tennessee. So same general area.
Yeah.
But there's a story behind that. So like a school that has absolutely no relation to mine, I might pick up on that.
And look, real quick, and we'll get to this. If they weren't in the Big 12, okay. Now, I do have a U of H coffee mug that I did drink out of on Monday. Sent it to my daughter. Real quick, fair or foul. And this is my daughter, so take it for what it's worth. Game, of course, they lose. I text my daughter, dang, I'm sorry, boo. She texts back, oh, did we lose?
She had no idea.
I said, I'm done with you. She goes, LOL.
You don't think it would have been, there was any sarcasm in that? You don't think she was just despondent?
Oh, no, she's
just clueless.
She had zero idea.
You know what? Mike Golick Jr. has said this before. Fandom was a mistake. And you're just, for college football, you are putting your hopes and dreams 12 Saturdays a year into a bunch of 18 to 22-year-olds that may or may not have been drinking the night before. And you are putting your hope into their hands.
In them.
That in itself is silly. And I love it. And I cannot get enough of it.
That's what we do.
So what I wanted to get into here was Arch Manning, because my friend Matt Gallatin, I've known you for 5-ish years. I still don't know how to say your last name exactly. Matt G. retweeted a list of the top 10 quarterbacks in college football coming into the season.
Okay.
And one, Arch Manning, was number 3.
And this is not just SEC. This is the entire.
This was all
NCAA Division
NCAA. This list, and then I made my own. We'll get to that in a second. We'll see if I can even find it. I believe it was DJ Lagway of Florida, number 1.
Shout out to High School.
Lenora Sellers of South Carolina was number 1 on this list.
Okay.
Which, when we get to mine, he's going to be pretty high on that one too.
Okay.
Cade Klubnik at Clemson was number 2. He's coming back for, I believe, his 3rd or 4th season.
Feels like he's been there forever.
He's been there a long time. And we're finally getting away from some of those long-term
I was going to say
seniors.
the COVID stuff's finally done. I want to say we get this might be the last year for it.
But with some of the JUCO transfers getting an extra year, Diego Pavia at Vanderbilt, it seems like every year they're going to bring in some new way for kids to play for decades. And we had that 9th-year Miami tight end.
Seriously,
who I was
going to say, and there was one other guy too, wasn't there, that had played for, I don't know. Anyway, continue.
But this particular list, it was Lenora Sellers from South Carolina, number 1. Cade Klubnik, Clemson, number 2. Arch Manning at number 3.
Okay.
And I believe Arch and Texas fans text in, if I have this right, has 2 career starts. When Quinn Ewers was hurt early this year, I believe he started against Mississippi State.
Yes.
And he might have made...
There was a non-conference game he played, too, where they beat the crap out of whoever they played.
Louisiana Lafayette?
And there's your boy right there. He'll know.
And he played a lot against UTSA, correct? Because that was the game that Quinn Ewers got hurt in?
Yes. Yeah,
and then
most of the second half, I want to say.
And he had a cup of coffee in the first Georgia game, too.
Yeah, he did a couple of dives there in the end zone.
Yeah, and he played. He had, packages throughout this season.
Right.
But my point is he's got 2 starts.
Yeah.
And he's got a famous last name. And we really liked what we saw from him in those particular games that we watched him against the 16th team in the SEC last year out of 16, Mississippi State
was not good.
And then Louisiana, they're not Louisiana Lafayette anymore. They're just
they just the Raging Cajuns?
They're just University of Louisiana. They changed that within the last couple of years. But that list made me think, well, where does Arch rank? And I'll just keep this among SEC quarterbacks.
Okay.
There's 16, of teams in the conference now, 16 starters. So I went and ranked all the quarterbacks, and we'll have to see how many of these guys you're aware of.
Okay.
Because I'm not expecting you to know Kentucky's starter or Missouri starter. And spoiler alert, they're lower down on the list anyway. So maybe we'll just keep this to the top 8, which I have 2 categories. I have the stars, which there's 3 guys in that category, and the could-be stars / have really loved what they've shown so far, 5 in that category. So your stars, number 1 is Lenora Sellers at South Carolina.
Okay.
He was number 1 on that list. That dude did everything he did as a redshirt freshman.
Yeah.
He is a monster.
So you're here for it.
I'm absolutely here for it. For him to go 9-3 and nearly beat Alabama.
And South Carolina played really good football at the end of the year.
They did. Now, they got blown out by Ole Miss early in the season, but they playing up until their bowl game where they lost to Illinois, and we had that great Brett Bielema and Shane Beamer.
Yeah, they
beef.
did. I'll tell you what, I'm here for that. I'm here for that.
That was fantastic. We need more of that because a lot of the personalities for the coaches just aren't there right now in college football. Lenora Sellers is going to be awesome. He's a deserving Heisman frontrunner going into the season. DJ Lagway at Florida, my number 2. I got to see his debut when he played Miami. Had a little bit of play in there, but then after Graham Mertz got hurt,
which, by the way, how impressed were you with Florida? Considering they were ready to fire Billy Napier and ended on a pretty good note.
So after seeing them in that first game, I was like, well, and looking at their schedule, I'm like, Florida might win 2 games.
Yeah.
And for them to not only go 7-5, beat the crap out of, I think it was UCF in their bowl game.
Yeah.
And to see DJ Lagway do everything he did as a true freshman, I don't want to buy in completely because of the schedule. So they're going to play all the same teams they played last year, and by, I think, record, they had the toughest schedule in the country last year.
Our boy Ben Troop, who if you ever need somebody on your podcast, get Ben Troop on, because that dude you think I talk fast. That dude, but he's a Florida guy, and he said before the year started, we have him on every week, and he said, look, if they get 6 or 7 wins, and he said this before the season started, that's a huge deal for Florida this year. And he goes, everybody's looking at it the wrong way. He goes, 6, 7 wins with that schedule and with that team, don't sleep on it.
So I was super impressed because I thought Billy Napier was going to get fired midway through the season.
Billy Napier thought he was going to get fired.
And he did not. Third, Garrett Nussmeier from LSU.
Okay.
I think I'm higher on him than a lot of people.
He's a Flower Mound kid, isn't he?
He's the son of the former Cowboys
quarterback coach, right? Yeah.
Doug Nussmeier is now, I believe, the offensive coordinator under Kellen Moore in New Orleans.
There you go.
So there you go. It's family connection right there. I think Garrett Nussmeier is going to take a big step forward this year. LSU's always got receivers.
Yeah.
They had guys last year that left. They're going to have guys this
That's
year.
putting it mildly.
Guys you've never heard of. I'll get through the next couple pretty quickly because I know we're up against it. Diego Pavia of Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
It's my number 4.
Who's your age?
I think he is just the gritty kind of quarterback that can win anywhere.
Yeah.
Won in JUCO, won at New Mexico State, beat Alabama last year at Vanderbilt.
And played his ass off.
The dude is a player.
Yeah, he is.
He is accomplished.
Yeah, he really is.
5th, and this might make some of you Texas fans mad, I got John Mateer at Oklahoma at number 5. Because I've seen him throughout a full season schedule put
smell
up
that?
4,000 yards of offense.
Smells like home cooking.
44 touchdowns. Brings his offensive coordinator that he had all his success with from Washington State to him, with him to Norman. I'm buying in on him.
Yeah, you are.
The quarterback position in Oklahoma cannot possibly be as bad as it was last season.
Will your receivers be healthy this year?
John Mateer can run, so it doesn't matter. Then at number 6, I have Arch. And only 2 starts, but you loved what you saw and you loved the packages that he ran.
Yeah.
That's where Arch gets the benefit of the doubt. Because I have him ahead of Marcel Reed at A&M. I had him ahead of Nico Iamaleava at Tennessee, who I am not a fan of. And then everybody else, right? I think once you get past Nico, it's a pretty lousy list of names. It's Jackson Arnold, Taylon Green, Zach Calzada at Kentucky, former A&M quarterback, who he's in his 7th season at Kentucky.
Who? Zach
Calzada.
God, I was going to say that name. I've heard that name forever.
He beat Alabama in 2021, Texas A&M, the walk-off field goal at the very end. So I have Arch 6th right now in the SEC, having played 2 games. I mean, because you love what you saw from him, and the packages that he ran, you expect him to bring that with him to a full offense as the unquestioned leader.
Yeah.
And he's had 2 years to cook in Sark's offense.
Oh,
I think that's the thing that's going to make the difference. Obviously, there's the talent, there's the name, but the fact that he's been with Sark as long as he has and knows that offense probably like the back of his hand at this point, so long as he's not losing his ID all over campus like he was when he got there. There's no reason Arch can't rise above Nussmeier, above Lagway. I really love Lenore Sellers.
People love Nussmeier, though.
Nuss can develop into a potential number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, exactly.
He can. Will he? I don't know. Because he could be a turnover machine at times. That A&M game last year was a mess for him.
Yeah.
But then you watch some of the darts he throws in like the Ole Miss game or the Oklahoma game.
Tell you what, that game against USC to start the season off, he was throwing lasers all over the field. But you're right. He can look great one drive and then look like total not great the next drive.
Which I love that he came back for another season because I think that's going to be great for his development. But has to show that game in, game out. So I love Nuss, but I don't see any reason Arch can't just fly up these rankings by the end of the season.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line. What do you think about Carter's quarterback rankings for the SEC? Do you think it is a little home cooking where he's got the OU quarterback ahead of Arch Manning? We'll discuss that next. And then we've got some of y'all's text messages coming up next. We will dive into those, and we will give you the latest and greatest of what's going on over at the AAC. Lots to get to. Don't you go anywhere. This is The Fan After Dark.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
At 10:20, you guys know how we do. We'll read your text message here in just a second. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. So chime in. We will start reading your text message here in just a second. Don't think we've been neglecting you. We'll read them here in just a second. Top 5 at 10:20. Oh, don't forget haikus. Luka, tariffs. Tariffs, Luka. Luka, tariffs. 9:40. It's going down. Get your minds right. 10:20. Top 5 songs that you would walk up to. And that's just real quick. Tell the folks at home what inspired that, Khaki Kevin.
Yeah, so I was out at a high school baseball game in my old stomping yards at Brewer High School.
Did you guys win?
No, we did not. But that's not. It's okay.
Who you guys playing, the Gypsies?
No.
Gypsy High?
Then we probably would have won.
Yeah. And they would have beat your ass afterwards.
Stole
all your
our
stuff.
cars and stuff. Yeah.
Team fell asleep on the job.
No, I was out supporting
You're a gypsy. Text in.
my girlfriend's alma mater against my own high school, I guess.
Oh, so wait a minute. Your girlfriend's high school,
Granbury,
was playing your high school, and her high school won.
Yeah, at my high school.
Wow.
Tough day. Tough day for
Tough
the
day to be
Brewer
a
Bears.
Oh, man.
But, yeah, so I was sitting there and I was listening. A couple of good walk-up songs.
All the time.
Couple of good walk-up songs. I was thinking, top 5 at 10:20, top 5 walk-up songs. And it could be some you've heard. It could be just, hey, I've heard this song, and I think it'd be cool to walk up to this one.
How about the fact that Khaki Kev always thinking about the show? Huh?
I literally turned around and I looked at my girlfriend. I was like, I just got a new top 5. She's like, we're at a baseball game. And I was like, don't worry.
Kevin, if you want to come sit in this chair, just tell me. I mean, you're trying to plan more segments than me. I don't know.
Did you tell her that the hustle never stops?
She knows.
She knows.
She knows. I'm always thinking about different things for the show.
Hashtag Sigma grind set. That is what my guy Khaki Kev is on. Just look at him. Except you can't see him on the fan cam right now, but just look at him.
They don't want to see me on the fan cam.
Don't tease him, because he will flip on that ball.
I was just saying, he's got it right next to him because I set it up for him.
Don't tease him. He will flip that button on if you take it a step further. All right, so we're going to have to send you our songs, though, because it's not the same to just say them.
We need the audio.
No, we got to send you audio. And we'll do it. We'll start doing it now because, and shout out to Alex Salas, a.k.a. Alec 2.0, because we did top 5 rap beats as a top 5, which, by the way, the text machine went ham when we did that. And we did the audio. And it just adds a different,
And people are never going to get tired of hearing songs like
They're
that.
never
Look,
gonna get tired
I'm
of
a
hearing it.
huge music guy. I have a freaking blog that I write about new music and whatnot. So
Substack?
Substack, yeah.
This guy over here, huh?
I love my Substack. I've really started writing a lot more.
How many
this year.
subscribers you got?
It's in the double digits.
I'm one of them.
Kevin is one of them.
Hey, what is it? Let them know.
It's C Freeman, and it's MON. C Freeman @substack.com.
Well, you don't have a name for your Substack?
Oh, the name is Musings on Music.
That's a lot easier to find.
Musings on Music. Just type in Carter Freeman Musings on Music. It should pop up. I'll tweet it out
deal.
too.
Done deal.
We're already getting texts in. 10:20, guys. 10:20.
10:20. It's going
Save
down,
'em, save
folks.
'em.
Called a tease in the business, folks.
Going down. Here we go. All right, here we go. From the 817, Khaki Kev come to an Arlington Bowie baseball game. All right, there you go. From the 972, here we go. Fans are going to see it as picking OU over Texas, not evaluating the QB's body of work.
I mean, I'll evaluate what I saw with John Mateer last year and feel comfortable putting him pretty high on that list.
Absolutely. From the 940, Washington State played a pretty cupcake schedule.
And Mateer crushed him. And so did Ashton Genty, and I bet you love Ashton Genty.
Look, I don't disagree with you on that one. Let's see. First intro sounded like an ad for prostate exams. This is going back to your intros. So
I'll bring that to Bet Nation. I'll see if the guys agree on Sunday.
I didn't like it. Now that we're being honest with everybody, I wasn't a fan.
The second one was more to Carter Freeman.
Had
character.
Yeah, the first one sounded just antiseptic.
Well, and like we're talking about with music, I mean, you hear that CBS college football song, you just get amped. I mean, I listen to that.
I'm ready for Vern Lundquist. I'm ready to get hyped.
Yes,
I'm ready for Brent Musburger to start creeping on chicks in the crowd at that point.
Yeah, on the Alabama quarterback's girlfriend.
Or anybody. I mean, Brent Musburger doesn't care.
No, he doesn't. Is he still a voice of the Raiders? He was a radio voice of the Raiders for a couple years there. I'll have to look that up.
I don't think he is anymore. I know he was running VSiN, and then he sold it, and then he bought it back. if memory serves. So there you have it. The helmet with the wood style, OU baby, Jagon and Terrell. Shout out to our boy Jagon. A lot of folks here are all on the same bandwagon. Definitely the second. Sounds like the Jody Mack announcer on the first one, Jagon and Terrell.
Love you some Jody Mack,
That is a Tolo and then some. Let's see, what else? Yes, E40 and Sugar T on the Sprinkle Me deal. Nico isn't. Okay, real quick, let's go to the one where the guy was getting into breaking down Nico being a psychopath. Here we go. From the 972, Nico is a sociopath. He's standing in the tunnel with literally no facial expression. Antisocial personality disorder, sometimes called sociopathy, is a mental health condition in which a person consistently shows no regard for right and wrong and ignores the rights and feelings of others.
So they copied like the Wikipedia entry and sent that in?
Look, they very well might have chat GPT'd that for all we know. All right. But obviously they feel very strongly that Nico, I will say this, Nico does look like somebody ran over his dog every time you see him.
There's a little peeved look. And even before the Luka trade, he always had that. Mavs are only down 3 now. I mean, they've made a nice little comeback here. This is a competitive game with 10 minutes left.
Oh, and look who's at the line. Look who decided to join the party, a.k.a. Anthony Davis. Don't know he's going to get 27, and I don't know if our guy Luka is going to hit this triple-double.
AD is up to 11.
Okay.
And Luka's up to 38. My guy only
How many
has...
rebounds and assists? Like 5 and 5, I think?
5 and 5.
Yeah.
38, 5 and 5.
I need
4 steals, too.
Well, quadruple-double maybe? We'll see. Hey, look, I don't care how he gets it.
It doesn't matter which stat it is. We just need 3 of them to hit 10.
I just need a triple-double out of him. From the 945, number 77 forever, Nico Never. Okay. From the 945, Dallas North Tollway Addison. Okay, I guess just throwing out the maybe where he's at.
Oh, listening from? Okay.
Could very well be.
Like we're just texting in words.
Let's see. Listening to what you guys are saying about Dallas basketball, but it's dead to me. I will never watch it again. Nope, never. That's from Jagon again. I tell you what, Jagon is on one tonight. I can tell. I wonder, Jagon, you've been sipping on a little something. I can tell because he's feeling nicey tonight.
I'll say just about the fandom aspect of it because I've lived in Dallas since I was 11, like in just the DFW area. I love all of the local teams, and I'll never forget. The night the Luka trade happened, we were going to the Super Bowl. We recorded some stuff at the airport because we saw this giant Luka mural.
I saw that
the column that Ruben gave a big old bear hug to.
Yeah, he did.
That next month, like all of February, was miserable. Brutal. I mean, it was every wrong thing they could have said. They ended up saying it. But the last month or so, and I know the Mavs weren't playing like the Thunder, or they weren't playing the Celtics, right? But it was nice to see the team kind of rally around each other and win some games.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
it was so toxic for so long as the Mavs take the lead right there. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Clay!
I got to go see him play in Orlando, and just watching him win that game as a Mavs fan, it was fun to see them win again.
Oh, absolutely.
But everything today with the shirts they're giving out, with the tribute video, with all the social media posts, it's like reopened the wound that just feels like it did in that first month. We got away from it for a while. Like it didn't feel good, but it didn't feel atrocious like it did for a long time. But now seeing all this again today, it's kind of like reopen that back up. So I think in the long run, I am still a fan of the Laundry, and I will still like the Mavs. But it's going to be tough to watch them because they're probably not going to be that great for a long time.
Last one from Jagon and Terrell. Is that Carter? He looks like Smalls from The Sandlot, all grown up.
Okay. Look this up.
Is this
The Sandlot in a long
This will
time.
sound bad at being a sports guy. Never seen The Sandlot.
No, it's just been a minute since I've seen it.
Well, no, I've never seen it. I'm just telling you, I've never
Come
seen
on,
it.
Fred.
I mean, is Arnold in it? Does anything get blown up in it?
No.
I mean, if Arnold's
baseballs.
I still want you to make an exception to that rule and watch My All-American.
You know what?
I've been on it for so long.
I tell you what, you've been that was the first.
So one of the first shows.
Khaki Kev is I've worked more. Outside of Blake, I've worked more shows with Khaki Kev than anybody else. In fact, the first show I ever did here at 105 Through the Fan was with Khaki Kev, Behind the Glass in the 1-2s and 3s. And you've been talking about that movie since then. And in fairness, I did bring it up on Amazon Prime because, ironically enough, I ran into I'll never forget. I don't know. I was on some dude's roof or something like that. I don't remember what it was, and he was a big UT fan. And I mentioned the movie to him, and he'd seen it. He knew the movie. right? Loved it. It was as effusive in his praise of it as you are. Still haven't seen it.
What's the best Arnold Schwarzenegger movie?
Oh, great question. I am going to go with... I got to go with Predator.
Okay, that has the best gifable moment of any of his movies with him and Carl Weathers.
That does in that sense.
I use that gif a lot.
The one movie of his that does not get gift enough is Commando.
Commando is, and there's a lot of great lines in that one.
Oh, the one-liners.
When he drops the dude off the cliff earlier in the movie, Arnold says, "Oh, you're funny. I'll kill you last." And then he drops him off the cliff, and he says, "Remember when I said I'd kill you last? I lied." And then drops him.
He said, and what's his name? What's the guy's name in that? What's his the dude in the yellow Porsche? Which, by the way, do you remember when he pushes the yellow Porsche over and the door's back to normal again?
No, I guess we got to rewatch Commando.
You're gonna have to rewatch. So he said, because he's holding him over, and he goes, "Remember you told me you were gonna kill me last? Remember that Matrix?" He's like, "I did, Sully. I lied," and then drops him.
And that's cold.
And he's like, "I'm holding you with my weak arm." And then he tells Bill Duke that he eats Green Berets for breakfast and that he's very hungry. And then they fight in the motel room.
Very Duke Nukem of him.
Oh. I mean,
Terminator 2 is the best Arnold movie.
Terminator 2 is great, except for the fact that he doesn't kill as many people, and Edward Furlong is Little B in that movie.
He doesn't, but I do love
Dirk's at the game.
The is it the T-10,000, the T-1000?
T-1000. Robert Patrick.
Yes.
Oh, look, don't get me wrong.
One of the best movie villains of all time.
Oh, phenomenal movie. And I'll say one more movie that I don't think gets near enough credit from an Arnold perspective. End of Days.
Okay, I don't think I've seen that one.
End of Days.
I was hoping you'd say Total Recall because I do love the original Total Recall. And True Lies, I'm a big True Lies guy too.
I mean, come on. Arnold up until outside of Last Action Hero, which was dreadful.
That movie... I thought of this when we were talking Arnold. There's a great scene in that movie when they're in like the alternate world where there's a poster for the Terminator and it's Sylvester Stallone as the Terminator instead of Arnold. And I always thought that was just a really funny joke.
So he was supposed to, and I just heard this the other day, there was a comedy that came out around the same, or that was supposed to come out, or that came out not long after Last Action Hero that Arnold, and it'll come to me later, that he was supposed to be in. But he decided not to do it because, and it was another comedy, but he couldn't do it, or he chose not to do it. And I can't think of who it was. God, it's gonna rack my brain here. Anyway, all right, coming up next. We'll find it during the break. We'll figure it out during the break. All right, because I can talk Arnold all day, every day. All right, coming up next, let's do a little fair or foul. All right, let's get into a little fair or foul. We got haikus. We're gonna hear from Blake as well. And oh, by the way, the Lakers and the Mavericks. This is actually a pretty dadgum good basketball game. We'll get you an update on that as well. Coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. Of course, we'll talk.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
As follows: Luka coming back, and tariffs. All right, they got the internet going nuts.
Two popular topics.
Huge topics, especially here in the DFW. All right, so fair or foul. You guys know the music. You know what time it is when you hear that music. We're going to read off a story. Maybe it's from the world. Maybe it's from our own personal lives, or maybe it's just something we heard. We're going to read it out loud, say it out loud to you. I will bounce it off of Khaki. I will bounce it off of Carter. And then I will bounce it off of you, the Tolos and Fatties. And then we will all determine whether or not it is fair or foul. Sound good?
Let's do it.
All right, so look at the thing started right. You said, and this is going to be a very Khaki Kev-centric fair or foul. I heard you say something earlier while we were doing a little pre-show and just kind of, bouncing back and forth between the Pimp Cup and the bullpen. And this kind of stems from your show Saturday with Will Chambers,
yes, sir,
a.k.a. Sweet Willie C.
So he filled in on Bet Nation this last Sunday for the Willie Bully. I called him the Willie Billy because he was sitting in the same seat.
Let me tell you something. Will Chambers is a machine when it comes to sports radio.
And betting content, too. I bet. That man is perfect for that kind of show.
I could see that.
It's my guy.
I could see that.
He loves betting. We did it all college football season. Me and him.
See,
and he has no problem throwing out some crazy picks.
And I'm here for it. I'm just not. That's where that's why I appreciate guys. Because here's the thing about a guy like a Will Chambers when it comes to talking betting the way he does it versus, because some people, they just it's I will say this: sports betting talk has evolved, because a few years ago, before it was like mainstream, it was brutal. Some guy from New York. I mean, it's just I want to stab myself in the eye with a soldering iron.
It's gotten more localized, right? Like it used to be, like you said, like the national voices that you wouldn't want to listen to national radio anyway, and you especially want to listen.
Call my $1-800 for my free pick tonight.
Yeah. Oh gosh, we air those during the football season. I can't remember his name, but I love that guy. I love that guy's commercials. But
too much.
Now you have guys like Wolchuk and Chiafalo here in Dallas.
Yes.
We'll have a Dallas tilt to it, or the BetMGM network. We've got guys in Oregon. We've got guys in the Northeast. We've got guys in Kansas City. Right.
Yeah.
Like, we've got guys all over the place that give different takes, different ideas from different places. I think that helps the overall product.
No, it absolutely does. And it's become, like you said, it's become so normalized. Maybe it doesn't make it better, but it has made it more normalized as far as, you can bring in the average person that can talk about betting, parlays, prize picks, whatever, and it's not as foreign, it's quite as taboo as it was once upon a time. So that being said, you and Sweet Willie C were on Saturday. You mentioned how you were going to, instead of a class ring, because you're getting ready to graduate, next month?
Yeah. If all goes well.
Let's not put our, let's not put the cart before
Wheels
the horse.
could fall off at any moment.
Middle school graduation for Kevin. That's awesome.
I'll tell you what, this kid's come a long way. Let's just don't hope the gypsies take your lunch money afterwards. So you're not going to get a class ring, which I have zero issue with. I didn't even know that was still a thing. Obviously, Texas A&M people, God bless you all. You guys love your rings. I'm not mad at you for it. It's what you guys do. That said, you mentioned that you would take that $600 that you would spend on a class ring and put towards a pair of shoes that are like some, special Travis Scott type shoes.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you know
okay.
that. Yeah,
so I'm not mad at you for that.
A lot of people were. Some people were. I did get some sneakerheads that were typing in. They were like, "Do it."
Look, in today's day and age. Now, what I will take umbrage with is the fact that you want some sort of like nerd Star Wars Lego kit.
Yes, so
for $700.
So my alternative to the shoes is because one, I don't know if they'll get here in time at this rate.
Oh wow!
And they're ending up.
Where are you buying them from? China?
I don't know where they're coming from. Oh, you know what? That could be part of it.
Bury your haiku, man.
That could be part of it.
Getting them from there, you ain't getting them anytime soon.
Price just went up, my friend.
Yeah, that could be part of it.
They were $600. Yeah, they're about $1,000 now.
What
a lot.
What's the meme? Yesterday's price is not today's price. Yeah,
that's right.
So I'm sitting here, but I'm also thinking like I kind of want something that's like shoes are great, and I love shoes, but they're not going to be there forever. Like they're gonna flake, they're gonna break, something's gonna happen, right? So I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, what is literally going to stand the test of time? Legos. And I am a Lego guy. All of my hobbies are expensive. Legos, sneakers.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah, definitely. And so my dream...
Get into $10 bets like Fred. That's a cheap hobby. We'll fund your more expensive hobbies.
Yeah, well, that's a hobby. As long as we don't make it a habit.
Thanks, AD.
Clown.
But yeah, so my dream Lego is the Ultimate Collector Series Lego Star Wars Millennium Falcon. And for the my fellow Lego nerds,
is that Star Trek or Star Wars?
Star Wars.
Okay.
Star Wars.
The
better of the two.
Is that what Jabba the Hutt?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Ewoks.
I do know that. Billy D. Williams?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's my dream Lego set. It's massive. It's like 2.5 feet wide. It's a massive Lego. You've seen probably some our very own Derek Lively, who's a Lego collector. He has one as well. So for my Lego nerds, they know what I'm talking about. But
fair foul, $700 for a Lego kit, and it's $700.
Yeah,
for this thing.
Yes, sir. Yep.
I mean, it is like as big as Kevin is. I mean, it's just a ginormous Lego thing, but it's. The problem with Legos in general is they're all branded now, which just drives the price up like crazy. I'm not a big Lego guy, but they used to have like city Legos, like their own like original ones that Lego came up with themselves. Now it's all Star Wars, Harry Potter, Marvel. So because they're branded, they're going to cost more, and they're going to drive the price up crazy to $700 for. I'm going to say this is foul. Get the shoes. I don't care if they come in late. Don't buy the $700.
So fun fact: the Lego selling for $700. Whatever is actually under what Lego sold it for a couple of years ago, because this is reselling. Because at this point they stopped making. This is like an old set. This is actually, I want to say they don't make them anymore.
What do we think a Gypsy could get for?
So they Lego sold them for like $840.
Am I missing something here?
Why settlement and gypsy
thing? Why settlement and gypsies? You call yourself a fanpire.
Yeah.
And you call yourself a fanpire.
More of a 10 p.m. fanpire.
Carter Freeman calls himself a fanpire and doesn't know about the gypsies and white settlement.
The fatties. Foul. Oh, yes. We've talked about this off air, actually. All you had to do was say white settlement, and all of a sudden, I'm back in. Back in the game like I never left.
All right, now I do want to make this point to the Tolos, because a lot of y'all are getting really upset. The money is going to get spent either way. Well, if I got a ring or something.
What if you just buy the dip instead?
I'm not buying. I'm not doing.
Yeah, Trump's telling you when to buy it.
I'm not buying.
He's literally on social media saying this is when to buy it.
That's some people do it, some people don't. I'm just saying the money's going to get spent either way. I'm not pocketing the money. That's not an option here, people. That's just not what I'm doing.
You want
to.
So is it?
I want
like
something memorable from this.
Is it you buying this, or
no? This is not me buying.
I was going to say, is this Billy?
This is a parent's.
Is B-Dub buying this?
This is a parent's. Hey, Kevin, you graduate because it was either high school or college.
Yeah.
So you're getting something for high school or college.
Well, you really rolled the dice too. You were like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and bet that I do graduate college.
First walker and haven't done it yet. So first walker in a minute.
Let's calm down, B. So B-Dub is going to buy you what? Again, we're waiting to see.
And mom.
Okay, so they're coming together for this gift.
Yes.
All right. Hey, look, God bless them both. And so it's just a matter of.
Get a plane ticket.
So
somewhere.
okay, me and my dad.
Trip to Florida or something.
Isn't your
or
generation about
California.
experiences and not items?
So me and my dad are also taking a trip this year, though. So that's our thing.
That's already.
We're going to Cooperstown later this year.
There you go.
So that's $700 to spend on
Shout out to B-Dub.
stuff in Cooperstown. Or why can't you? And look, I'm.
But that's separate. That's separate.
Baller on a budget here, so please understand. But my memory of this time of my life is the picture that goes across my Google Home, and then I look at my bank account. And I'm like, you know what? That's nice to look at.
Again,
nice extra amount of money in there.
Pocket the money.
I don't think you want to pocket the money.
I don't want to pocket the
That's
money.
The
I don't like
here.
it because it's not money I earn. It's not like
it is.
I want valuable things. I want something to look at, something to be like, yes, I earned this when I graduated.
This money was given to you, right?
Well, it's not money. He's got a dollar amount that he can spend.
Yes, think of it like that.
I'm still thinking about spending it on a check that says $700 that I can put in my bank
understand it,
account.
but that's not the option.
Buy a plane ticket. Don't buy the Legos.
I'm getting a lot of text opinion, and I love it.
There you go. All right. I mean, look, I say fair. You only live once. All right. So, and look, if B-Dub's behind it, I'm here for it. So.
He actually influenced the Lego over the shoes, to be honest.
I mean, I would go with neither.
Because he knows how much I want the Lego.
Well, that's it. I mean, like I said, I'm too old for $600 shoes, and you're either a Lego person or you're not. Do I strike you as a Lego person?
Oh, yeah. Fred's like the biggest. Oh, my gosh, absolutely. This guy that's his house is made of Legos,
You do them every night.
Yeah. Oozes Legos.
Yeah.
You could have bought 2 tickets to watch the Mavs lose to the Lakers.
Exactly. All right. My God, 2 hours in the books. Where has the time gone? All right, when we come back, let's take a trip around the National Football League. And then, of course, later on, we are going to hear from Blake Elliott this hour as well, as we're down to the final minute and a half of this basketball game. Lots to get to. Don't you go anywhere. This is The Fan after.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
cinnamon custard,
Hazel Babes.
saffron squad,
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the program happening right now on 105.3 The Fan. And, I hate to say it, but it looks like the Lakers may have won this trade. I don't want to be the jump to conclusions guy, but it's just the vibe I'm getting, man. It's just
one game.
The vibe I'm getting.
It's just one game.
What's the you were just reading off the stat line for former Maverick Luka Doncic?
That would be 45 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals. He is plus 27 on the evening. That is a hell of a stat line.
They got Bronny James in, bro.
Wow,
Come on.
it's bad when Bronny's in.
Dwight Powell, too, just subbed in. He's plus 1 last I checked. Take that, Mike Bassick.
Look at Dalton Connect with the two-handed flush. And meanwhile, Anthony Davis, the best two-way player. And really, if you're going to win a title, that's you want an oft-injured 32-year-old. His stat line for tonight is?
13, 11, and 6 for points, rebounds, and assists. So, my friends, that's a double-double.
I mean, come
that's
on.
13 and 11. That's a double-double machine.
Who got the better end of this deal? I mean, I think we know who won this trade. I think we know. I mean, what do you want? A guy that scores 40 and wins, or a guy that gets you a double-double?
It's okay, guys. Our ticket to the play-in is still coming. All we have to do is win one more game, or I think Phoenix has to lose one more, and we'll be fine. We'll still make the playoffs.
Now,
or does the play-in count as a playoffs? Are you a playoff team if you're a play-in team? Because you're in or out, on or off? I don't know.
Great question. I think it does count.
I think the Mavs will be the road team in that scenario, too.
Right now, because they're sitting at 10th, aren't they?
Yes, but they would go to Sacramento.
Sacktown.
Beam might be lighted on that night. Lighted?
Sacktown? It'll be lit.
It'll be lit.
It'll be lit in Sacktown.
Just like Travis Scott.
Are you a big Travis Scott guy?
I enjoy Travis Scott. I think Sicko Mode is a fantastic song. I think Astroworld's a great album.
Okay.
The last one, Utopia, it was fine.
Not as good as Astroworld.
There were some songs I enjoyed, but you make a song like Sicko Mode, it's the modern-day Bohemian Rhapsody is what it is. Just the level, the gravitas that song has, you just don't top that. And so then, of course, the whole festival thing happened, and I don't know. It's really hard to look at him.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. Well, but
that.
here's the thing, though. He's actually, and we talked about this on the show one night, ever since that happened, his concerts are now the most technologically advanced when it comes to crowd control.
Well, that's good.
No, he doesn't get enough credit for that. I mean, obviously, look, 6 people die at your concert. Yeah, that sucks, and you're going to catch a lot of flack, and rightfully so. He went and visited with each family, each individually. And then they've got this like body sensing technology and all this other kind of like, state of the art to where, they make sure that there's only a certain amount of people within a certain square foot, square whatever. So that way you don't have that same. Patty Mahomes. There you go. Just loved up Luka Doncic. So there you go. So that doesn't happen again.
There is something to, someone doing something.
Look at the goat.
Yeah,
look at the goat.
Leaving.
Huh?
Getting out of the arena.
Getting out of there. Couldn't leave fast enough.
Nope, he couldn't.
Can I hit you with a fun stat real quick? This is Luka's 46th career 40-point game.
Yeah.
Do either of y'all want to take a guess how many Anthony Davis has? Just
total 40-point games?
Yep.
Well, I know he has the one against the Pelicans. So bare minimum.
There's at least one.
Anthony Davis is on the board.
I'm going to say 4.
I'm going to say 3. That's his jersey number.
45.
What?
He has 45 40-point games.
It's what StatMuse says.
StatMuse?
StatMuse. Is that how you say it? StatMuse?
I think
StatMuse.
Well, that could be you're looking at the wrong.
We're working on this graduation thing, everyone.
StatMuse.
Dude, there's no way he's got 45 40-point games.
He's been around for
I mean, he's been around
14
for a while.
years.
Hold on.
And
Now you got me looking.
He was the only option in New Orleans for the longest time. I mean, who was his second best player when he was with the Pelicans?
Yeah, they were all with. Yeah, it shows to all be with the Pelicans.
He had Boogie Cousins there at one point, and that's. I'm genuinely trying to think of Pelicans from the mid 2010s, and I am struggling to come up with any. 45 though. That's why Nico wanted to trade for him. He looked at those 40-point games from like 6 years ago and were like, you know what? That's a championship.
I mean, you're right. How long has he been in the NBA?
2012. He was the number 1 overall pick.
I mean, he's been in the league 13 seasons.
I'm going to double check on this.
No, I just brought it up. Stat News says 45 as well.
Moves.
Stat Moves. The old Stat Moves. Be careful of that Stat Moves. It just sucks because he was not great tonight.
No, he was not.
And I really thought he was going to ball tonight. I really did. I thought we were going to get there's Luka hugging his dad. I mean, he does look sad. Like that is, I will say this one thing about Luka. He genuinely looks like he's not enjoying this.
He hasn't looked like it most of the time he's been in LA. It's going to take him probably at least a full calendar year for this to really sink in. I mean, even in off season.
And I don't know that it ever will, to be honest.
And yeah, maybe not.
Look, think about it. This
He's
guy's
an emotional guy too.
There's that. And I mean, where would you rather? I mean, think about it. You can have and I guess you could say, you could have a semblance of a normal life in LA, but I don't know. I mean, your money goes a hell of a lot further in Dallas, Texas, than it does in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, but when you're working with $300 million contracts, I don't think that's...
Look, I'm not saying that doesn't factor into it, but that's still a pretty chunk of change that California's taken out. I mean, let's call it what it was. That's one of the reasons why Dwight Howard came to Houston a decade ago.
Yep.
And they talked about the money he was going to save by going to by going to Dallas. Hell, there was a guy, matter of fact, I don't know who it was. Hockey player that was on GBAG last week.
Oh, he's an ESPN analyst.
ESPN analyst, right? He said he had to do a double take and went to HR when he got traded to, was it Tampa Bay?
It was Tampa.
He'd played with the Rangers, goes to Tampa Bay, gets his first paycheck, goes to HR and says, "Are you sure this is what my paycheck's supposed to look like? Because I've never made this much money." And they're like, "Oh, by the way, we don't do income tax here in the state of Florida."
Because it was New York to Florida.
Exactly.
That's where he was traded from.
So yeah, I mean, look, I don't care who you are, money's money.
Yeah, but then just in the history of the Mavericks, that's never helped them. Like the Dwight Howard thing, I guess it helped him because he could go into Houston, but it didn't help the Mavericks. And then Darren Williams around the same time, because that was whenever Cuban thought, "Oh, I can get better players and deconstruct the championship team." And then none of those better players ended up coming here. And look, I love I think it was the 2013-14 Mavericks, the ones that almost beat the Spurs in the playoffs. They had that Vince Carter walk or buzzer beater in the playoffs.
Okay.
They had, oh my gosh, I think Shane Larkin was on the team for a hot minute.
Larkin, that's a name I haven't heard in forever.
There's so many of those mid-20, like Mike James, and there's so many of those mid-2010s Mavericks that I remember. I love those teams, but they were all first-round exits. And that once we got to that point, once Jason Terry was hitting threes for the Rockets over the Mavericks, that's when I was like, okay, we need to figure something out. And they did, and then they traded him.
Well, and here we are. Who would you rather be right now, Nico Harrison or Tyreek Hill? Miami wide receiver Tyreek Hill was involved in a domestic dispute, but no charges were filed, according to an incident report obtained by NFL media. On Monday, we were informed that the police were called to Tyreek Hill's home, and after conversations with Tyreek and members of his family, the police departed the residence without further incident, and the case was closed. This is according to a Dolphins spokesperson who gave information to NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Quote, "We have since been in communication with Tyreek and the NFL and will have no further comment on the matter." Sunny Isles Beach Police were dispatched to the 18,000. You got money when you're in the 18,000 block. Like, I'm in the 300s in Louisville. Okay, so I'm lucky I have a roof over my head. Meanwhile, my man's in the 18,000 block.
Probably one of multiple estates, if I had to guess. With that contract the Dolphins gave him. Last offseason.
How much child support this guy's paying, though?
It's a lot. A lot of domestic issues as well.
Well, here you go.
It's like every 6 months, this seems to pop up. What was the thing he did last summer? Didn't he injure like a TikTok star when they were filming something?
Broke her leg.
Yeah.
Broke her leg. But they went, I want to say they had sex afterwards. So
Tyreek Hill, so that wouldn't surprise me.
Well, I mean, I'm more impressed with her.
Probably had a kid as well.
Who had sex with a broken leg? 877-881-1053. Police said Alicia Vaquero, I don't know if she's in relation to Sonny, the mother of Keita Hill, Tyreek's wife, had called authorities. Vaquero said the 31-year-old Tyreek threw a computer on the floor and grabbed his daughter following a heated argument. Keita Hill said she was in the process of filing for divorce. Keita and Tyreek said the altercation never got physical, but officers stated they saw a light bruise on the upper chest area. Keita Hill said she believed it happened without malice when Tyreek took the baby. They went on to say this is not the first incident for Tyreek Hill.
No, there's going back to college.
Captain Obvious there.
I will never forget when he ran that punt return back for Oklahoma State to tie the game against Oklahoma, and then Oklahoma State won in overtime, and then I think the next week he got kicked off the team because of a domestic issue.
That's it.
Ended up at Alabama A&M. Because remember...
And then ran a 4.2940 at their pro day.
See those graphics that are like, when they do the NFL Top 100, and they'll be like, all these colleges are represented in the NFL Top 100, and it's like, what is that one? Oh, that's Alabama A&M. That one,
that's that one.
College football sicko that I am, that's one I don't know off the top of my head, and I had to look that one up. That one, and when Austin Eckler was on the list, frequently, you know where he went to school? Western Colorado.
Western Colorado.
That was his only offer, I believe, was to play at Division II or III.
I was going to say, that's got to be a D2 school, right?
Yes, at the least. I'm not sure. It's not FCS, I know that. But I just seeing that logo, that took me a while. Like, I got Valdosta State eventually. I got Virginia State.
Yeah.
Someone's like that. The Western Colorado one, I was like, this is going to take me a while to find.
Not even the Colorado School of Mines, huh?
Nope, not the donkeys.
Because we all know, everybody's heard of the Colorado School of Mines.
Yes.
Everybody knows. They're in NCAA.
They're a Division II or III powerhouse.
They really are.
And I think they're two because the Division II National Championship game is up the road in Allen. It's at Allen's football stadium, and they played in it. I think they lost it, not this last season, the season before.
Yeah, because the Washburn Ichabods, which is in my hometown of Topeka, Kansas, just made it to the NCAA Division II Final Four. Now, they were blown out by 30, but they got there.
Look, sometimes that's what it's all about.
It's half the battle, boys. It's all about the journey. It's all about the journey. And then, of course, last but certainly not least, let's see here. I had another story, too, I wanted to get into, but I don't remember. Jags, Trevor Lawrence says he is very optimistic that he'll be perfectly good to start the season. Now, me and my boy Blake Elliott, we have gone back and forth on Trevor Lawrence. I still think he's going to be a good quarterback, but I liken him or lump him in the Alex Smith category, where people forget that Alex Smith was absolute dog you-know-what the first 6 seasons of his NFL career, but it didn't help that, oh, by the way, San Francisco was a dumpster fire when he was there, and then he finally got Norv Turner for a year as his OC, balled out that year, or showed like, okay, now we see why this guy was number one. Then he gets Jim Harbaugh.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, okay, this guy's actually a legit quarterback. Then he goes to the Chiefs, and you're like, okay, you can win with this guy. Won't win a Super Bowl with him, but you can still win games. And then Patrick Mahomes came along and couldn't trade him fast enough.
And I know they were both number one overall picks, but Alex Smith came from Utah, and he was not winning national championships like Trevor Lawrence was at Clemson.
That's true.
So that people will never accept that comparison, no matter how likely it may be, because of the pedigree Lawrence had. But I do think, because I've gone back and forth on this too, because I obviously loved it in 2022 and they went on that great run at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Made the playoffs, beat the Chargers, and that crazy comeback. Hasn't been the same since. His division, if he's going to improve, his division is going to be part of the reason, right?
Oh, 100%.
Because you've got the Colts, who I will say,
can't get out of their own way.
Before they took Anthony Richardson, I thought he was 2 years away from being 2 years away.
Yeah.
Like what Lenore Sellers at South Carolina is right now is what Anthony Richardson when he was drafted.
Yeah.
And Lenore Sellers has 2 more years at South Carolina before he'll go to the pros, most likely.
I mean, Anthony Richardson wasn't accurate in college.
No, I'll never forget his final game against Florida State. First drive of the game, Anthony Richardson's like 6 of 6, throws this beautiful touchdown pass to Ricky Pearsall. Rest of the game, he's like 3 for 12.
Yeah.
Like, this is the ultimate Anthony Richardson game.
No, I mean, look, yeah, he'll throw a dime that looks something out of a, NFL Films movie. And you're like, wow.
Then he'll throw it into the 30th row of the seats.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad. So the Colts can't get out of their own way. The Texans, I want to like, and I have more faith than I do in the Jaguars because while C.J. Stroud wasn't as good his second year as he was his rookie year, he was still serviceable. So
absolutely.
if that's his floor, something like that, the Texans are going to be fine. But still, like, you can win a game against him, it looks like. And then the Titans, most likely Cam Ward, they're a couple years away from being anything, worth a damn.
No, I agree with that. And I don't think we truly know just how dysfunctional Jacksonville is. I think that program, that team is 10 times worse than anything we realize. You had a guy embezzle $22 million, for God's sakes.
That's a good point.
I mean, who does that? I mean, think about that. Who does that?
That's a Hulu crime documentary.
We're waiting on it. I can't wait till that. That's a 30 for 30. When's that coming out?
Yeah, well, we'll see that in the next couple of years.
We've got to.
And then the same team that hired Urban Meyer and kept him around for after all
how about the fact
kicking his kicker.
Who kicks kickers?
It was like a journeyman kicker too. It wasn't even a rookie where you feel like you could lord over. And it's like, no, this guy's got some skins on the wall.
He's been in the NFL and he straight kicks them.
Yeah.
And then he's over here gyrating on co-eds.
After losing a game. Yep.
Tell you what, you guys go back.
Drown your sorrows in co-eds.
Say what you want about the Cowboys. All right. Say what you want about the Cowboys. Even the Cowboys coaching staff has never done anything quite as insane as what the Jacksonville Jaguars have done.
And I wanted the Cowboys to hire Urban Meyer back in that time. I was like, I think that'd be a good hire.
Let me tell you
I think
something.
I'd like it.
I'm going to tell you something right now.
That's one of my biggest eating crow moments as a sports person.
Look, we might as well just hold hands and sing Kumbaya right now because I was on some now defunct sports radio station and said this is good. Urban Meyer is going to take the Jaguars to the next level. Like, I was dead set Urban Meyer because when you listen to that guy talk and the fact that when you look at the team that he had in Florida, which, I mean, it's amazing. Well, actually, I think somebody did get killed. But when you look at the personalities that guy managed, and you're thinking to yourself, oh, he'll be great in the NFL. And when you listen to Urban Meyer talk, you say to yourself, like, I want to go run through a wall. But then apparently...
Well, it works when you can lord over kids, right, who need a leadership figure a little more than guys that are making millions of dollars. Because once you get to that point, that doesn't work anymore.
That doesn't work
And
anymore.
you try and do it again... And he got fired before that season was over. He didn't even last a full season.
He didn't even last a full season.
Was it that take that got that station to go defunct?
No.
Such
In
a
fact,
bad
we
take.
may have
It was
even
like, you know what?
we're
not going to go any. We can't recover. We're done.
If this is the kind of quality of sports talk you guys are going to do, we're done here.
Just
actually, one of the guys I did radio with is now dead. But anyway, that's another story for another time. Actually, and I'll never forget, I had Ted Johnson, one of my former co-hosts as well, former Patriots middle linebacker, just roasted me. And he said, bro, that's the worst take ever, Urban Meyer. And I will give Ted credit. Ted was like, Urban Meyer will not work. He will be a disaster. You wait and see. And I was like, and he was right. He was right. So, anywho.
Gotta take the L sometimes.
Hey, look. Hey, you know what? You know what, though? We keep coming back. Okay? We keep coming. Hey, look, I said that this Luka trade wasn't going to work. Okay? So... kind of redeemed.
And look, the Mavs only lost by how much did they? They only lost by 15 tonight.
I kind of feel like I've been redeemed. As soon as that trade was made, I said, this is not a winning trade for the Mavericks.
If AD didn't play in this game, probably would have lost by 30.
Probably would have lost even
by
more.
15.
Okay, let's call it what it is.
I'm talking about.
All right, we've got haikus coming up next. We've got Khaki Kev coming up next. What you got for us, Khaki Kev?
I'm going to do another rendition of Kevin's Kicks.
And then we need to hear real quick about the Stars choking.
Yeah. We'll unfortunately we will cover that.
Don't go anywhere. That's Kev. I'm Fred. That's Carter. This is Fan After Dark.
shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that is hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
After Dark on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Who's ready for some banger haikus? I know I am. I already got one in the books. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll crank out the next one during the next break. But we are rocking and rolling. And we will hear from Blake Elliott. I'm going to shoot him a text here in just a second. Let him know to and I want to say he's probably at the post game, if I'm not mistaken. So he's at the post game holding it down. There's Josh Kroenke looking like a I can't decide if he looks like a soap opera actor
He
or
looks like Doctor
villain,
Strange.
right?
He looks like Doctor Strange from the Marvel movies.
And
just with none of the cool magic powers.
Well, unless being a billionaire is a magic power, because that's kind of its own.
That is a good power. I might take that over the alternate dimensional stuff.
I know I certainly would.
Some of the stuff Doctor Strange went through in his last movie.
Never seen it, but I've heard stories.
Freaky. Did you ever see the Evil Dead movies? Sam Raimi.
Is Arnold in it?
He is not. Bruce Campbell's in it. I love me some Bruce Campbell.
I've heard that name.
He's famous for those.
Character actor?
Yes.
Know him if you saw him type of dude?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
I'll show you a picture in a bit.
All right. But to your previous question, no. Is Denzel in it?
He is not.
Christian Bale?
No Christian Bale. He's in the Thor 4. He's
Ray
in the
Liotta.
fourth Thor movie. Rest in peace.
Does have a great head of hair, though, Josh Kroenke.
That's what billionaire powers will do.
They do.
You can look however you want.
You really can. Great head of hair. Are we pulling for Sacramento to win or lose this game, or do we care?
I don't think it matters.
We don't.
I mean,
we don't. The Suns are trash anyway, so I don't think it matters anyway.
Yeah, even if you wanted the Mavs to not make the play-in, the Suns aren't going to cooperate.
They're not going to help you.
I mean, they're what the Nuggets will eventually be if they don't get Joker the help, right? Like, they've depleted their roster so much since that year they went to the NBA Finals to get KD, to get Bradley Beal, and all of a sudden you're running out, three of us off the bench. And it's not going well. And I love the Mike Budenholzer hire too, but it just has not worked out whatsoever.
There's my boy Christian Braun airballs a three from the corner. So
is it Braun or Brown?
It's pronounced Brown, but he spells it
Braun.
Braun,
Like
and
Ryan Braun.
And I refuse to call it Brown. So I've been calling him Braun since
stuck
KU.
in his ways, Davis.
Oh, am I?
Stick in the mud, Davis.
Am I? Stick in the mud, Fred. You heard it here first. All right, let's hand it over to everybody's favorite khaki, the one, the only, Khaki Kev.
Is there another khaki out there? Let me know.
877-881-1053.
Let's start with, let's just get the disappointment over with first. The Dallas Stars, if you've been sleeping under a rock, I regret to inform you, lost yesterday in a disappointing fashion. 6-5 to the Vancouver Canucks, and you're probably thinking, oh, high-scoring affair. Well, yes, but shouldn't have been. Stars were leading 3-0 at the end of the second period, and then for some reason, unknowns to us, Vancouver scored 5 in a row. Stars took it to overtime, and then that's where they lost.
You said why they scored that was unbeknownst to us. I think they wanted to win.
Well,
that's why they scored all those goals.
I think that is indeed a fact, but unknown why we let this happen.
I don't know, man. I envy those people living under a rock that you were talking about earlier. They wouldn't have had to see this. Because
I also.
Just seeing, and I think Corey Majors tweeted this out last night, something about how this is the timeline you hate to see, and it was just a list of reactions of people from the time that Vancouver scored the game-tying goal with about, less than 10 seconds left?
Yeah.
And then all the curse words I can't say on air were just listed over and over and over by all the fan personalities and all the other people. It was... What a mess.
It was a mess. And even worse, the Rangers lost. And it was and the Rangers almost got it to where they could have clinched it, and then they lost. It was 10-6. And then the Stars, they're winning 3-0. I was like, all right, well, Rangers lose, Stars win, good day. And then I was like, well, okay, guess not. So the Stars decided to lose. They're 4 points behind the Winnipeg Jets. The Luzapeg. Is it Luzapeg? Is that what we're sticking with from KNC?
Well, if they would start losing, maybe.
Right.
But the Stars have had this for as good as the Stars have been over the last couple months. I mean, they won 7 in a row before this current streak that they're on right now. They barely gained any ground on Winnipeg. That's how good Winnipeg had been playing.
Yep.
And Winnipeg had a great start, right? And people thought they've cooled off. And they
generational start, crazy.
Eventually, the Stars will be the better team, and they will catch up, and things will even out. But Winnipeg has done enough to stay ahead. Well, they do play tomorrow.
Don't forget, the Stars were third there for a while. Avalanche passed us, and I believe Avalanche even had full control of this Central for a minute. And then, like you said, Winnipeg did jump back to normal play. Yes, Winnipeg tomorrow night at our home barn in the AAC at 7 o'clock is the puck drop. A win would be massive, and then after that, you've got 3 more left till the end of the season for the Dallas Stars. Fellas, any questions before we get into a little bit of Kevin's kicks?
I just want to hear about the shoes.
All right.
No questions, but Jamie Benn said something, after the game. He said, well, this is unacceptable. Yeah,
of course.
No S. I know you have to say that because you just blew a, 3-goal lead within 2 seconds at the very end of the game. But just the way that all the quotes I saw afterwards, I was just like, yeah, we get it, guys. Let's just move on.
Yeah, just, throw away the paper and move on to Winnipeg. So this is Kevin's Kicks. Tune in all the time whenever I'm doing this. So 877-881-1053. Text in what you're wearing. I don't care if it's flip-flops. I don't care if it's shoes.
Shoes. No. We want to tell them shoes. That's what we want them to know.
Okay. Well, text in any shoes you're wearing. I don't care. It can be work shoes. It can be any kind of shoe at all. It can be fashion. It can be some normal Nikes that you're wearing. We're going to go around the room. I'm going to start with Carter. Carter, what are we wearing today?
I'm wearing some Ons. I'm sure there's a more specific name for them.
Nope, they're actually just called Ons.
They're just Ons, and they are very comfy, and I am a child, so I do not have laces that I have to tie. These are slip-ins.
Fun fact, where I work at my other job, we sell a lot of those. They used to be called On Clouds. Now they're just called Ons, but those are the Clouds, so they're technically Ons Cloud.
Yeah, I love these shoes. They're great running shoes too. I have separate running shoes, but they're the ultimate, everyday running, working out.
Yeah.
I sound like I get paid by On to promote their stuff, but no,
they got good stuff. Got good stuff. And Fred,
I'm wearing Nikes.
Any kind, so specific.
I think they're Nike Freeze.
You went
they
to
are. Yeah, they are.
Adidas school too. You were Nikes.
They were Nike back when I was there.
Oh, okay. They switched.
That's how old I am.
Recently.
That's how old I am.
I didn't know they were anything other than Adidas. So.
No, they were. We were Nike. I'll tell you how old I am. I remember when we were Converse.
I was gonna say, were you ever Reebok?
No, we were Converse during the Roy Williams days, and then in the early part of the Roy Williams days. Then we switched to Nike, and the most painful part of my KU alumni / fandom was there was a nasty, and I do mean nasty, rumor that when he left in 2003 to go to North Carolina after we got beat by Syracuse in the national championship, that we were about to become the first ever Jordan school, along with North Carolina, because Roy recruited Jordan to North Carolina, and so KU was going to be one of the first schools to be a Jordan school. And instead, he left to North Carolina. We stayed at Nike school for a few years and then made the deal with the devil, became an Adidas school. And I have not bought a KU-branded Adidas item since.
So you just have nothing but vintage.
Standing on business, I appreciate it.
I do the off-brand, like Fanatics, Coliseum, that brand,
Gotcha.
like, it's okay.
Some starter here and there.
But is it...
It'll never be as good as UConn. UConn once being, I believe it was Aeropostale was their jersey supplier.
Really?
Yes, that is real. Look that up.
That's crazy.
That was like mid-2000s. It was Aeropostale. You know how they have the logo on their jersey? Right there.
That's a classic, I bet. That's a rare item to find.
Goodness.
Georgia Tech had a really out there jersey sponsor for a long time too. Let me see what it was.
Well, while you're looking that up, I've got a pair of Yeezys on. Yes, Kanye's canceled, but Yeezys are not. It's okay to wear Yeezys in my books.
You're not anti-Semitic, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, just making sure.
Not. Yeah, just like
good answer.
All right. We love everybody here on the Fan Episode.
Now looking at the fan text, someone's from the 817. How to wear my Lukas for the return of the dawn. I appreciate it. From the 817, let me know which Lukas we got. We're up to the 4 now.
We are. They just dropped a new colorway today.
Yeah, so we're up to the 4 now. What else we got? Some Jordan 11s also from the 817. I was wearing 11s on Saturday.
Rocking some Concords
There
on
you go.
on a Wednesday night.
From the 214 Skechers Hey Dude lookalikes. All right. Going for the comfort. From another one from the 817 Peloton cycling shoes.
Well, maybe they're on they must be on the Peloton listening to us. Shout out, getting your workout on.
Respect it.
God bless.
What else? From the 601 Nyjah Houston Nike SBs.
What are those? Aren't those like skateboarding shoes or something like that?
Yeah. Well, the Nike SB line, but the Nyjah Houston is a particular kind. So they all have like different names for like different models. So
I learned something new today.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what we're here for.
Nyjah Houston.
So in Kevin's Kicks, we're going to do sneakers of the night. But one just stuck out to me in particular. If y'all want to check y'all's Twitter, I sent y'all a pair of shoe. It was our Jordan branded athlete Luka Doncic came into the game wearing these. It's a pair of Travis Scott Jumpman Jacks in the bright cactus colorway. They do release on April 30th. Wanted to get y'all's quick opinion on those. If y'all got them pulled up,
you know what they look like?
Hit me.
They kind of look like the old school. They're like a cross between the old school Bo Jacksons and Andre Agassi's.
Okay. All right. Carter?
They're lighter. I mean, they're mainly like tan.
Yep.
But a pretty light tan. And I've always had a problem buying white shoes because they get dirty so easy.
Now, would it change your mind if I said they were actually cream colored?
So they are cream.
Like a sail cream.
Yeah, it's not pure white, but I still wonder about, how clean am I going to keep these? Because I'm not the biggest shoe guy.
Right.
I'm not trying to do a lot of maintenance. I wear them and I take them off. So, I mean, they look fine. I'm not really a big fan of the shade of green they picked, though.
Okay.
That's a little more on the puke side than I'd like.
Okay. All right. Fred, you had something to say?
I was at Scheels yesterday.
Okay.
I love going to Scheels.
First of all, first time I've ever been there. What a store. Secondly, and you guys know I love MJ. All right. Can we hire a new designer? Where's the Tink or Tark or whatever the hell the guy's name was?
Yeah.
Tug or whatever the hell the Tug McGraw. I think that's Tim's dad, but some guy along those lines, designer. The Jordan shoes are hot garbage right now.
They're designed for, and you're talking about Tinker Hatfield. They're designed for play.
I get it, but they all look the same. Like, the
yes.
Zions don't look any different than the Lukas.
I agree.
He hasn't put out a banger shoe in forever. MJ.
Well, let's be clear. He is not MJ anymore. Like, he does not, I'd imagine he does not have any say-so in what Jordans are coming out nowadays.
Well, maybe he needs to.
Nike's just gone through a big leadership change within the last
big time.
Couple months too. So maybe that'll bring things back. But yeah,
maybe
I know.
Nico will go back.
So they actually they were under ruling of somebody that a lot of Nike people didn't like.
Right.
And so they were going down the wrong path for a lot of people's views.
Wasn't it a non-shoe guy that they brought in?
Yes, it was. And then what they did just recently, like Carter was mentioning, they brought in a guy that used to work at Nike, but he started from the bottom kind of guy. And so they brought him back. And now he's kind of taken over the reins. And a lot of people are expecting really good stuff from Nike, probably not immediate. It's going to take time, but things are happening. Now, if you want to look at a shoe that is different, the Nike's line of basketball shoes, those all kind of have their own look.
Yeah.
The Jaws look different than what the Victor Wembanyama's are going to look like. The Sabrinas are really big right now. So all those kinds of different things.
I just feel like when I grew up, look, the Pennies, the Barclays, the Sea Webs.
They're all iconic. Yeah.
Absolutely. And now, like the John Morants, the Greek Freaks, like they all look the same. Here, let's just put a big Nike swoosh on the side and see if anybody notices. Like, what are we doing, man?
Yeah, not a fan of it. Not a fan of it. All right, I know I'm up against it, but I do want to give my sneakers of the weekend. We do have a pair of Kobe's coming out this weekend. It's the Kobe 6 What The colorway. So if you look at it, ideally you're going to look at it and you're going to say what the.
Recycling more retros.
Yeah, it is a retro re-release. So those are coming out April 13th for a retail price of $190. Another anticipated one.
Is that with or without the tariff?
I don't know.
90 days.
Adidas Anthony Edwards 1 Low, the 3 SSB colorway, a very anticipated colorway, very bright, very colorful, kind of Easter colors. That one's $110 retail on April 12th. And then finally, for the ladies out there, an Air Jordan 3 women's sail and metallic silver.
Okay.
That's going to be your Jordan 3. It's an all white with some silver hits a little bit there. And retail for $200. And then the shoe to look out for on April 15th, Air Jordan 3 for the Love colorway. Big fan of Jordan 3s over here. It's a really good colorway. One of the best ones from Air in a long time. So April 15th for $225. It's a little steep, but see if you want it. If you want it, go try for it. Air. They've been hitting lately.
Goodness. We're all a little bit smarter about our sneakers after listening to that. Great stuff from you, Khaki Kev, as always. All right, coming up next, let's do a little haiku. Topics are as follows: Luka and tariffs. Don't go anywhere. This is the Fan After Dark.
Coming up in the next GBAG Nation off day for the Rangers, we'll react to Mavs Lakers and have Brian.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
What a read. What a read.
Fred loved every word of that.
I mean, I almost
Somebody told me that I didn't bring enough energy the first one.
Okay. Almost
Wasn't
moonwalked
Fred.
in
Fred loved that.
to that read. All right, let's play. Let's get the music going. Let's get the mood set. Dim the lights. Get your lady friend, boyfriend, whatever friend that you got. Let's do a little haikus, shall we? You know what that music means. You know what that music means. And we got somebody making their haiku debut. Now, we have had quite the run of haikus. Now, Blake's not here tonight, and I'll tell you what, I will shoot him a text and say, hey, do you want to give us a kind of honorary haiku tonight? Because Blake is known to, fire off the hip when it comes to shooting off haikus. Now, we had new guy Jake, who used ChatGPT.
I heard.
Okay. And was ridiculed for it.
Rightfully so.
Okay.
We're talking 575.
It's like, come on, bro. You're better than that.
17 syllables. We can do this.
Now, that said, he did bounce back.
Okay.
He did bounce back. And that's one thing I will say about our new guy, Jake, who's actually not the new guy anymore. We got this new kid, Dylon, who I haven't seen yet, so I don't know. But we'll find out about Dylon, who I would go as far as to say, do we even know if he's seen that skit that references Dylon?
I think he's younger than Kevin, so I would say probably not.
Probably not.
Youngest at the station, I do
Probably
believe.
not. Okay. You asked, what was your getting old moment? You see it. It's every day.
Every day working with these guys. Mine was when I tripped on my run the other day. I don't know if you can see it on the fan cam. I got a nice bruise. Felt like I needed a life alert to help me get back up.
Wow.
Did finish the run, though. Fell at 2.5 miles.
Yeah.
Was doing a 4-mile run.
Yeah.
Did the next mile and a half.
I mean, I'd like to think you could finish a mile and a half.
Finished it up after a tough fall. I did a nice barrel roll to avoid major injury,
Look
though.
at you.
Can't sleep on this side,
Well, they say you're supposed to, kind of lean into the fall should something like that happen.
Yeah, and this was kind of a 4 or 5 steps before I fell.
How'd you fall, by the way?
Oh, the uneven sidewalk on one of the roads I run, and I
kind of went out there and grabbed you.
It was wet. Yep, Turf Monster got me. Concrete Monster. Yeah, those couple steps. I'm like, no, I'm good. And then I was like, oh, I am not. So there was a quick,
Did anybody see it?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's not like the last time I fell a couple years ago, which last day since an accident had to last day since a fall had to put that to a 0. The last time I fell 2 years ago, I had passed this girl who was doing 20-minute miles, and I was doing 8-minute miles. And then I trip and fall.
Wow.
And then I'm just kind of laying there wow, did I really just do that? She just ran past me. Didn't stop
to ask
didn't
how you were
say
doing.
anything. I was like, yeah, I guess that's what I get. Wow. That's what I get for I remember I tweeted that morning. I was like, good morning to everybody except the lady who didn't try and help me when I tripped right in front of her.
I'll tell you what. And they say chivalry's dead. My goodness. All right, here we go.
I had something like that happen to me. Don't worry. All
right, so here's the deal. We're up against it, but don't worry. We got plenty of time. So, new guy Jake redeemed himself. We've had Trevor Beck, James Tritley. We've had who else has done haikus?
Did you say Alec 2.0?
Alec 2.0 has done haikus. Ross has done haikus. Okay, our guy Khaki Kev. Now the only two people that have ever been disqualified though are Khaki Kev and new guy Jake. Okay,
I've also been crowned champion.
Now he's also bounced back in a big way. So it's not about how you start; it's where you finish. I have the utmost faith in Carter Freeman, who went above and beyond and wrote 2 each, as in 2 per subject.
Yes,
2 per topic. So,
yes.
Mr. Going above and beyond over here. So I'll get the thing started. Let's do. Do we want to do tariffs or Luka first? Want to do tariffs first? We'll do Luka last. Because that was kind of look, that's got everybody feeling some type of way, one way or the other. That's the biggest story of the sports day today is Luka. So we'll do that last. So I'll kick this thing off with tariffs. Here we go. Stock market crashing. Twitter finance bros laughing. The jokes on China.
Okay, this is a solid start.
That's how we kick things off.
The China reference, that's expected, though. I mean, we're talking like everybody's going to throw China in there.
Are they?
Right?
Are they?
Guess
we'll have to wait and see.
I wrote 2 that don't have a single China mention. Not one. None.
Let's read. Well, read one. Because you got 2. So you read one, Khaki Kev, and then you'll read your second one.
A Nintendo Switch will cost a lot more money. No, a lot more money. Threw an oven there. It was not in there. I'm going to start over.
Hot start.
A Nintendo Switch will cost a lot more money because of tariffs. No China. I gave you what I said. I told you there's not going to be any China in there. I didn't mention that I was going to mess up, but I did say no China, and I think I came through.
I'm not mad at you. Very, very formulaic.
He's just laughing at me.
No, I appreciate it. Because you never know. I mean, everybody's different with how, like I said, you're very Alec 2.0 in the way he did his too. Because you're so worried about getting the syllables right.
Yeah.
And so you read it. You read it as such, right? And again, I'm listening. Fred hears everything. Ask our boy Keke Kev about that. He knows. All right, what you got?
All right. It's all expensive. Legos, shoes. Man, what the hell? Do stocks fall or rise?
All right. I concede.
I'm here for it.
No China reference, too.
No China reference.
You want to hear my second one?
Of course we want to hear
see if we can not mess this one up.
Let's hear if we can mess this one up.
Big T's on the way. Donnie Dallas, help me out. My bank account hurts. So that was the second one I wrote. I feel like I got better as I went along. The Switch one, read
that one one more time. Read that second one more time.
Big T's on the way. Donnie Dallas, help me out. My bank account hurts.
Okay. All right. I like it.
Just had to improve as we went along. And I'm still going to pay whatever it costs for the Nintendo Switch 2 whenever that comes out. I'll pay whatever it is. It's just going to cost more thanks to these darn tariffs.
No, it absolutely will. Ooh. It absolutely will. All right. Here we go. We got about a few minutes left. Let's go. So, Luka, here we go. 40 burger swish. Nico lost the trade. Ya bish. Come back home. We wish.
You scared me there for a second.
Huh? I do this.
I like that.
I do this.
That's nice.
I do this, Carter Freeman.
Nico told me this. Don't worry, guys. All is good. Play in. Here we come.
I'm here for it.
I'm here for it. I'm trademarking this from the 214. A khaki Kev-Ku.
A khaki Kev-Ku.
All right. The dawn in Dallas. Tears and eyes. The 3-ball flies. I'm sad. Screw Nico.
There you go.
3 for 3 on the Nikos.
I like it. And you got a fourth one.
This one hurt a lot. Freddie's parlay did not hit. Mavs fans for Luka.
It's That's how you do a haiku hump day right there, boys. And I'll tell you what a solid debut by you. First of all, he did twice as many.
It was important to start as poorly as I did
and
to
just build
the confidence.
No, you really did.
You know?
You really did. You really did. You really did.
No Chat GPT either. And no China.
Chat. Yeah, look, China's China. Okay, China's China.
Quote Fred on that one. China's China.
China's China.
That is technically correct, which is, as we all know, the best kind of correct.
That is the best kind of correct. Again, sometimes, look, what does Gavin Spittle like to say? Sometimes you got to play the hits.
He likes to say, listen to the Spits and Suds podcast, an Odyssey original.
I want to say it's #1 hockey podcast in the DFW.
In DFW, absolutely. There we go. Company boys right here.
There you have it right there. But play the hits. That's the other thing, too. Now, granted, that was, I think, 12 years ago when he told me that. But still, nonetheless, play the hits stands. China.
If it works, it works.
The hits.
If you're good, you're good. China's China.
China's China. I go back to something that I heard years and years and years and years ago when they said that over half of Rush Limbaugh's audience didn't like him, but they still tuned in to listen anyway.
Wasn't that what our bowler said? Pete Weber, when he retired, he said, love me, hate me, you watched. That is a line that goes so unnecessarily hard coming from a bowler, of all people, whose most famous moment, who do you think you are, I am, was to come in 5th or 4th. It was not to win that tournament.
Well,
it was to tie for like 4th.
Which, by the way, you know who he was yelling at? A kid.
It was a kid in the crowd. Yes, we've been heckling him. God, what a legend.
What's he doing these days?
Weber.
Pete, if you're listening, 877-881-1053.
Let us know. That was a huge fatty.
Did you say something about something you need a shout out? Okay, here we go. Real quick, somebody wanted, listening right now, can you shout out Kylie happy birthday? And Sam. All right, so Santi and, how many people are we shouting out here? Sam, Santi, and Kylie. I don't know whose birthday it is. Maybe it's all three of y'all's. You'll all have a birthday at some point. Happy birthday. And you know what? You're getting a shout out on the day that Carter Freeman makes his haiku hump day.
Shout out to
debut.
you guys. And shout out to all my friends and family that have tuned in. I appreciate you checking this out, seeing the fun that we have here at night. Night radio is a special thing where I mess up haikus, but, finish.
You didn't mess them up.
Start poor.
No, you did
finish
fantastic.
strong.
It's all part of it.
Do you think the girl that ran past you while you were writhing in pain on the ground, do you think she's listening right now?
No, she's probably like moved up to like a 19-minute mile.
Yeah, she is.
I probably could have gotten up at that point and passed her. That's what I should have done.
Yeah, you should have. Tripped her.
You know what?
877.
Next time I fall.
1053.
That's what I'm gonna do.
All right. If you're that woman that unceremoniously ran past our boy Carter Freeman and did not offer a helping hand, shame on you. Final out of the program coming up. We got top 5 at 10:20. We will reset the program and give you the latest and greatest on what happened here at the AAC with Luka Doncic and your Dallas Mavericks. Lots to get you. Don't go anywhere. This is the Fan After Dark.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the program happening right now here on The Fan After Dark, 105.3 The Fan, your home for the Texas Rangers, who won today, salvaged a 3-game series with the Chicago Cubs. They had lost the first 2 and avoided a sweep today. And, of course, probably maybe the takeaway from today's game, Corey Seager gets a little bit out of that slump that he'd started this season with. I mean, look, your top 4 batters have really not been great to start the year. And really, you can talk about the entire offense. And again, look, we're 13 games into it. We will have to at some point say, all right, look, is this what this team is? But outside of the Wyatt Langford news, we heard that this morning. He's going on the 10-day IL?
Injured list.
So he's going on the 10-day IL,
and he fought against going on it, but they all agree this is just let yourself rest. You'll be okay. It'll be better in the long run.
Guy, right?
It's April 9th. Like, you can stand to miss a couple times, even though he's really been the team's best hitter.
No,
he had a home run and a double in the game.
Well, him and Jonah Heim.
Heim has been great too. He had another great game today.
In the DH role today. But so Wyatt goes on the 10-day IL. Don't fret though. Corey Seager gets out of his slump today. He hits 2 dongs, 2 solo dongs, by the way, 2 RBI. So feeling good about that. And then maybe even equally as important, or I would say maybe even a little bit more important than that, because look, Corey Seager's going to do Corey Seager type things. He's one of the best in baseball. So again, you know what you're going to get out of him. But I think more importantly, Tyler Mahle gave you another great start today. 2 hits, 7 innings pitched, 94 pitches all in all. Gave up 1 run on the day today?
Yes.
So
and this was after having kind of a couple struggles in the first inning,
right?
And then he was clean for the rest of the game.
After what was a just brutal start to the season in Game 3 of the year, got roughed up by the Red Sox, couldn't even get out of the second inning. He has put together 2 really, really quality outings last week, and then, of course, this week again against the Chicago Cubs, moves his record to 2-0 on the season. And so this pitching staff continues to kind of set the tone, but you've seen 2 really good performances back-to-back. Again, I know you didn't win yesterday. No sweat, but you're 9-4. You get a day off tomorrow, and then you get your first kind of real battle of the year, at least from an AL West standpoint, when you go up to Seattle.
And they have not been super great to start this season. I know they've been swept by the San Francisco Giants already this year.
Who are a lot better than I think people realize.
Yes. As far as I'm aware, the only team that's beaten the Giants this year is the Cincinnati Reds, who have shut out the Giants in back-to-back days.
Don't sleep on the Redlegs.
I picked them to win the Central. and their pitching looks the part. Their pitching looked excellent when they played the Rangers.
I
earlier
see you,
this
Peter
season.
Gammons.
Well, the whole NL Central is just kind of muddied, and the Cubs have gotten off to the hot start. And we saw them in this series, and they took 2 or 3 from the Rangers, but I don't think anyone's looking at them like, oh, they're just going to run away with this.
No.
But then
they got money though, so I do expect them to make a deal at the deadline though if there's deals to be made.
And what the Reds can make those deals too, maybe not take on a ton of salary, but they'll make the moves. And I love Terry Francona.
You think Cincinnati's going to? My only thing is though is that
they've made during the COVID
Cubs aren't
season.
Afraid to spend money though.
They are not.
Whereas Cincinnati, I don't see them as they'll splurge every now and again. Whereas the Cubs will be like, look, we're going to spend some money.
I think it'll be an important thing this year for them to be good and be in contention at the trade deadline to then make the move and get more of, because this is a fan base that has been starved, beaten down for a long time. I don't know the last time they won a playoff series. I don't want to say it was the 1990 World Series, but I feel like it's been that long because the whole 2000s.
Hard shot's not walking to that door.
No, she's not.
Okay,
no, she's not.
No, she's dead,
and they're probably happy about that.
She was an evil woman.
She was
Can we bring
a character?
Can we at least put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame?
Probably
it's over, man. Let's put the guy in the Hall of Fame for crying out loud.
He got pardoned.
Yeah, he did. Well, what were they getting? What were they pardoning him for?
For like tax things. Yeah.
Oh,
he's got other off the field stuff that just is not. I don't know.
He never bet on his own team.
Not that. Other things. Like things with underage girls.
Oh, you know what? I think I did hear about that. I did, which that's far worse than gambling. So, hell of a hitter though. You ever heard that guy talk about hitting? My God, that dude, tell you what, he did a thing on Fox where A-Rod, and I can't think of who the other person was that was on the set with him, and those guys were in awe. Like, it's one thing for like the three of us. I mean, we're just 3 regular dudes. So if and we've all done radio with professional athletes. When they tell stories or when they talk about their craft, I mean, that's what I'm really, tell you what, Brett Boone told a story this morning, which was incredible.
I love listening to him.
Brett Boone, I could, and I've said this time and time again, I could listen to baseball guys talk all day long because they just, the way they look at baseball and the way they talk about it, I mean, it's phenomenal. But he told a story this morning about, I think it was Robbie Alomar, and how when he hit 35 years old, which is funny because it dovetails with something Mike Bassick said, and I'll tell you what, I could listen to Mike Bassick talk baseball all day, every day, and he's been phenomenal on Victory. But he said that because we're talking about Marcus Semien and kind of some of the troubles he's having, getting out, stumbling out of the gate, kind of, unfortunately, I hate to say it's a continuation of last year because let's call it what it is. Marcus did not have a great 2024, and it hasn't been great to start in 2025. But hey, a lot of baseball left.
I can't look at this and say, oh, we have to make this wholesale change after 12 games.
No.
Like a lot of fans want to, and I get it. I want him to hit 2, but you look at today's game, first at bat, first pitch, smoked a line drive straight to the left fielder for an out, smoked it. Second at bat, worked a walk.
Yeah.
Didn't end up scoring. I don't remember what he did after that. By that point, the game was in hand. But you just hope those little things, like being able to square up the first pitch of the game, right? Or at least having a better eye at the plate. Like, you just need to start getting on base. You can't do the things like he did last night when he stole second, or tried to steal second with 1 out in the 9th, and got thrown out. Like, that's still like, I'm looking at that. What were we doing there?
Well, and I thought what was interesting that Brett Boone talked about this morning on when he was on with RJ and Bobby was that it was actually his legs that went out, right? He said it wasn't. He said, look, my bat speed was still there. He goes, I still got my bat speed. He goes, but when I had trouble getting out of bed and more importantly, running to my position, that's when I knew, all right, we got a problem. Yeah. And so, again, playing the infield, not for the faint of heart. I mean, that's a rough position. It's just, it takes a toll on you. And look, Marcus Semien's been in the league, 10, 12 years now?
2014, I want to say, was his first year.
Right. And again, so you just want, so hearing that, because it made so much sense. It's like, okay, again, he doesn't have a problem swinging. It's just maybe, and look, I don't care what sport you're in. Legs are everything. All right. If you're look, if you got no core, if you got no foundation, you're in trouble. All right, and you would say and even from a baseball perspective, I mean, again, you're hunched over, you're playing that, whether it's shortstop, second base, whatever, but there's just something to be said for it. So, again, not saying that's the issue with Marcus Semien, but hearing Brett Boone talk about that, and Semien's what, 34, 35? So he's in that wheelhouse of when baseball players, look, Barry Bonds is a different case. And, oh, by the way, he was on the stuff.
Every steroid under the sun was in his body when he hit that home run off Mike Bassick. Break that record.
How old was he? But he was like, what, 38 when he did that?
Was he still in his 30s?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm almost positive he was like 38, 39. We'll check on that. But anyway, that was just from that perspective. And like you said, you're seeing some encouraging signs from Marcus Semien. So we'll see what happens as the season wears on. But again, you can't be batting 140.
37.
He was 37 when he hit that home run?
Yeah, 37.
Okay.
That's nuts.
Right. That is crazy. Well, but like I said, when you're on the juice.
Yeah, it helps when every steroid under the sun is working for you.
It was just Balco. Just the Balco stuff. The clear.
Just the Balco stuff.
You know, I remember the days.
Who's to say what they had?
Look, I'll put it to you like this. I come from an era where you could buy that stuff in the back of magazines. And maybe I did. Okay? Maybe I did.
You also weren't crushing fastballs at the major league level.
In fact, I was a 19-year-old kid lifting weights, and you could buy the clear from the back of magazines, putting it on my shoulder. Did it make me any stronger? I don't think so. In fact, I don't know what it was I bought. I just remember it was in the back of a Flex magazine.
But you could buy it. You thought it would help you.
That's all that mattered.
And you paid for it.
If it was working for Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire, I thought, why not me?
It is so funny seeing like NFL players get suspended for steroids and they get like 6 games and then they're back and we treat it like it's nothing. And then, baseball went through their whole, because it was record-breaking stuff, it was aiding that. I get that. But I do think it's funny seeing steroid suspensions in other sports and they're just like, yeah, it's whatever. Just don't do that again.
Football doesn't care. We don't care about when it happens in football. And really the honesty is it doesn't really happen as much as you would think it would, right?
No, I mean, it's maybe 1 or 2 guys get, popped a year. And it's usually like
what it is.
A rotational player, right?
Well, that and let's call it what it is. A lot of guys, they use it for the recovery aspect of it, right? Because, I mean, the old thing about steroids is, it's not like it makes you better at your sport, but it does make you. The one thing I have heard, though, is that it does help your confidence. Like when you're juiced up, it's like, hey, I can take on the world.
Do anything. Get this ball 50 feet further.
That's what happened when I was rubbing the clear on my shoulders. Okay, I was fixing helicopters. I was ready to lift the helicopter up. That's how good I felt.
So it did work. It did make you stronger.
It really did.
Mentally stronger at the very least.
Mentally, Fred was in a different place.
You were like that. What's that Limitless movie where he takes the pill and he uses?
I heard that movie was just about Adderall. Is that true?
Ask Bobby Belt. He'd know more about Adderall than I would.
See, I took Adderall for a hot minute. It was prescribed. It was.
Okay.
Didn't like
Thanks
the
for
way.
clarifying.
You're welcome. Didn't like the way it made me feel. And plus, I lost 30 pounds off of it. Like,
sure, it wasn't a Ozempic that you were taking?
No, this was back in 2003.
Okay.
So Ozempic wasn't even a thing.
It probably just had a different name at that point.
No, it was Adderall 30 milligrams XR, extended release. And
you hated this thing so much, you memorized the whole name.
Oh, I mean, come on. It's, look, there's a few things Fred remembers.
Maybe that was the Adderall helping you out.
Well, it was, but I quit taking it in college because, well, it wasn't helping my dating life. It was not helping my dating life,
but the cream was, right? Whatever you're rubbing on your shoulder.
Let's clean it up.
There we go.
I was cleaning up.
Back of the magazines, that's what we need to buy. That's the stuff to get.
Let's bring that back, people. Okay, let's bring that back. We were a proper country back then.
Hashtag bring back Balco.
Bring back Balco. That's
BBB.
Exactly.
Who needs a better business bureau when you got bring back Balco? Do you even know what Balco is?
Let's do it.
Kev?
Let's do it.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Man, you don't know what Balco is?
I don't know if he was alive when that was going down.
What a time to be alive. That would have been
05, 06.
No, you would have been alive because, like I said, you're the same age as my daughter. So yeah, he would have been alive. Well, my son wasn't, but you would have been.
BALCO.
BALCO. Now, yeah,
scandal.
No,
it was a scandal.
Someone hasn't been listening this whole segment. does his 920 bit, and he's good.
He's
Gets
out.
his haiku out.
He's
and,
done.
You know,
He's
like
done.
Peyton in the mornings on
Podcasting
Thursdays.
the show. I'm out.
After the
fellas.
payload, he's done. After Kevin's kicks, it's
Ain't got time for it. Ain't got time for it. Speaking of ain't got time, we got time for Nico Harrison. Once again, your Dallas Mavericks fell tonight to the Los Angeles Lakers, the Luka-led Los Angeles Lakers. 45?
45.
No, I was actually just looking at the quotes that Luka was saying in the presser, just pretty much saying.
What do you say?
So he said the thing that got him most teary-eyed during the tribute video was the shot that he took in the Western Conference Finals, and just talked about the team. And also hearing Jason Kidd saying that he heard the Luka trade was compared to Babe Ruth, which in his words was kind of cool.
It just doesn't help when you're the Red Sox in that scenario. Like, you didn't get Babe Ruth. You gave him away.
Is Jason Kidd a moron?
See, I don't think he is, because look at how this team has played since this trade. This team shouldn't have won another game. Those first couple games after they traded Luka, they were losing by like 50 points to the Cavaliers. That should have been the rest of the season.
You're not wrong.
And they're going to be I know it's the 10th seed in the play-in, but that team still plays really, really hard for them.
No, look, Jason Kidd is a great basketball mind. He absolutely is. You don't last in the NBA as long as he did. You don't go to the Hall of Fame. You don't do the things. Look, I grew up with Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd was, I loved Jason Kidd as a point guard growing up. I don't know if he had any say-so in this trade. I can't for the life of me, knowing what Jason Kidd knows about basketball, could have signed off and said, yes, let's bring in Anthony Davis for Luka Doncic. I refuse to believe it. And maybe this is his way of trying to just be tone deaf to the situation. Maybe this is his way of just, because, everybody grieves differently. And so I'm just wondering if maybe this is his way of grieving.
Well, and our friend Michael Beer, Foul Territory, this just popped up on my Twitter feed, said, in regards to that Jason Kidd quote about the Red Sox, the Boston Red Sox experienced a 86-year championship drought after trading Babe Ruth.
Oh, they absolutely did.
Yeah.
You
awesome parallels we're working with, guys. Kidd,
we're cursed.
I don't think Kidd, and even when Luka was here, and the players around him, he would want the players to do something, but the way he sees basketball so much just more advanced than like they think your average NBA player. He just never understood how to work with some of those guys. But it comes out in weird moments and in scenarios like this. But maybe you're right. Maybe this is his way of coping.
I
coach against
that's
him.
what I'm going to give Jason Kidd the benefit of the doubt and say that's what it is. That he doesn't like it. He didn't have any say in it, and this is his way of. And maybe that's his. And maybe by him saying that, maybe this is his way of trying to lash out. And maybe it's a passive-aggressive dig at the front office.
I think if I'm J. Kidd, I'm wanting out as soon as I can get out. I don't think he wants to be attached to this mess.
Well, it's the old adage, there's only 32 NFL head coaching jobs. There's only, 30 NBA teams, so there's only 30, head coaching jobs
But
in the NBA.
you tell me one team out there doesn't want Jason Kidd?
Well, look, with the way teams are firing coaches these days.
Tell me the Nuggets don't want Jason Kidd if he were to be available tomorrow?
It's a sinking ship, though. Unless they make some big moves this offseason, they're going the path of the Phoenix Suns.
No, I get that. I'm just saying there is room. If Jason Kidd became an available head coach, a team out there would make him their head coach.
I don't know about any team, because the first thing I'd want to know is, were you behind the Luka deal?
Did you have any part of this?
How much did you have?
I don't think he did.
I'm with you.
Nico said he didn't.
Well,
I know what kind of player Jason Kidd wants.
It's Anthony Davis and his double he had tonight.
It's
Max
just
Christie.
It's so
that 2029 first round pick is going to hit so hard. We just don't know it yet.
I can't wait till I'm older and my kid's 15 and this documentary comes out with all the details and I'm sitting there and my kid has no idea what's going on. And I'm just bawling my eyes out.
Look, there's an 8th grade kid right now that's going to be a Maverick in 4 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Or maybe a high school kid. I don't know. But the reality is this. Guys like Luka Doncic don't come around very often.
And when you have problems with him, you deal with those problems.
You figure it out.
You figure it out.
At the end of the
NBA
day,
has always been, and the entire history of the league is figuring out your biggest star's problems, working around them.
By the way, last thing, and we'll get out of here. What's the problem? Okay, so the dude likes to hookah and drink a little bit from time to time. Would you rather having him lodging faint grenades into the crowd? Okay. How many IG lives have we seen of Luka, with guns in his? I mean, he's got a wife and kid. The guy goes back to his home country, and we don't hear from him all summer, and then he shows up and he works his way into shape. But, oh, by the way, the guy's ready to ball when you need. I mean, it just the idea that, he was a problem, this, that, and the other. It's like you said, when you have an elite athlete, and that's what he is. I don't care what anybody says. He's an elite athlete, okay? Because, oh, by the way, I'll hang up and listen. Text into the show if you know anybody that can just drop 45, 7, and 8 on a whim. On an NBA
a back-to-back.
Team. On the back end of a back-to-back.
The American mind can't comprehend the European athlete. They're just not capable of it.
It really can't. When the two best guys in the world are Jokic and Doncic, and look about as athletic as the three of us do right now, okay? And we'll drop a triple-double on your head and not think twice about it. That's the difference in those guys. And, hey, as idiotic as Denver is, I'd rather fire Nico and J. Kidd 10 times over than trade Luka Doncic. That's the one, the only Carter Freeman. That's Khaki Kevin. I'm Fred Davis. Coming up next, Top 5 at 10:20. Top 5 walk-up songs. Where'd we get it? Don't worry about it. We'll discuss it more next. Don't go anywhere. Top 5 coming up.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, I just sent you a picture of my top 5. Okay? Little top 5 at 10:20. I keep saying that I'm going to do an intro for this segment. We've been doing this segment for, 6 months now? Give or take? And I still do not have an intro. I'm going to do an intro for this weekend, though. You hear me? You hear me? I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
I dare you.
Doing it. I'm doing it.
Double dog dare you.
Doing it and doing it.
3 dog
doing
night
it well.
dare you.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Hell, I might even send it to you just for bleeps and grins, as the kids say. Okay? How about that? I have been negligent on the fan text line tonight. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. I'll tell you what, you guys got off to a very sluggish start, but I get it. The game was on. You're trying to, some of y'all are like, hey, we haven't heard Fan After Dark in a while. Then you tune in and you're like, wait a minute. I hear Fred, but is that Carter? Where's Blake? Is he sleeping? Like, what the hell's going on here? You missed crosstalk. And then after that first couple segments, we got our sea legs under us. Because, look, I haven't done radio since Saturday. You haven't done radio since yesterday. Maybe earlier this morning.
As far as talking on air,
and just general.
Been a minute,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, you did some Sunday, right?
Yeah, we do Bet Nation 7 every Sunday on the BetMGM network.
Come on, Carter's no stranger to this, all right? And so, like I said, we got to get our mojo and our chemistry down a little bit, and then boom, like a well-oiled machine, here we are. So we're going to do top 5 at 10:20 first. So let's do this. Let's do it because we did this and it was a lot easier to do it this way. Normally we do it, I'll do my 5, you do your 5, he does his, him being Kevin. Then we'll do snake draft 4-4-4. But because this is music and it's a lot easier, especially from a production standpoint, to just play all 5 of yours or his or mine in a row, and then it's just a lot easier that way. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Makes it easier on me, so I appreciate
that. And that's shout out to our boy Alex Salas 2.0. For coming up with that little brainchild right then and there. So I just sent you mine, so I'll go last because I just sent my songs to Khaki Kev last. So who do we want to go first? Carter? Let's do Carter first.
Have you gotten that email, Kevin?
Or maybe he hasn't even gotten the email yet.
I got it.
Okay,
I got it.
because Kevin Hageland also got it. Because when I typed in Kevin on my work email, Kevin Hageland's email popped up.
Did he let you know that he got your list?
No, I followed up and I said, ignore this unless you want to hear my top 5 walk-up songs.
Okay.
And what did you say to that?
I think he's probably asleep.
Yeah,
he has a child, a young child, and also an older child, but a baby.
Well, but what is he sleeping with it? What does that mean? Usually you put the younger child to bed and then you've got a couple hours to yourself and the wife to,
I would more think you just want to go to bed after dealing with it.
Fred, what is this list? You put there's no order.
No, there is. 5, 4, 3, 2. You look at the very bottom. It goes 5, 4, 3, and then 2. It's underneath my haikus.
I don't know about this graduation thing if Kevin can't read this.
No, Carter, you got to see this.
In fairness to him.
I do have a copy of Fred's.
No, he just wrote it down.
No, but you haven't seen the latest and greatest, though.
That is
there's a lot
Hammurabi's code.
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, don't talk on my UNT education,
now,
Carter.
Shout out to Kevin. He has
adapted.
You absolutely have. Blake has adapted to my handwriting as well. So shout out to both of you for being able to, adjust on the fly. Because look, I'm old, man. I still write things down.
I need a couple more Fan After Darks under my belt.
Dude, Jake Reba was making fun of me the other day. Absolutely. Jake Reba made fun of me because he I want to say he's your age.
He's around my age.
Yeah, because you're 31.
I am.
Okay, so I think Reetma's 32, but he does Google Docs.
Okay.
Which I think a lot of people do.
That's where I wrote my SEC quarterback list on. Was a Google Doc.
And I don't. In fact, that's what you got.
I think you can remember things better if you write them down by hand. That's what I've always
Proven
found.
fact.
I'm a handwriting guy. That's what I do.
You write things down. Now, if it's legible, that's up for
that's
the viewer to
TBD.
decide.
That's
but
TBD.
you understand it, and that's what's
not
important.
all the time. Actually, there's been times. I mean, look, and anybody that's listened to my haikus, I'll forget what I wrote or not be able to discern what I wrote in the middle of a haiku.
Oh, kind of like me earlier.
Absolutely.
I just started throwing in words I didn't even write down.
Like I almost screwed up the Nico lost the trade. Ya bish. I'm kind of upset that neither one of you appreciated that line.
No, I liked all the issues.
Okay.
There were a lot of issues
really
going on
liked
there.
it.
Look, I'm not even a Kendrick guy, but I do appreciate early Kendrick.
What guy you're not a Drake guy, are you?
Love me some Drake.
Okay.
Love me some Drake.
You can be on both sides.
I don't mind Kendrick Lamar. I'm just not. When people try to tell me he's the next Tupac, that's when I had to say, let me pump the brakes here real quick, okay? Because until I see Kendrick Lamar tell me who's got the juice now, I'm out.
Kendrick did have a conversation with Tupac at the end of To Pimp a Butterfly, which that was pretty wild listening to this. I'm like, this is not the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, it actually kind of works.
Yeah.
Great album. Drake just hasn't. I'm a big albums guy. I love
Yeah.
listening to something front to back.
Yeah.
Drake has not released a good album since Nothing Was the Same. 2013. I mean, because they're all bloated. Views has good songs, but there's 20-something songs on it.
It's hard to listen to a Drake album cover like front to back. I
Same
agree.
thing with
I agree.
Scorpion. Same thing with More Life. Same thing with For All the Dogs. I thought For All the Dogs was better than what was the one with all the pregnant emojis on it? Certified Lover Boy.
Yeah.
Certified Lover Boy is
I actually
awful.
kind of liked Certified Lover Boy.
way too many songs and like 2 of them hit. I mean, and that's my issue with him. I do love me Laugh Now, Cry Later. I love me some Hotline Bling.
Yeah.
I love me certain Drake songs, but I just as far as the albums
Hotline
go,
Bling? What?
yes,
I got it.
I love that music video. I should have put that in my top 5.
That's my jam right there.
I should have put that in my top 5.
You used to call me on my... I tell you what, that was back when I was doing radio in Houston, me and my boy Henry Thomas, that was one of our go-to jams, was Hotline Bling. I tell you what, that song comes on, forget about it. It's
Talking about tariffs earlier, you remember Trump doing the Hotline Bling thing on SNL back in the day?
No.
You got to look that up. Him doing the Drake dance in like the
Okay.
multicolored room.
Now.
Can never forget it. Kevin, do you have my songs?
I got them. I've had them. I appreciate y'all for filibustering, but I've had them.
Okay. So
getting our Cory Booker on.
We will run through my 5. I want to start with, and I ordered them. We'll start with 5, go to 1. The first 4 that I picked, I will say these are ones I've heard major league players use that I remember and I loved.
This is very Blake-esque, where you've got what? How many honorable mentions do you have?
None. No time. Well, Hotline Bling. That actually would be an honorable mention.
Okay, because typically with Blake, he has usually as many, if not more, honorable mentions than he actually does top 5.
No, this is a cut the fat. This is as soon as I thought of him, I'm like, no, that one's got to go on there.
Okay.
We're not trying to add any extra. We're going with these 5, and I want to start with 5. This is a throwback Ranger. I want to see if either of y'all know who this used the song about 15-ish years ago. So, Kevin, take it away.
Okay, but I need you to tell me the title of it because all I got is links. So just tell me the title of it.
But that doesn't that spoil it? It's Ram Jam by Black Betty. Black Betty by Ram Jam. There we go. We got there.
I know this song.
Oh, Black Betty.
Any idea who used this as their walk-up song?
Let's go with Pudge Rodriguez.
Little newer than him.
Okay.
Well, he did play for the team in like 2009. Kevin, you would have been probably, I don't know,
infant.
8 or 9 around this time. First couple Rangers World Series.
Josh Hamilton.
Actually, I don't remember what his was. This was Ian Kinsler's.
Okay. Really? Okay, because Josh Hamilton was going to be my guess.
Oh, he used that Fall Out Boy song, Centuries, for a little while.
Oh, okay.
Whenever he came back.
Yeah, okay.
But Kinsler used that one. I always love going to the old ballpark hearing that one. Number 4 is a current Ranger. That would be Can't Stop by the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Okay. This is a good song right here.
It's a good one.
It's just every time I hear it, when the youngster walks up to the plate, I'm like, this is good.
Yeah.
Who's this?
Josh Young. This is Josh Young's. Another band who hasn't released a good full album in like 20 years, but I can't top this. It's good stuff.
What'd you say the last good album they put out was? Californication
Californication,
was
maybe?
tremendous. The one they put out Didn't they put out one in like 2012 that was pretty decent?
The last one I remember listening to the whole thing was the album with the fly on like a medicine pill.
See, yes.
I didn't think much of that one.
I thought that one was okay.
Maybe I need to go back and give it another chance. But the first listen, whenever I heard it, I'm like, I'll just go listen to Blood, Sex, Sugar, Magic again.
Oh, I mean, you can never go wrong with that one.
Never go wrong with that.
By the way, I think that was, or was that no, that was an album.
It was an album. Something was an album. This was on a Lupe.
I'm With You.
That was
the name of the album.
This song was on a Lupe Fiasco album. I went to a Colorado Rockies game years ago, and I want to say like Troy Tulowitzki or Carlos Gonzalez, one of their big players back in like 2010, 2011, used this song. This would be The Show Goes On by Lupe Fiasco.
Oh, I know this song.
Yeah, it's another good one, too.
It's another in that early 2010s time period.
I mean, because this is like a takeoff of the song,
Modest
right?
Mouse. This is their big song. I don't remember the name of it.
Float On.
Float On. There we go.
Float On.
Yes. So Float On. Another honorable mention.
There you go.
If this song took from that, then this, by proxy, gets grandfathered in as an honorable mention.
I like it.
Number 2,
no.
Another current Ranger uses. I love this. This guy has 3 more hits than we do this season. I think he's got 3 hits on the entire year. That would be Jock Peterson, and him using Tweaker by Alonzo Ball's little brother. I think this is great.
I don't know if Fred's ever heard this before.
Oh, I know. Come on. Blake's played this song.
This is, I don't know. This song should not be anywhere close to as fun as it is for like a washed up like G Leaguer making it. Like Leandro Ball's second claim to fame is stealing stuff in China. When he was with UCLA. So I'm glad he's done this.
Pre-tariff.
He performed it at the
All-Star
NBA
game.
All-Star game.
It's terrible.
But Jack Peterson's using it. Maybe if he switches,
Time to switch. Time to switch it up.
But for the brief time that he used it, if he changes, it was a beautiful thing. This one would be mine. This is a band that I've loved for a couple years now. They do this beautiful blend of hardcore and kind of shoegazy stuff. It's a band called Turnstile. And this is the peak of the song called Mystery. Here we go. This part.
Here we go. I can hit a home run after this.
Love this song, this album. Turnstile just came out with a new album today. This is actually this song we use as one of our return beds here at the Fan.
Okay.
Which I'm glad to see it's gotten, they've gotten the love they deserve because Turnstile's awesome. They had a new song come out yesterday that's also awesome. So that would be mine.
Okay.
Or I told this to Fred earlier. I would really annoy the media people at my baseball team. I'd want to use a different Taylor Swift song for every home game.
I'm kind of surprised that you don't have one on there. I know you're a big Swiftie. I'm kind of surprised.
It would either be
Red.
It'd be State of Grace from Red.
I don't know.
It's the first song, just the ultimate stadium rock version of Taylor Swift. It's fantastic. Very disappointed she didn't perform it live. Thankfully, the other 3 hours of the show made up for it.
Don't you hate it when you go to a concert and you want to hear one song in particular and they don't play it? In fact, real quick, and we'll go to break because we'll do me and Kevin's list in the last segment. First ever concert I went to with Everclear.
That's a drink.
Okay, that tells
Also
you how
a country
old
song.
you two are. So Everclear, the band, they have a song called Fire Maple Song, and they used to say that, we play this at every concert. So Fred goes and sees Everclear, thinking they're going to play Fire Maple Song. Guess what song they didn't play? Fire Maple Song. Thanks a lot, Everclear.
You're fired.
Father of mine, and we had to hear Santa Monica, which, great jams, but nonetheless, all my 90s babies know what I'm talking about when you hear Everclear. All right, coming up next, my top 5, and the one, the only Khaki Kev's top 5, and we'll get the hell out of here. Don't you go anywhere. This is the, what the hell is this? Fan After Dark. Coming up Thursday morning.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
All right. Final segment of the program, ladies and gentlemen. What a show it's been. Let's real quick, let's give a round of applause to my guy Carter Freeman. Just coming in 4 hours.
Thank you.
Dropping it like it's hot. No, that's not one of my top 5 songs. But
honorable mention, though.
Might as well be. Let's throw it in the honorable mention. We got our boy, is that Cosplay Trevor in the back? Cosplay Trevor in the back,
Big
my
T.
man. What? Looking a little cleaner than usual today. Looking like he might, did he just get done seeing a member of the opposite sex? Because he's got a nice jacket on. Normally he comes in just, raw dogging it. But today, what's he got? Oh, Dungeons and Dragons? Is that what you just got done doing?
Magic the Gathering. There we go.
There you go.
Show the cards like that. Pretty good idea.
That's it. Nerding out. It's all right. That's what we love about him. Would you say, now, you've got nerd-like qualities about you.
I do.
Okay. Nerdiest producer here at the station is it Trevor? It's got to be Trevor, right? Dude, Trevor's...
for the sake of not having dead air right now, I'll say yes. I would need to think about it a little.
Come on. It's gotta be Trevor.
Kevin's into Legos, so he's got that.
Yeah.
And Alec Medford is as well. Alec wears glasses, right? So, that adds some nerd points.
Yeah, but he's
Alec's
wearing...
also swole.
Yeah, he works out. Meanwhile, Trevor does Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering. All right,
and he stands on business. I feel like a nerd would like.
He doesn't shy away.
Yeah.
Has admitted that he has dressed up like Wonder Woman, does the cosplay stuff, and again stands on business about it, which I have
I can appreciate
an appreciation for. I'm going with Trevor.
Trevor
the creator.
Trevor, yeah, I like that. Trevor the creator. Trevor the nerdy creator.
That's
tripping and falling
no sports
at the most inopportune times.
I mean, come on. That's our nerd of the day right there. Is Trevor Beck, everybody's favorite nerd. Which, by the way, if you think Trevor's a nerd today, you'll get to hear those nerdy vibes tomorrow, as he will be training Dylon. All right, so keep that in mind. Which, by the way, I want to say, and Trevor, I can't remember who he was. You were training on our show once upon a time, but I can't remember who'd you train with? Ross? Strong.
Chris Strong.
There we go. That's right.
Ooh, if Chris was still here, nerdiest by a country mile, I would think Chris Strong.
Also a former college athlete as well.
True. At Principia College, right? Had to look that one up. I'm like, you might have just made up a school.
We did try to encourage him to walk on at Oregon. He turned me and Blake down, but we did say, look, well, maybe we can get you an NIL deal. Who knows?
Yeah, that's money, baby.
He's good for at least one batter, right? I mean, I think he said his
fastball clocked out at like 75, but still.
Look, college teams, baseball teams are losing like 50-2 these days.
It's all about placement.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Greg Maddux wasn't known for his, fastball. It's all about the placement, boys.
Placement.
It's all about the placement. All right, what's our hard out, like 56-12?
Just sent it to you.
Okay. All right, so hard out is going to be, okay, a little 56-47, so we got about 10 minutes. All right, so your top 5.
All right, so we're going to do my top 5 first, and then I'm going to find whatever I can for all your old songs.
That's it, because they are old.
And
old
some
songs.
of them I
don't forget it.
And they're bangers.
cannot read for the life of me. Okay.
They're bangers, bro.
My number 5 is a classic. It's probably not going to surprise anybody, but nevertheless, here it is.
Little Seven Nation Army or whatever the hell it's called.
You. That was a chant we would do in the student section. I love this song.
While you're in your grill outfit?
Yes.
I love it.
This song sounds like Meg White is banging on pots and pans with the drums. She's just like a kid on like the ground in the kitchen, just wooden spoons just on like pots and pans all around her. As Jack White goes ape on the guitar. Ape S. I really wanted to say S fully. And I know it's late, but I know we still can't do that.
Nope, cannot do that.
Well, I can. You'll just have to dumb me.
I would.
Oh,
I got the dumb button right here.
That's
all right.
right. You have all the power.
I do.
And then quickly moving on, this one is my 4.
What is this? I am my own worst enemy? There you go. I'm seeing a vibe here.
This is Sleeping With My Clothes On, right?
Yes, that one. Yep. Yeah, that's it.
You know that Blink-182 song, All the Small Things?
Yes.
I always sing that one, like, all the small things, all the small things.
That's my honorable mention. That's my honorable mention, and the reason why you play it, crowd gets into it.
Yeah.
You know what? That's a song that everybody should be singing if it plays.
Okay.
Another group that just is totally washed up these days.
Who, Blink-182?
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of, did y'all hear Maroon 5 might be getting back together?
They were ever apart?
I was going to say.
Exactly.
I mean, that band is, these days, it's 100% Adam Levine and a couple other dudes who, I guess, make money off of it.
1,000%.
Don't sleep on Blink-182, though. Blink-182 went hard in the
Of course.
Those songs still do. They just keep making new records, and they produce terrible Machine Gun Kelly albums.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
All right,
and
now...
one dude's like a big Padres fan, isn't he? Tom or something like that?
Tom Morello?
We digress.
My number 3, this one kind of takes a little bit of a turn.
Uh-oh.
I hope this is clean.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, I can't let it play.
Okay. That is summer before freshman year of college. Man, there was a time where it was Cruel Summer and like Good Summer, whatever Kanye was doing at that point. It had this incredible potential to be one of the best like collaborative albums of all time. And he had just released Watch the Throne with Jay-Z. So you're like, he's on a heater. And the year before that, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. And then nothing ever came of that, and now Kanye is where he is now. So
I'll tell you what, the Donda album wasn't bad though.
Wasn't bad.
It was just too long.
No, he did have a bunch of songs in there that weren't necessary, but there were some bangers on Donda.
I remember the first time I heard it, because the album before that was Jesus is King, which sounded unfinished.
Yeah.
And then Donda was just overproduced. It was like the complete opposite. He totally like overcorrected on that. But
he went over.
There are some good songs on Donda. I have not listened to anything from him since.
No.
I didn't know he made. Has he still been? Oh yeah, he has been still. I guess a little bit. Here and there.
Oh gosh, it's the stuff he does with Ty Dolla $ign. Vultures, I think, is what it's called.
Yeah.
It's awful. It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that Playboy Cardi thing where he's like teased it and then didn't release it and then did and then like it was like he's like crashing out pretty much every day. I saw he was like doing a stream and like he was.
No, he's out of control.
It's not good. Okay,
he's out of control.
Number 2. I don't want to short you guys.
Yeah, my number 2. You know I'm gonna have Travis Scott on here at least one time.
Okay.
Butterfly Effect.
This is from Astroworld, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then number 1 for me, just an absolute banger. Anywhere you play it.
Oh. Is Jim Rome about to start? What?
No, a Dallas Cowboys game is about to start.
Man.
So I went to a Cincinnati Bengals game.
You know.
I went to a Cincinnati Bengals game at the Jungle, right?
Yeah.
This was their song. It was perfect. Then I hear the Cowboys do it, and I'm like, you know what? There's no jungle theming. There's no tigers.
No.
It's like we got to pick something better.
I will also take this time on this platform to also say, can we stop overusing the song Thunderstruck? I know it's great.
Never.
I know it's great,
Never.
but I feel like it's overused.
Shoot to thrill. Shoot to thrill is where I would go for doing AC/DC.
Thunderstruck. Can't go wrong with it. I will forever be a AC/DC because is that the one? Is that where the bell or Hell's Bells? I'll tell you what, Hell's Bells.
The one with the bells.
I love AC/DC.
Bro.
I'm not saying that I don't. I'm just saying Thunderstruck is not their only hit.
Where it goes,
Kevin hates AC/DC. This is unbelievable.
I have so much AC/DC in my playlist. It's actually ridiculous.
I'll tell you what.
Fredward, what'd you pick?
All right, so are we able to, we may not be able to play.
We'll play.
Well, you can
what
play
we
the
can.
intro of it. You can play the intro of it. And look, if it says a cuss word, we'll dump it. We'll dump it.
We'll play a peak of
We'll
second
play
of
30
it.
seconds of it. We'll play 30 seconds of it.
All
All
right.
right. Number 5. West Side Connection. Here we go.
We're connecting to the west side.
We are.
Right now.
All right.
Ice Cube is logging on as we speak.
He's on our station last week.
Uh-oh.
Banger right there. Oh, what a great song.
Uh-oh. There's a threat
Wonderful
to the
song.
world today.
All right, there you go.
Here we go. So this is like this isn't even
This is why you
I wanted
gotta-
you to send it to me so that I could actually have it.
timestamp it, Fred.
Well-
I'm gonna say flawless for. Let's see, how far into the show are we? 3 hours and 50.
Whoa! Hey, okay, there we go. There's number 5. Number 4. Don't worry, we dumped it. We're good. Number 4.
Wasn't
number
me.
4.
Wasn't me.
Number 4. 3-6 Mafia. So that was number 5. That was Bow Down by West Side Connection.
We're just gonna forfeit playing these.
What's that?
We're gonna forfeit trying to play these.
Well, number 4, you should be okay. Number 4, you should be okay.
I don't know if I trust you after the first.
I don't know. Yeah.
Go ahead, try it. Try it real quick. Just play like the first 10 seconds of it because we'll hear the music. Because they don't rap for like the first 30 seconds.
Fred, I want to host again. I don't want to.
Yeah, this is
I got you.
scaring me.
I got you.
I gotta try to find a clean version at least.
Well, just you can just type in clean.
Just play another.
Yes, and there's still nothing that pops up. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Play another
This
ad.
isn't my first rodeo.
Play another
but they're
ad
all,
right
but
before
now,
the song.
because there's always radio edits. All these songs have radio edits.
All right, this one claims to be a clean version.
3-6 Mafia. Featuring 8-Ball and MJG. Young Buck.
Tell me you're not ready to hit home runs when you hear this song.
I gotta stay.
You walk up to the home plate playing this song, I'm telling you right now, I'm hitting a grand slam every time. I don't care if there's nobody on the base. I'm hitting a grand slam.
And 7-run home runs.
Juicy J's opening line of this is nutty. Give me some 3-6 Mafia, Stay Fly all day, every day. Number 3 is clean. Number 3 is clean all day, every day.
Okay, because I cannot read what you. Can you
It's Overpowered by Funk from The Clash.
Not what I thought you typed.
Man,
that.
you could. There's. I don't know how many of those Clash songs would be good walk-up songs, but
This one
listen.
is.
London Calling is, top to bottom, a perfect album.
Not and from a walk-up song perspective, bro. I'm bunting an inside the park home run with this song. Okay, I'm bunting a inside the park home run for this song. How
One of
about
my
that?
best record store finds recently was
Reggae for
Combat Rock on original
That's
pressing.
where this song is. All right, number 2, How We Do, clean, boom, all day, every day, easy to find. And for those of you wondering, these are our top 5. Oh, here we go. This was supposed to be a 50 Cent song, but he ended up giving it to The Game instead. 2004, I think, is when this album came out. You want to talk about a banger from head to toe? Shout out 2003, 2004, The Game, the documentary. And then last but certainly not least, Pastor Troy, No More Play in GA. And if you know, you know.
I can't find. There's nothing clean. There's nothing clean. Even the intro is.
I think this is a ball drop by both Fred and Kevin here. Fred should
I
have
can't
sent
make them
these,
clean.
and Kevin needs to find these clean ones quicker.
I can't. This one has no clean one.
Oh, it does.
The ball is
It
on
does.
75 right now. We've dropped it all the way from the 11th floor of our building, and it is bouncing around, causing wrecks. by exit 2 or whatever exit we're near.
Tell you what, if you can find a clean version of this song, I'll do 20 push-ups before I leave.
Let's see. I'll find one. But you're right. We're running late. We're running late.
Up against it.
We don't normally. Well, hey, but the fact is, we wanted the audio component. Look, we got 14 songs out of the deal. We got 14 out of them,
and only one dump out of all 14 songs.
And I've only been asking y'all for the past hour and a half for them.
And
I gave you mine.
I started to write it down, and then I got sidetracked and whatever. So whatever.
We are hosting a show here, Kevin.
It is. Look, shout out to everybody in the DF Dub, to all the Tolos and the Fatties. You guys are absolutely fantastic tonight. Shout out, as always, to our boy Blake Elliott and everybody that went to the game. Great stuff from you, as always, Khaki Kev. Carter Freeman, absolutely phenomenal performance, as always. Good night. God bless. We'll see you tomorrow.